The history of this world began when our world was consumed by despair. Our planet was attacked by unknown monsters that crush everything in their path. It was a despair that humanity had never experienced before. There were monsters of all kinds, from worms to orcs and flying eyes. Humans fell into unprecedented chaos as they encountered terrifying creatures never seen before. The scattered newspapers show that these creatures were told to hand over people to them for food if they want to live. But people are not easily broken, and they refuse to do so. On the podium stands a man who shouts, "Monsters want to use people as food. We must not slack off in front of them." These very creatures appeared out of nowhere, and then they were called the unlucky ones. People were attacked by all sorts of creatures. Even the squid from the sea became like a 30-story building. And then people had to use nuclear weapons to deal with a powerful enemy. But to the creatures, it was only a bright display of fireworks. They began to dance on the ruins of the ruined cities. Under the dancing squid in the ruins was a man who protects the child with his body. And when all hope was lost, when each person was waiting for the hour of his death, they appeared. 13 constellations. A man with a child was saved by a hero who killed a demon with lightning speed. It is narrated that in the world 12 people were chosen by the gods and became known as saints. Each saint used the powers bestowed by the god who chose him. But there was also a 13th awakened who was not chosen by any divine being. It was Li Gang, in order to defeat Red Eye, who was considered the root of all evil. They came to the demonic tower, where the demoness was hiding. Li Gang led everyone like a brave warrior. He and the 12 other constellations locked in a battle with Red Eye. We are transported to the stage where they are asked why only 12 people have returned. Did something really happen to the hero of Korea, Lee Gun? Apparently, one of the 13 is standing at the podium, and with tears in his eyes, he says that Li Gong sacrificed himself for the good of all mankind. Then he started crying because of this. Well, this is all nonsense. The hero tells that he really risked his life, but no one sacrificed himself. In fact, he was the only one who managed to defeat Red Eye with difficulty. But these villains did a terrible thing. They just left him alone, running away afraid of the demon. And even so, he was able to win. Suddenly, he is pierced through by a dagger. Li Gong simply fell down from the pain, and apparently one of the villains who seemed to have escaped hit him in the back with a dagger and left him to die in a hole. Even more so that no trace of him remained, he sent a monster to him. Then Li Gun said, "It's not good. My left arm was cut off, and there was no living space left on my right arm. It would be much easier to die right away." But he won't just give up. Seeing the dagger lying next to him, he stuck it in his teeth and stood up, saying, "Don't make me laugh. Who says I'm so easy to sink? I won't die like this." And he really did not give up, jumping on the monster with a sword. He shouted that he would live until he found everyone who dared to betray him and promised that he would come for them soon. We are transported to a restaurant somewhere, where they say, "Li Gang, listen to me carefully. Tomorrow you will die." It was said by one of the saints, Hugo Otis. Li Gang replied, "Does he really have such a low opinion of him?" And jokingly says, "Tochniak, you're saying that because I took both my legs, aren't you? Okay, I understand why you're worried. But don't worry, man. I'm definitely not going to die. I've killed more calamities than all the 12 constellations put together. Do you really think I might die?" Otis looks tense. Then it tells how it all started. Demonic Tower, the abode of the most terrible monster that can bring death to all mankind. It all started on the last day of the 20th century. The powerful calamity bringers have cornered humanity with their overwhelming power, leaving only utter darkness and chaos in its wake. It was during this period that the 12 gods who called themselves sacred entities appeared. They vowed to empower humanity with the power to fight back against all monsters. And they chose 12 men who were granted indescribable power. But something that no one expected happened. The 13th awakened showed up, without the blessing of any sacred entity. Moreover, this awakened one was so powerful, so incredible, that even the 12 saints were no match for him. And it was, of course, Li Gong. Otis thanked him for helping them organize the attack on the demonic tower. Li Gong said that words won't be enough, and he wants a free supply of fried chicken for 5 years to come. He was asked if he was tired of eating only chicken. Then the girl, one of the 12th, said that after defeating Red Eye, they will have a worthy reward. Another of them also added that since this monster is considered to be the most dangerous one causing misfortune, they should demand at least $100 million from them. Lee Gun said they should have asked for 10 years of free accommodation in a 7-star hotel somewhere in Hawaii. After all, because of Red Eye, many countries are on the verge of crisis. One of the alleged saints said, "Hey Lai Gang, if you want to cooperate with us, you should set the bar higher, don't you think? Don't you want to heal your disfigured body and face?" Lai Gong told them that even though they are called saints, they are really just a bunch of scum who only care about their own skin. And they also said that he should stop rushing to help everyone, because a few victims will only increase their price, which will increase the reward. Li Gang says that after defeating Red Eye, he hopes that he won't see them again. When they entered the demonic tower, they saw it with their own eyes. The Lord of the demonic tower. Just by looking at it, one can feel a terrifying pressure. Then suddenly he starts screaming that the whole earth was already shaking, and the surface was disappearing from under my feet. And suddenly there was a huge shot from under it, which already threw everyone who was there. This beam pierced the roof of the tower. All 12 heroes were terrified. After the beam, a huge crater was formed in that place, in which lava boiled. The demon lord only laughed maliciously. The 12 constellations started to run away. Lai Gong was only thinking about how to fight him at all, and to think that these scum were called saints. Well, it doesn't matter to me. The one who defeats Red, I will be the great and unsurpassed me, he thought. And then it's narrated from Li Gong's perspective. Yeah, I was dreaming. In the end, I was stabbed in the back by my own comrades. I wonder how much time has passed. How are things in the outside world? Does time flow equally inside and outside the tower? I'm even too lazy to think about anything. Right now, and we see a bunch of monsters that the hero is shredding. And this place is a special trap, in which new hordes of monsters continuously appear. Lai Chong had the aura of an invincible hero around him, and he knows he can't be broken like that. And he shouts to them to wait for him, because he will surely survive and tear to shreds all those who dared to betray him. It is narrated that time passed inexorably forward, and now 20 years have passed since that moment. We see a monster that screams in fear as it managed to get to it. Then Li Chan says that he is the last one left. The monster still screamed and called for help, but there was no one to help. The hero said that he shouted as much as he could, "It's all over." And he finished him off, saying, "It's finally over." He thought he could choose from there. But suddenly, he just fell to the ground. We are transported to the world, and we see that only ruins remain from the buildings. And somewhere 2 boys are running, shouting to each other, "Run." But I told you that this is not the best way. Another person told him that who knew that everything would turn out like this. After all, they said that today will be safer than usual. They didn't even think that they would run into high-ranked monsters. One of the boys with tears in his eyes says that they are in a bad situation, and the fortune teller told him that today he will meet a monster with which he should not associate himself. They are surrounded by a crowd of monsters that look like wolves, and they think that if only Mr. Lai Gong could return from the demonic tower, these monsters wouldn't even dare to show themselves here. Suddenly, a nearby tower opens up, blinding everyone around it. And then there is a huge explosion that leaves a crater in its wake. The guys do not understand what is happening now, and notice that someone is coming out of the tower. It was our Lai Gong, who is full of strength and has apparently recovered his arm. And then he says, "Stab me in the back and leave me to rot in this hole. I won't let you get away with this." The boys are just shocked to see what he's doing, and he just deals with monsters with his bare hands. They can't even believe their own eyes that he easily took down the orange class attraction. Even high-ranked awakened ones wouldn't be able to finish them off easily. They compared the monster to helpless insects. Suddenly, Li Chun notices these guys and jumps towards them. They were very afraid of this and asked why he was attacking them. He asked where they came from, because he thought there were only monsters left here. And he said that the work was finished here, right? Then they realized that it was he who had come out of the tower. Wouldn't that be a sensation? Another believes that it is impossible to return from the tower alive. He is most likely just lucky to be near it. A huge monster appeared behind Lai Chong, and he turned around to see a huge dog standing there. The guys are just shocked, because this is the leader of the pack. Li Chun told them to get out of here. The dog began to charge its ability. A beam released from its mouth that incinerates everything around it. The beam was so huge that it was higher than multi-story buildings. The guys were surprised that they were still alive at all, and Li Chun just stood there, and there weren't any scratches left on him. They can't believe that he protected them with his body just like that. At the same time, the hero called her a mongrel and jumped on her. He tells her to stay an obedient dog. And before the deadly blow, he shouted, "Sit down," and hit her so hard that the monster was immediately defeated. By now, he was probably done with everything. And he says to the guys, "Well, since I did a good job, you too. Food," he says in an ominous voice. They're just terrified. Then, he just asked to buy him some food. And realizing the strangeness of the situation, he asked to buy more clothes. We are transported to a small store, where the guys stare at the receipt in utter horror. After all, he ate $1,000 worth of food alone. He said they didn't have much money, so he ordered some food. They asked, "Is that a little bit?" Li Chun said, "You said yourself that you would treat me to anything, since it is the price of your lives. Another batch of noodles, please." One of them, that apparently paid for it all, very loudly shouted, "Hey!" The second one covered his ears from such a cry. And then he asked if he was a Templar or a bishop. What was he doing outside the tower anyway? He laughed and said that he was inside the tower and then just walked out of it. And by the way, he also has a question for them. Who are they? Because they look like ordinary citizens. And why do they give off a magical aura? Then one of them explained that this youngster is a Templar. Isn't Lai Chun also a Templar like him, having received the blessing of a sacred entity? He also replied that why on earth would he wag his tail in front of someone? Suddenly, he saw his reflection in the spoon. He was just in shock, and he started shouting that he needed a mirror and urgently. They showed him where it was. Then he took off his t-shirt and started looking at his wounds and scars. His body was completely healed. Remembering who he was, with what wounds and scars. And he thought, my old wounds were so bad that they were simply impossible to heal. But come to think of it, my left arm is cured too. Then he replaced some kind of pattern on his palm, when suddenly a snake began to emerge from it. He was in a frenzy of pain, and he began to squeeze his hand. You felt death. You have completed an impossible achievement. All your skills are inherited by the new body. All achievements from the tower are converted to experience points. You have learned a divine skill. All unique traits and skills have been inherited and transformed. Ophiuchus' power is now available to you. When suddenly he began to be transferred to some location. It was empty space, in which was a huge green snake that was standing in front of him. He touched her nose. Suddenly, there was a huge blinding flash, and then he went back to the guys. They were scared and asked if he was okay. Lai Chong asked if he wasn't the only one who saw the huge snake, gesturing that it was indeed too huge. They said that they didn't see any snake. He just undressed and ran to the mirror, and then suddenly began to scream furiously, clutching his wrist. Then Li Chun realized that other people didn't see it. He was back in space. You have become the owner of the Ophiuchus constellation. Small screens fly around him, on which it is written what skills he has. One of the skills is super regeneration. It repairs a crippled body. It says that his body was rebuilt from scratch. For this, he will suffer a small punishment. But the punishment itself was that his physical strength was reduced by 50%. and there are 1,300 hours left until the end of this punishment. Then he wondered if his body had changed because of this skill. He had never heard of other saints seeing something like this before. Moreover, he couldn't sense the energy of sacred beings. And anyway, he is happy with this scenario. After all, his body is completely restored. All he had to do now was hunt down the traitors who had left him for dead, and especially the villain who had stabbed him in the back. Just thinking about it makes his body flutter. The guys are shocked why he started looking so intimidating. We are transported to the tower, which was sealed off by the police. After all, the tower, which was considered indestructible, suddenly collapsed. This news will set the whole world on its ears. This place has a special connection to the hero Lai Gang. The man thinks, can't it be that this is the work of his followers, or the saints who disliked Lai Gang? Odin then noticed that he was the Allure One, a monster that even a high-ranked saint couldn't handle. Who else could challenge this monster and destroy the tower? They began to wonder if Gan really had returned to the world alive. They say they can't be sure, so they just have to wait until there are new leads. We are transferred to an office somewhere, where the camera is aimed at the podium, and there is a large crowd of people asking for comments about the collapse of the tower. Yang Wei, one of the saints, was standing at the podium, and he said that there were no comments on this issue. The entire crowd is surprised why he didn't make any comments. Then he got in the car and broke his glasses in anger, repeating over and over how many times he had already heard the name Lai Gang. And come to think of it, it couldn't be that he had stayed alive in the tower for 20 years, because there were thousands of monsters there, and they were all black class. It was a miracle that they had managed to escape by stealing Red Eye's throat. He thinks he couldn't have survived there. After all, his body was on edge due to that big guy's deadly attacks, and he didn't even wear armor like the other saints. But if he somehow managed to survive and come back, then it's all over. We're going back to Li Gang, holding the phone and saying that he should start with this villain, right? We are being transferred to some airport, where a man getting off the plane is greeted with the words, "To think that I would have the chance to meet one of the 12 saints. This is an honor for me." It was Hugo Otis. He asked where the Prime Minister was. He was told that he was already waiting for his office, and that his transport was already ready. Then he said that they could go then. These two employees are shocked. They think that he is very majestic, and this is what the truly chosen person looks like. Sitting in the car, he hears his phone ringing from calls from an unknown number. But he didn't pick up the phone, thinking they were just annoying reporters. He can't believe those stories about Lai Gang's return have become so popular. This made him very angry. After all, 20 years had passed, delving into memories. How he told him that he was going to die tomorrow, but he only asked happily, does he have such a low opinion of him? Then, when they started attacking the demonic tower, at Gan's request, he went outside and held off the incoming hordes of monsters. He wanted to believe that his premonition was deceiving him, and that Gan would live. But when he saw them, he asked why Gan wasn't with them. The saints who went in with him abandoned him and returned with the head of the red-eyed man. This event soon became known to the whole world. The 12 saints, including myself, were recognized as heroes and gained even more influence. Hugo thinks about how, unable to believe that Gun was dead, he kept asking them to start looking for him. But he was told enough was enough. Jean-Louis Morand said that he was well aware of the number of monsters coming from that tower. There's no way that Lai Gang could have survived. But if he's so worried about him, he can go and start looking for him alone. No one is holding him back. But it seems to him that then there will be one less saint, and there will be 11 of them. My friend still can't believe that anything could have changed in 20 years, because no matter how strong Gan is, it's impossible. Besides, it's been too long. He remembers Gan only as a good friend. The Prime Minister suddenly called him. The voice on the phone asked if he could talk now. He said yes. And then the minister said that he probably already heard that it looks like the demonic tower is destroyed. Hugo said, "Same story again. I'm sorry, Prime Minister. But if you were going to ask me to start looking for you, I have to refuse. After all, Gan had died that day. This incident with the tower is most likely set up by Gan fans. And if you intended to take advantage of the situation to get more votes. The minister interrupted him and said that this was not the case, because if his report, which has just been handed over to the South Korean government, is reliable. Most recently, a call was made to the GAN number. These words made Hugo think. The minister said that the personal number is unknown. Hugo was very surprised that he even asked to stop the car. After all, perhaps the unknown number that tried to call him was Lai Gang. Looking at the phone screen, there were 30 missed calls. He decides to listen to the message that Lai Gang left. He was saying in a sinister voice, "Yo Tiksu, I'll find you and kill you. Good luck." It sounded so ominous that it scared the hell out of him. But he recognized this manner of speech. It's really Lai Gang. Then he immediately asked the driver to turn the car around. They were going to the airport urgently. He asked that he also had a job in the UK. To which Hugo shouted that he didn't care. He needed to get to the airport as soon as possible. We head back to Lai Gang. He sits with his phone in his hands and says, "You've grown up, Tiksu, and you even dare to ignore my calls." He was asked who he calls so hard. Lai Gang waved it off, saying nothing to anyone. And then he asked, "They call this thing in his hands a smartphone, don't they?" He liked her very much. The hero said that for the first time he entered the tower in the 2005th year. But at the moment, it is already 2025th year. They were surprised that he was actually using a smartphone for the first time, and said that with it, you can connect to the internet and watch the news. Then the hero asked, can he watch the news about Lai Gang? They turned on the news about him, and said that this is now the hottest topic for discussion. There was an awful lot of news about him, which made him immerse himself in it. Suddenly, he saw comments from haters who called him worthless. This made Lai Gang angry, and he was already clutching the phone tightly in his hand. The guy whose phone was there already started yelling. He didn't understand why they dared to take the glory for themselves. After all, they had run away as soon as they met the monster. And then I realized that it was worth ignoring, and in a way it's kind of cute. Then came the news about Lai Gang's will, and he remembered that he decided to give all his fortune to orphanages and educational institutions in case of his death, and he hopes that all the money reached the recipients. But then he saw the inscription. Lai Gang gave all his possessions, including the relics, to the 12 saints in the hope that they would wisely manage the funds for the benefit of the whole world. The phone is over. He smashed it to splinters in his anger, and I thought that he would skin them and their gods alive. The guy had already said goodbye to his phone. Lai Gang just sat there and thought about what he should do. He intends to warn everyone of his return, but now his appearance is very different from what it was 20 years ago. And even if he went outside and started shouting that he was Lai Gang, no one would believe him. And he figured that while he was torturing each of the 12 one by one, he should keep quiet for a while. Suddenly, red tentacles appeared around them. Li Gang hears a warning that he is being watched. He felt this aura and went outside. When he came out, he saw huge flying clouds in the shape of animals. And I realized that these are avatars, little animals of the holy sign of the White Ram. The avatars recreated the barrier in the name of the White Ram. The influence of 2 constellations is leveled. Avatars demand a tribute from you. This angered Lai Gang. Even though these animals are sacred entities, who are they trying to command? Suddenly, he heard the conversation. Seriously, this Lai Gang. Everyone just talks about it. The noise of the chatter will soon kill me. That's what I mean. This nonsense is being talked about everywhere because of the news. Even though his name isn't tainted, I'm struck by how everyone is suddenly taking an interest in him. And then all of a sudden, the guys noticed the saint's badge on his clothes, and they began to ask Lai Gang to leave, because if they were provoked, there would be trouble. The hero stood right in front of him. The other one, in turn, wanted to appear cool and asked what he was looking at. Taking a drag on his cigarette, he blew Lai Gang in the face and asked him if he had any problems. This made the hero terribly angry. The saint said that he should only try to hit him. His girlfriend told him not to scare him, because he seems very scared. The saint in the back called him a weakling, and added that all the fans of Lai Gang are no different from each other. Lai Gang is just shocked. Since when did everyone like the weakest saint so much? Isn't calling him a saint a complete nonsense? The guys said that he held up very well, because these people are part of the rank representatives of the constellation Gemini. Lai Gang decided to shout at their backs. Hey, cockroaches. They turned around and said, Is that you for us? He said it was him. The saint came close to him and asked him to repeat what he said, because such a pathetic simpleton from whom even a magical aura does not emanate. At that moment, Lai Gang took a finger and flicked that saint so that he flew to another building. Everyone was in shock, and Lai Gang stood there with a smile on his face. And then he said she really thought he wouldn't notice her sneaking up on him. He snapped his fingers together again and gave her a flick that sent her flying into the next building too. And then he called them weaklings. The guys said that using magic in the middle of the street is strictly forbidden. Lai Gang replied that this was nonsense. If he used magic, they wouldn't even be wet. They're just shocked that he knocked out two rankers with just brute force. As he approached the man, he saw a small pendant around his neck. Tearing it off, he said, So that's what I felt when I hit him. It's a relic, isn't it? But where did these weaklings get it? Only saints should have them, right? The kid asked if he really didn't know anything at all, and he began the story. A few decades ago, humanity was practically wiped off the face of the earth. But thanks to the sacred entities and their chosen constellations, humans managed to survive that calamity. However, only 12 people were not able to protect our vast world. Therefore, the saints began to gather followers, calling themselves branches. Those who were given a piece of the power of the saints became known as Templars. Such people were divided into ranks according to their level of strength. The saints stand at the top, right after the sacred entities. Cardinals are potential candidates for the role of new saints. After them come the bishops, the strongest of the Templars. And at the very end were the Templars themselves. And he added that the Templars' main source of strength is their faith. So there is a strong competition between branches to attract new followers. In this way, selected Templars receive relics from sacred entities from time to time. Lai Gang realized that everything had changed a lot in 20 years. Suddenly someone called out to him and told him to look there. And there were avatars looking at him. Avatars of wealth and greed that are associated with the constellation of White Aries enjoy the current situation. They demand that Lai Gang quickly deal with the man and woman who attacked him. Avatars crave bloodshed. For the massacre of them, they promise him a worthy reward. The guys are terrified, because these are not just some Templars, but already avatars. Avatars are like reflections of the sacred entities themselves. Getting in their way is like challenging the gods. They ask Lai Gang to do everything the avatars ask. It was then that Lai Gang understood why he felt the vile aura of Aries so strongly. This made him angry, because they also intended to fill their bellies like that pig. And he said that nothing has changed since then, preparing for the jump. And then with all his might, he jumps into the avatars. That there was already a huge red cloud in the sky. And then he says that they show off, even though they are weaklings. The guys are surprised, because the constellation retreated, and the barrier disappeared. And we realized that this guy is not a very difficult person. The hero turned to them and asked about those two weaklings. They are related to the twin branch, aren't they? Then they said that in their country, twin branching has the greatest impact. This is an elite group that has gathered 2/3 of all large corporations. And Lai Gang asked, so they must have money on them? And the clothes they wear are probably some expensive brands. And right after that, I rushed at him with the words that now is the time to make a good profit. We are transported to a small multi-story building, and everyone says that they finally came. The guys said that they live in that apartment on the second floor, pointing. His friend said his door was next door. At the same time, they also thanked Lai Gang for saving them and even walking them home. They were expecting something, but the hero yawned and asked if they were going inside or what. He wants to sleep. They were shocked that he was going to sleep with them. Apparently, He was let in for a sleepover, because the next thing we know, his hair is being cut off, and he's undressing. Then he stands flaunting himself in the mirror. Han said that the short haircut really suits him, and now he looks even cooler than before. This made Lai Gang very happy, because in the past, baldness was a side effect of using his abilities, and he treasured every single hair. Even a normal wind could blow his hair away. Who knew that he would ever be able to fix his hair? When suddenly he noticed the attraction in his apartment. He crushed it in his fist with lightning speed. Han is just shocked because he caught it with one hand. Even experts can't do that. Lai Gang there stands with his hands and fights off everyone who comes up, and asks how much it is already on the bill, how much it is possible. They are very sticky to him. Han suggested that maybe they were attracted to his scent. Then the hero replied that this usually happens when something is wrong with the house. And then he noticed the relics and said, "Just look, of course these monsters will come here. Since you keep such an abomination at home." Han was surprised, because these relics were received personally from the Gemini constellation, and added that these artifacts do not belong to him, but the saint blessed them on. Immediately, Lai Gang broke the figurine in Han's hands. Han is very upset. Then the hero said that the mask in his hands is designed to spy on the buyer, and the music box collects all his personal information, and the watch so generally attracts the attention of monsters. Not only did these saints embezzle Lai Gang's property, but they also started selling such vile goods to people. Just the thought of it infuriates the hero. Someone is standing outside their door, and he hears Lai Gang's screams through it, and then he goes into the house. Li Gang asks who else he is. Han greeted him, and it was Sung Yi. These words made him very angry, because he is the owner of this apartment. We are transported to the residence of the White Ram Yonghwa, where the saint is informed that the Korean avatars have disappeared. His staff said that there was a big uproar in Korea about it. The saint wondered who could have done this, since avatars are direct representatives of sacred entities. Only someone extraordinarily strong can disperse them. Then he asks you to contact all the other saints and ask if they have anything to do with this. The servant replied that Sagittarius had not been in touch for a long time. The saint said that this was not a cause for concern, since he had warned me that he was going to get a new position in Great Britain. The servant said that he was informed that when he arrived at the airport, he immediately boarded another flight. Then the saint asked where he was going. He was told that the destination was South Korea. Then he wondered, after all, Hugo was on good terms with Lai Gang. Could his actions be related to the rumors of his return? He realized that he probably did survive. This made him very angry that he even took a floor lamp and threw it at his servants, and shouted, "Ridiculous nonsense!" Reporting more clearly. What else is there? The staff said that an unconscious Twin Branch Templar was found lying in the middle of the street in his underwear at the place where all the avatars disappeared. And according to the testimony of witnesses, he got into a fight with a beautiful young man. The saint thought that it couldn't be Lai Gang, since his face was completely covered in scars. And he realized that things weren't going too well anyway, so he really could go back. And then he thought, for some unknown reason, the Korean avatars disappeared. Even worse, we didn't manage to finish off the Spider Queen. At this rate, my position may be under threat. And then he asked to prepare a plane for him, because he wants to see with his own eyes what is happening in Korea. We're being transferred to Twin Branch Hospital. That's the guy lying there. And there is a grandfather standing nearby, shouting, "Who dared to cripple his grandson like this?" Then he started to snap at the man standing next to him. But he said not to worry, because that's what he came there for. It was Min Sung Jun, a Templar of the S-Class twins. We go back to Sung Yi's apartment, where they tell him how they met Li Gang. Song didn't seem to really believe the story where they met at the Demon Tower, and he finished off all the drakes with his bare hands, then knocked out an rank Templar. Dream starts shouting that they are talking some nonsense. It doesn't even seem like the truth. He just destroyed all his relics. Lai Gang said that they were fakes anyway. He was asked what branch he was from. Li Gang replied that he thought he needed something like this, Then he asked which god he was loyal to. Lai Gang said that these 12 weaklings didn't give up on him at all. Song asked him what his rank was, and he didn't even know what to say, but said that he was a production worker. Then he asked for his name, and the hero said he was Li Gang. Han started to calm Sung down, but he was already unstoppable and full of rage, he said, broke into someone else's house without permission, destroyed all my relics. So you dare to pass yourself off as the great Li Gang Nim. Kong was shouting at him to calm down, because he's going to burn down their apartment right now. Lai Gang received a warning that a flash of Gemini follower magic had been detected, and he said that he seems to have decided to leave nothing of the house. Then he activated the God's Gaze skill, and I saw its characteristics. He is a Templar of the constellation Gemini. His rank is A. His nickname is Smashing Strike. He has the skills Witch Stake and Ice Seal. His personality traits are genius, visionary, stubbornly obsessive, and an idolater. The genius trait increases his training effect by 200%. Lai Gang reflected that at such a young age, he already possessed high-ranking skills, and the trait of genius was clearly not suitable for him. The demon that was awakened by the dream looks terrifying. Han shouts at Li Gun to run, because he's an A-rank Templar, and he's also a fan of Li Gun. Sung asks, "Is Jimin crazy? Go away, if you don't want me to slap you too." Lai Gang immediately got behind him and said that he was playing with fire. Song didn't even notice when he was already behind him, when suddenly Li Gang gives a strong click and says that at this rate, he could burn down not only the apartment, but the whole house. Han is scared and asks, is he going to be all right at all? Li said he probably did. Han looked at Sung and heard the words probably, of course. He was surprised. The hero said that he was going to bed, and that he should soon come to his senses. When he entered the room, he saw a huge pile of Lai Gang figurines. The hero is just in complete shock. Han said that he had warned Sung Yi that he was an ardent fan of Li Gang, and the dream asked to be careful with his figures, because they are more expensive than his life. Lai Gang came up and lifted his head from the figurine and said that they were annoying him. A dream in tears screams that this madman will stop doing this. He replied that he wasn't crazy, but Lai Gang. Sanu is so offended by his figures that words can't describe them. We're transported to a coffee shop, where from the TV narrates. Yesterday around noon, 2 representatives of the Gemini branch were attacked by a person whose identity has not yet been established. According to the testimony of witnesses, the purpose of the attacker was to steal personal belongings. Hugo immediately knew that this was Gun's doing. He understands what Gun has done wrong, and this is just the first news he hears. The waitress comes up to him and asks if he will order anything. Hugo immediately recognized something was wrong and told Young Wai to stop this clowning and get out of here. Then the waitress said, "So uninteresting, you figured me out too quickly. Long time no see, Hugo. I haven't been able to get in touch with you for a long time, you know. Judging from your hurried arrival in Korea, you also came here because of Gang. I advise you to quickly tell me everything you know yourself." Hugo took his hand off his shoulder and said that was why he hated him, calling him a nasty worm that steals other people's bodies. At the same time, the girl was released, and she wondered what she was doing. Hugo was very angry. Then he thought, his jokes are... I need to get to Gan faster than anyone else. Where the hell are you, Gun? We're moving to Gyeonggi-do, Bucheon, to a hypermarket. Han tells Sung that maybe it's really Lee Gun. Song said that Gun looks very different. Besides, Lai Gang is the hero who saved humanity. And how would he look like that rascal? Han said that he definitely saw him come out of the demonic tower, and his strength is colossal. The dream stands firm on its own, and says that this is impossible. That's what his father said, and hurries him to take the goods to the checkout, when suddenly someone shouts that the thief is in the store. Immediately, the guys are knocked down by a thief. Han is surprised that there is such a speed at all, and it seems that this thief is from the Scorpion branch, and besides, he uses his powers to rob the store. All products and even wallets. If he wasn't stopped, there would be nothing left. The thief has a high opinion of himself and believes that being a Templar, he can't be stopped. And it's already well cooked, so it's worth running away. Suddenly, Lai Gang stops him with a punch to the stomach. The thief is just terrified of this. Han asked him why he had come for them, and he said that he just forgot to ask him to buy their chicken. The man who was in the hospital came to them and said that the hero is not bad, because it is difficult to catch the Templar of the Scorpio constellation, given their speed and agility. Then he added that judging by his aura, he was just an ordinary investigator. Next time, you should report directly to the police. Li Gang asks who else he is. Then suddenly everything shook beneath them. The whole store was shaking. The thief realized that this was a great chance to escape, and immediately flew away from there. As he runs away, he thinks that he was very lucky to escape, and the earthquake will play into his hands. Suddenly, a huge centipede crawls out of the ground. The thief thought, why did he appear in the green zone? I knew I had to get out of there before it was too late. Jumping high, he thought that he could not catch it. Suddenly, he finds himself in the mouth of a monster, and in an instant, his life was cut short. It was the Spider Queen, which was very intimidating. And on the loudspeaker, they started announcing that there is an emergency situation now. The person causing misfortune has appeared in the hypermarket. All those who are located immediately leave the building. Due to the appearance of the Spider Queen, the status has been changed to red zone. People from the building began to run away in different directions, but only one boy stood still and cried. A huge monster was flying towards him from behind, trying to eat him. When Lai Gang suddenly crashes into it, there's nothing left of the monster. The boy doesn't know what to say. He's shaking with fear. Li Gang says that he should be more careful next time. I asked him if he'd hurt himself by holding out his hand. The boy got scared and ran away, and Lai Gang didn't get a scene like in a cool action movie. Then he coughed and said that apparently everything was fine with him. He wondered what the big thing had forgotten. Summoning his snake, he said that for the first time in a long time, he will be able to have fun. We're transported to Yang Wai's car, and he asks to repeat what his servant said. He said that the unlucky ones appeared in the middle of a hypermarket in Bucheon City. Yang Wai asked me to repeat the monster's name. It was the Spider Queen. The saint looked scared and remembered how they had failed during their last raid. He'd barely managed to seal it, and she'd managed to escape. And he knew that he wouldn't be able to hold off a red-class monster alone. It is narrated that after the appearance of those who lead to misfortune, people began to divide locations into 6 classes according to the level of danger. The first is the blue zone, the blessed abode. The second is a green zone, a safe place. The third and already more dangerous one is the yellow zone, a light danger. The fourth is the orange zone, where there is a great threat to life. Fifth, the red zone. These are locations teeming with deadly monsters. The last and most dangerous is the black zone, where life is absolutely impossible. Yang Wai understands that since the Spider Queen has appeared there, the hypermarket is now considered a red zone. The staff asks what they should do about the situation in the hypermarket. He replied that they needed to seal everything up. After all, if at least someone finds out that this is the fault of their failure on the last raid, then they're finished. And he tells the servants that there is no way to save those inside, and let them send the Templars there to completely seal up the building. We returned to the hypermarket and Gan, the Templar who was there, started using his magic. He struck the ground with his ice spears, shouting incantations. It shows that it was one of his strongest spells. But just a few seconds later, the imprisoned monsters broke out of the ice. It hurt his ego that they were able to break his spell so easily. At the same time, Lai Gang came to him with a bunch of cans in his hands. The Templar didn't even notice him coming up to him. Gan said, "Here are the parasites. You want to eat so much that you decided to eat people." Taking one of the cans, he swung it, and shouting at them to eat it, threw it. Suddenly, that huge monster was cut in half. It was Lai Gang, who quickly ran up to him and stabbed him, and said that the pathetic mobs should know their place. The guys opened their mouths in surprise. A notice appeared in front of Lai Gang that he had destroyed the unlucky one. His level increased, and he got a consumable item. This surprised him, and he decided to see what consumables are. By collecting supplies, he can create new skills and relics. He thought about it, and realized that his production skills had also changed, but decided to try again later. Even though his physical strength is reduced by 50%, movement doesn't seem so difficult to him. It might even be able to use more energy than before it disappeared. The Templar is shocked, as Gan easily cut down the monsters that his S-rank skills couldn't stop. Li Gang decided to return the knife to the boys, because he took it with him from home. Templar doesn't understand where this guy came from. Suddenly, he decided to call out to Gan and started shouting, "I knew something was wrong here. You're the guy who attacked our followers." Lai Gang remembered them and decided to hit him. Then I asked him how he could have guessed that. The Templar shouted that how could he not be recognized at all. He put on the clothes of the man he had beaten, and the badge that hangs on the clothes is an S-rank relic, issued only to the Templars of the Gemini branch. He added that he was sure that the secret of his power lay in this very badge. Lai Gang only noticed it at that moment and immediately broke it open. It really hurt the Templar that he even shouted at him. Gan said that this so-called relic is only suitable as a decoration, and nothing more. He can't even believe that these scoundrels haven't changed in 20 years. When the Spider Queen suddenly attacked them again, the hero noticed it. But the guys were very scared. All the people who were there began to run away in different directions, even more than before. By that time, Gan was already preparing for battle and charged at her with lightning speed. Then, with a powerful kick, he drove it into the ground. People are shocked by such power. The Templar is horrified with him, because he understands that Lai Gang rushed into battle without a single relic and with fists. And at some point, the Templar is telepathically informed of the phrase, "Attention to all Templars of the Gemini branch. It's Sung Hyuk, Sung Yi, and Sung Jun are you guys. Leave the building immediately." The Aries branch people intend to completely seal the building. Yong Wei is on his way here personally. We can't stop him. Besides, even a saint can't handle the Spider Queen. That's why they decided to get rid of this place completely. After all, the saints will have problems if people find out about their failure. Sung Jun, you have a teleporting skill, right? Grab Sung Yi and get out of there. Then Zhang only asked the two of them to leave. And I saw how many people were still out there, and how many more monsters there were. Lai Gang continued to fight the Spider Queen. At the same time, Zhang began to drift. Sun Hayek asked, "Is there a problem with the two of them leaving?" At the same time, Zhang replied that there was no problem. Sung Yi started shouting, "What are you talking about? Outside help is clearly not enough. Don't you realize how much we're in this mess? Or are you suggesting we leave all these people here to die?" At the same time, he said that he understood. But his argument was that if the Spider Queen appeared in the middle of the city, what would people think? After all, then the citizens will begin to reproach the branches of the constellations. Their faith will weaken. And because of this, the power of the saints will be shaken. Humanity's faith with sacred entities must remain strong. Sung Yi wasn't going to abandon all the people. So Jun took out his phone and said that he could only teleport one person with him. So he chose Sung, since he was ordered to pull it out. Sung Yi shouts that he won't go anywhere without his friend. And there are still a lot of people who haven't had time to evacuate. Jun says this is not the time for whims, and he has absolutely no desire to die there because of him. He added that he couldn't go against the orders of his elders, so he decided to kill all the people so that Sun would have no choice. This made Sun very angry. Therefore, he also started to activate his abilities. At the same time, Jun said that he really intended to fight him. After all, they are completely on different levels, and it asks you to put aside your conscience and make a supposedly reasonable decision. And then suddenly, he was hit on the back by a huge piece of the monster's body. And it turns out that Li Gun was there. Noticing the guys, he asked what they were still doing here. It's dangerous there, so they need to leave. Dream explained that the exit was blocked by the unlucky ones. So if they can't get out, they must either use the teleport or destroy all the monsters. But there are a lot of wounded people here, and the Ares branch people decided to seal the entire building. Gan was displeased. Zhang emerged from the wreckage and shouted for him to come over to him. Lai Gang said that if he wasn't imagining it, then he was scared and already ran away with flashing heels. Then he picked up the phone and said, "Let's see if they can get out of here alive. Or at least he thinks he's the only one who can save them." But his plan didn't work out. The queen shot a spider web right at him and grabbed his hands and feet so that he couldn't escape. He realized his position, but it was too late, and he was sucked into the monster's mouth, leaving only his pathetic phone. Lai Gang said, "You too, I'll take care of everything here, while you take care of the injured. I'll join you as soon as I'm done. It won't take long." They show us a hypermarket in the dome, and by that time Yang Wei arrived there, asking what the situation was like. He was told that the building was almost cordoned off. Ian replied that they had already started before he arrived, and they didn't think it was too slow. The servants noticed that the barrier wasn't holding up as it should. It feels like something is about to break out. Suddenly, a blinding flash appears from under the barrier, and then a huge snake, directly from the hypermarket. Even Yang Wei was very surprised. Everyone who was sealed in there ran out of it. They asked to skip and save the people who were most likely still in the store. Someone in the crowd said that there was a guy fighting a monster alone. Yang Wei heard this and knew that something was wrong, because even he couldn't hold back the Spider Queen. So he decided to go see for himself. He was told that it could be dangerous there. He replied that he did not care, and that they should not relax, jumping in with his fast speed. He saw the dead Spider Queen and wondered who could have killed her. There were signs of real carnage everywhere. He didn't understand what was going on here. And I started to wonder if someone was specifically hunting the Spider Queen. And he said that more and more headaches, although he believes that even without this, he has a lot of problems. When I suddenly felt a familiar energy and decided to see who it came from. Then he saw Hugo, and I started making up stories about him, thinking it might have been his doing. Behind Ian, someone stood up and asked in a creepy voice, "Did you miss me?" Yang Wei was very scared. Lai Gang noticed this and asked, "What's up, Piggy? Is something wrong? It's been so long since I've seen you. What is that expression?" Yang Wei is so scared that he doesn't even know what to say. It turned out only to stutter to say, you. We are abruptly transferred to the street to Sun by the time the ambulance and other services arrived there. At the same time, Song wondered if that guy could really be Lee Gun Nim. He thinks that even though the guy looks different, but his movements. Then someone called out to him. It was Hugo. He asked why he was here. Song Burcha asked why he came back. Han was surprised that he was personally approached by the holy sign of Sagittarius. Hugo wasn't happy how anyone could treat their father like that. The words made Han laugh, but Song was shy. At the same time, Hugo said that it was good that he was not injured. A little medical attention should get him back on track quickly. Then he asked, more importantly, Dream, were you inside that market? I was informed that all the monsters inside the building were destroyed. You saw who did it, didn't you? Song just snorted at him. Hugo was angry, but he didn't show it, and he wondered who his son had grown up to be. Han then asked if Gang Hyang was going to be okay. As soon as Hugo heard this, he immediately started asking him about it. Whether he knows him, what's wrong with him. Han explained that Gun is currently in the hypermarket, and added that he managed to defeat the Spider Queen, and said that he introduced himself as Li Gang. Hugo asked me to describe everything in more detail, but at that moment the wall of the hypermarket was broken through by something or someone. We are transported to Yang Wei, who activated his ability. Gan said it was too much, because this was the first time they had seen each other in 20 years, and the first thing Yang Wei decided to do was attack him. He decided to ask how he even managed to survive in the tower. But then he looked at the guy in front of him and thought, he looks a lot like Lai Gang, but where did that terrible scar on his face go? Yes, and his voice seems familiar, but different from before. Plus, he looks way too young. And then Yang Wai said how dare he imitate him. After all, he was even worried for a moment. Gun said, "What? Imitate?" Ian shouted that since he dared to deceive the Great One, then he will have to pay for it with his life. At the same time, Gan hit him on the stomach with all his strength and said, "All this time, you've been profiting from deceiving others, right?" Yang Wai flew very far away, and at the same time, Gan jumped behind him and hit him back on the floor. And then he said, "Each of you should be taught a good lesson. How did you get along while I was trapped in the Demon Tower, pig? You have appropriated my relics and wealth. Even the will was forged, wasn't it? It's okay, don't worry. I was going to kill you all anyway. Perhaps we should proceed with your execution. Then your home, your branch, your relics, and all the other saints. I'll destroy it all." Yang Wai is scared and still doesn't believe it's him. But he understands that the manner of speech and behavior are similar to him. Apparently, he's not bluffing. Ian couldn't even recognize all of his movements. Could he really be the same Lai Gang? How did he manage to survive and return from the demonic tower? And then he asked, "What nonsense is it? If you really are Lai Gang, prove it." At the same time, he started using his magic. A dozen razor-sharp swords appeared around him, and then a crown appeared on his head. Lai Gang received a notification that the sacred essence of the Aries constellation, namely the Jade Emperor, had revealed itself. At the same time, he was surprised and said that even the sacred entity honored him with its attention. Yang Wai pointed his finger at Gan, and in the same second, a dozen chains were wrapped around him, and he asked if he still thought they were weaklings. And his next spell was 100 Swords. He added that he did not understand how he managed to survive in the tower. Then he said the sovereign skill, Heavenly Weapon. The Jade Emperor aimed all those swords straight at Gan. This impressed Lai Gang. Yang Wai shouted at him to and die at last. At that moment, a bunch of swords were stabbed into him. Because of this, a huge mountain was formed. Ian thought that he had succeeded. As he approached the Tower of Swords, he said, "It's amazing that you managed to get out of the demonic tower, but your confidence is still there. Challenge someone who has been gaining experience over the years with the help of their followers. What rashness. Did you really think we'd been standing still for 20 years? But that wasn't the case. A flash appeared from the Mountain of Swords. This startled Yang Wai. Immediately, a fist flew out of the swords and hit him in the face. The impact was so strong that the entire mountain shattered. At the same time, Yang Wai asked if it was really Lai Gang. He replied that he finally recognized him and returned to their souls. Then he noticed that even his weapons smelled bad. Ian was very surprised. After all, this level of regeneration is impossible even for the constellation of Aquarius, which has healing skills. Lai Gang was notified that he was on the verge of death, and that the conditions for the Strength Skill 13 were met. He said that because of it, he became stronger, and he suggested that since he was here, why not try out a new skill? The sacred essence of the Aries constellation watches Lai Gang in shock, and she denounces Yang Wai, asking why Lai Gang is still alive. The sacred entity repeats in amazement that this should not have happened, after which the sacred entity simply hurriedly retreats while shouting obscenities. Yang Wai is simply horrified. Why did his sacred essence leave him before it was over? Lai Gang said that he was quite merciful, so Yang Wai would only feel the pain that Lai Gang himself went through. After a while, the servants and Hugo enter the building. They see that all the monsters are dead, and Hugo himself feels someone's energy. With the help of his ability, he looks at whose energy it is. It was Yang Wai, and he knows that this is definitely Lai Gang's doing, although he always creates problems. But this is too much. The servants can also sense his aura, and they say that it is very weak. Hugo asked everyone to move away and hit the floor with his hand. At the same time, they fell through the floor to Yang Wai. And then he said that this guy is really Li Gang. Yang Wai himself was wearing a note that read, "Sent to the pigsty." We are transported to the moment when Lai Gang is already standing on the threshold of the Aries mansion. and he says that he probably keeps all his relics here. After going inside, he saw a bunch of people and relics, and then said that he was probably pretending to be a treasure god. Gan could smell his relics. He realized that the clothes were taken from the house, but the weapons were fake. Suddenly, he noticed the toothpick he was using. He was glad to see her. Then the noise and sirens started all over the hall. All the guards rushed over and surrounded him, asking him to drop the relic. Gun said that even though he didn't want to, he probably would. Immediately, he needed all the guards with lightning speed, and he said that the old stuff is much better. And then he said it was good to see him again. It was a slug. The notification said it was a relic, a lump of slime that could recreate anything. The conditions for the crafting workshop skill have been met. Now he can create a 17 square foot workshop. Since hidden skills have been unlocked, he can give the slime ball his trait. Gan suggested that the slug go to the exit, but suddenly he felt the strong aura of the relic of the Aries constellation. Then he said that it would be a pity to leave empty-handed and decided to open the door there. Hugo had already arrived by that time and saw that all the people were fleeing from there. He mentally begged Gan to stop. When I noticed that Gan came out with a huge bag, apparently relics, then he shouted his name and ran to him in tears. Gan waited for him smilingly and said that in the name of old friendship. But Hugo mistook him for the man standing next to him, and he began to cry out that since he was alive all this time, he should have found him. And he asked me what was wrong with his leg, how he got back here, and where he had been all this time. Gun got angry and threw himself into it with all his strength, saying, "How can you confuse someone's face? Did he say he wanted to die because he was confusing him with someone else?" Then Hugo saw a lump of slime, and Gun said that apparently Tiksu wants another beating. But Hugo was too happy to see him that even so, he went to hug him. Standing in tears, said that he was alive. And is it really him? Gan is also very happy to see him, but he is still angry at him, so he punches him in the stomach and then asks him how dare he rush at him so suddenly. Hugo noticed that it was definitely him. Suddenly, Hugo's sacred essence was revealed. It was a god very much like Hugo himself. They were both very surprised. Why did he suddenly decide to visit them? God Hugo thought about it. They both look at him and don't understand what he wants. The sacred entity Apollo doubts the veracity of Li Gan's survival and offers to verify it. Hugo asked him how he was going to do it. The sacred entity Apollo points his arrow at Lyra, saying, "Everything will be clear when I shoot him." Li Gang said that he should just get rid of this vile god. After all, when he meets a person, the first thing he does is point a weapon at him. Hugo tries to calm them both down and tells Li Gang not to think about it. It's okay. He didn't mean to offend him. Gan says, "Are you talking well? We should continue where we started." Hugo doesn't remember how their meeting started, but Gan reminds me that he was going to kill him. And he says that when he returned from the Demon Tower, he found that his house was sold, his property was appropriated, and all the relics were gone somewhere, and he says he should punch me once. Then it hit Hugo's head. He's both happy that it's really Gun, but also angry that he hit him too hard. At this moment, all the guards run out of the building and shout to find the thief. They need to return the relics. Gun remembers that he was supposedly being chased. Hugo asked him what he had already stolen. He points to a huge bag and says a couple of trinkets. Hugo is horrified that he stole the relics from Yong Wei's vault. Li Gang thinks it's cool, but Hugo doesn't. The guards say they need to grab him right now. The head guard says they can't handle him, and he says that the thief will certainly be too tough for him, even if everyone thinks he is quite strong. Suddenly, they notice a huge avatar flying out from behind a building. The head guard said he was already here. A huge paw landed, and it was the avatar of the Aries constellation, the beast of plenty Pichu. Li Gun was notified that this is the avatar of Aries, and that his money, along with the relics, could be stolen. The avatar began to growl at them intensely. Terrified, Hugo doesn't even know what to do, so he suggests they just leave everything behind. Gun told him to just stand there and watch, because he had a plan. He then asks his pet to transform into a knife. He began to transform, and he managed to make the handle, and soon the blade itself. Gan, looking at him, realizes that he is not suitable for a fight with the avatar in this state. Therefore, he asked to show its true form, starting to give the knife its power. The knife was struck by lightning and turned into a huge sword. The awakened relic is imbued with the Ophiuchus aura. The relic has gained more lethal stats thanks to the snake hunter trait. Blade sharpness increased. The blade's impact power has been increased. Gan has received a power up of 13 strength skill, so he can now see the enemy's weaknesses. He discovered the path of death. He's surprised to have discovered a new skill again, so I decided to use it right away. Immediately, he saw the enemy's weaknesses. I jumped on him and told him that he was going to break up a little. Hugo just stands there and stares at him, thinking it's his style to throw himself at the enemy without a second thought. He always overcomes obstacles, despite his recklessness. Hugo is very happy to have his friend back. Suddenly, the avatar nails the gun to the floor with its paw. Hugo screams in horror, "Gun!" At that moment, from under the paw of this avatar comes, "And what did you yell? What a stink! I almost died from the smell of that pig." Now it's my turn. The monster's paw was immediately cut off. The avatar started growling in pain and started using his skill, which absorbs all values that fall within the range. Gun snidely says that the avatar should have been quiet, but now he won't get off without punishment. Gan started using his ability, the Ophiuchus line. Having said that one light cut should be enough, he swung his sword and hit the avatar. A huge shockwave was thrown at him. It pierced right through him, and the whole building too. Everyone around them was shocked by the power. The impact left a huge mark on the ground. Hugo is surprised, because such power is comparable to what he had in his prime. Gan defeated the avatar. His Holy Throne experience has been increased. The notification asked if he wanted the Beast of Plenty as his avatar. Gan was sure that only 12 saints could obtain avatars. Touching the avatar, it instantly revived, and even changed in appearance. It appeared wings. The Pishu beast became the avatar of Ophiuchus constellation. The Beast of Plenty shrank in size to embrace its new master. Gan says, it will be great to use it as a repository for his relics. Hugo thought, did you take an avatar from another branch? When had he even managed to acquire such a skill since his return? The notification told Gan that he could give a new name to the beast. At the same time, he shouted, "Piggy bank!" We're transported to Hugo's mansion, where Gan calls him a traitor. Hugo took offense at these words and shouted, does he have any idea how much he was worried? Then a frustrated Gan said, while your friend was imprisoned in the tower, you got married, built a family, and enjoyed life. Traitor. So far, some people have had to go through pain and suffering comparable to the torments of hell. His friend was happily whiling away his happy days. I didn't even try to find my missing friend. Is that what friends do? I came back after 20 years, but you didn't even recognize me. I agree, the appearance has changed slightly, but still, thinking about it makes me depressed. Was that why I wanted to go back? These words touched and angered Hugo at the same time. After which, Gan added that he would not bother with his presence and would go. Hugo said it was fine. He could spend the night at his house. But he still lives alone. Gun started slapping me on the back and apologizing that he shouldn't have brought it up. And he should have cheered up by insinuating that divorce isn't such a tragedy these days. Hugo shouted that he was not divorced, and his wife just... Before he could finish, he decided to change the subject, and he asked what was going on inside the demon tower. Hugo knows that Sung Yi and Yunho shouldn't talk about Li Gang, because they're crazy about him. And then he explained how it was on his part that he stayed outside during the raid in order to contain the incoming monster forces, and therefore was not aware of what happened inside. And he asked why they'd come back with Red Eye's head. Gan replied that it was a very tearful story. They stabbed him in the back and left him to rot in the tower. It was a trap, swarming with countless hordes of enticers, and among the hordes of these monsters, Red Eye, whom he had thought dead, had come back to life. Hugo was very surprised that he was able to revive. Gunn said that what they saw during the raid wasn't his real body. The true form was hidden deep inside. And even though he managed to win over him, the main problem wasn't Red Eye, but the tower administrator. Again and again, he brought back to life all the drakes he had killed. He chopped each of them into pieces. But at some point, he was overcome by the feeling that he could not get out of there alive. After finishing off the last of them, he collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. And he added that if his memory and feelings do not change, at that moment he was already dead. But then, when he opened his eyes, he found that he had somehow found himself outside the tower. At that moment, he was filled with a strange energy. And he said that he could only be sure of one thing. The scoundrel who had stabbed him in the back was well aware of the structure of the tower. He threw it into the drawer's den, as if he knew what was waiting for him there. He confidently said that sooner or later, he will get to those who appropriated his property for themselves. But the scoundrel who stabbed him in the back will receive a special punishment. And to do this, he needs to prepare well. At the same time, he began to create good equipment. He called for a workshop and started using the materials to create it. Among them was the Spider Queen core, which absorbed the magic of the target it came into contact with. A misfortune-inducing fragment increases the chance of success in crafting and enchanting items. Keeping it all in the creation shell, he thought that he should just mix it all together. And I added these materials to the toy horse. The house lit up with item creation effects. A new entity was recreated. It was a fake crimson horse. If you write someone's name on a horse, the magic power of those who touch it will flow from the owner of the name. Gan says that relics with their own entities are able to evolve on their own. Hugo is surprised and even pats him. And then he said that although it is very valuable, but the design is just disgusting. Gan yelled at him because he had spent so much material to create this horse. He added that with the remaining materials, he wanted to make something for him. But now he didn't want to. Hugo immediately said, "What an elegant design. You are a master craftsman in making beautiful relics, Gan." By disgusting, I meant only my own inability to feel the whole aesthetic of the object you created. Gan calmed down and said that he would look at his behavior. And the first thing they need to do is somehow lure all the saints. Hugo asked him how he was going to do it, since it was unlikely that the other constellations would decide to leave their residences. Gan said that would be enough, and took out a golden box. This is a royal relic, a storage of the golden fleece. It allows you to store items of any size. If you pay a certain price, you can multiply the number of items inside. Hugo said that the royal relics are the most valuable artifacts that can only be found. I asked him how he managed to get something like this, since only Yang Wei has access to it. Gan said that since Hugo is a beggar saint constellation, he brought this thing to use as a wallet. Hugo got angry and shouted that his constellation was called something else. Gan said that high-quality relics require much more materials than ordinary ones. With this, he can generate new materials, and from them, in turn, create tons of high-ranking relics. Hugo asked how. Because there was someone here who could activate it. Gunn asked why Hugo couldn't. He shouts that his sign is Sagittarius. They both drooped. The hero said that he has a feeling that they can activate it. A friend said that this is impossible, and they will have to look for another way out. Gan said that he had already submitted a request to the news network. It broke Hugo up, and he asked again, what did he do? Gunn pretends not to notice. Hugo shouts and asks what did he send to the news network. Apparently Gunn said so Hugo is just terrified. We are transported to the Blue House in South Korea. One of the people sitting there says that they were very disgraced by not being able to deal with even one spider. And he adds that they should continue to sell talismans. Why do they even get involved in battles with the enticers? It was Bishop Leo. Oliver. He was told to refrain from making such statements. Oliver replied that he had heard that the Spider Queen had been killed by an unknown boy. Could it be that Lai Gang himself had risen from the grave? Someone broke the glass with a shout of enough. Then he turned to Oliver and said that he must be very fascinated by Lai Gang's achievements. It was Sung Hayek. Oliver said, "What's the big deal? Lai Gang would have no trouble destroying this huge thing. And didn't he see that video from burning Russia?" Sun said that it was because he was strengthened by other saints, and they also brought him the best weapons. In such comfortable conditions, even they would have done better. Oliver laughed and said that they didn't manage to capture the spider because they weren't given the conditions. Sung said in a nasty voice, "I would like to point out that the Spider Queen was eventually destroyed by us, the twin branch. The price was the life of an S-rank Templar." Oliver called them poor things because they paid a huge price, and he would like to shake that poor guy's hand. But alas, this will have to dig into the monster's stomach. The two of them radiated a flame of anger. The man who sat next to him and heard all this wondered when the Blue House had become a den for these scoundrels. A servant flies into their office and says that there is an urgent report and asks them to turn on the news. On the news broadcast, "We have an emergency power-up. Our news channel has just received a mysterious package." Inside were photos of the holy sign of Aries, Yangwei, and also a short message. The note said, "I'm back. According to the results of the tests, the handwriting is 99% the same as that of the missing hero, Lai Gang." We go back to Hugo's house, where he stands there in a rage and asks Gun what he was even thinking about sending them something like this. Gun nonchalantly said that it was just an announcement, and he lets them know that their heads will soon be on his plate too. Hugo shouts at him to say that attention isn't enough. After all, Yang Wei's death is already a huge problem in itself. But Gang decided to make things worse with this message. Gan turned to him and said that Yang Wei wasn't dead, and he certainly wasn't alive. Hugo is absolutely horrified, because Gun took out a toy and said that it was Yang Wei. What a lot of name-calling Yang Wei called him. Hugo doesn't know what to say. The toy just detaches itself from it. Gan said that due to the recent battles, all of his skills had slightly improved, and he was able to imprison Yang Wei's astral body in this toy. Hugo isn't even sure that's even possible. Gan said it wasn't the most important thing, and handed him the dagger. And then he said that it was the same dagger that was stuck in his back, the weapon that caused his imprisonment. Hugo looks at it and realizes that it is the dagger that almost caused Gun's death. According to its shape, this dagger is far from the most ordinary, and he said that if that was what he was injured with, then it definitely wasn't Yang Wei. And Gun stands with a malicious smile, stretches the toy, and says that he probably should apologize to him. And then he says that he is going to visit the shopping complex. Hugo asked why he was going there. He showed the toy with the words, "Piggy told me that she saw a blade with a similar shape there." And then I asked Hugo for clothes. After changing his clothes, he told number 2 to protect the house. Hugo asked why the second one. Did he have a first? As he left, he said, "I'll be back soon first." Hugo was angry. We are transported to the Aries mansion. There were a bunch of servants going around investigating this place. Then, apparently, the main one said that as expected, the Aries constellation is not there, and the aura of the sacred essence is also not felt. The girl splashing with water asked where he might have gone. This was the holy sign of Aquarius, Sophie marred. The servant said, maybe he took his possessions and deliberately disappeared somewhere. Sophie said that if he deliberately made deals with the saints in secret from me, then things would become much more problematic. She wondered where the fat bald man might have gone. The staff speculated that it might be Lai Gang who had abducted Yang Wei. Sophie laughed a lot and said it was a very good joke. The servant replied that she was very sorry, but said without thinking. Sophie replied that everything was fine. They will visit the shopping complex as planned earlier. They need to have time to get rid of unnecessary relics and prepare money for the drachma auction. A servant came into her bathroom and said they were in trouble. Another saint will participate in the auction. We are transferred to the gym, where two guys say, "Mr. Stephen, we have received information that a relic belonging to Lai Gang will be auctioned off. Stephen immediately threw down his barbell when he heard this, and he said that finally his time had come. They should take this relic. We're transported back to an alley, where Song Yi and Li Gang teleported. Teleporters are expensive to use, but they can do it for free. They were transported to the relic trading complex. Gun thanked him, saying that he really needed an expert, and he volunteered to help find an SS ranked one. He said he was always happy to help. But remembering Sung Hayek's words, "You know the man who killed the Spider Queen, don't you? Recruit him to us at any cost. We are ready to fulfill any conditions." I look at my phone, where the boss writes that he should recruit him, and they will offer him a black card, a free teleport forever, and a very lucrative contract. Gan saw this and asked why his boss was bothering him, even after the recent incident at the hypermarket. Holding out his hand with the dagger, he said that he was returning it, saying that it was a great help in the battle with the bugs. This dagger was the will of Janice, who was very heavily leveled up. Sung Yi said that he felt like he broke down after that battle. Gan said that he had completely restored it. Efficiency has changed slightly. Song thanked him. They came to an SS rank appraiser. The people around were surprised, and surprised that such a person would be in such a place. This was the holy sign of Aquarius, Sophie Mart. When she got to the door, she said that she wanted to get rid of a few relics before the auction started. The security guard said that he was very sorry, but right now the appraiser is busy with another client. In her mind, she was furious and thought about how they dared to serve someone else when she was already here. But she said she would just wait for her turn, and he wonders who's still inside. Gun looks at all the relics and says that this building is owned by an SS ranked player. The prices are just right for his rank. The appraiser asks Sun who made it. Gun shouted that it was his doing. The appraiser started asking if he could be related to Lai Gang in some way. It was Jin Man. Song said that this person is just imitating Gan. Jin asked them to be alone for a moment. He had a few questions to ask the client. He then asked how he was related to Lai Gang. Gan asked what was the matter. Jin said that many people don't know this, as Li Gang is famous for his martial skills, but he is also a skilled needlewoman. And he said that the relic they brought was amazing. He had seen many fakes before, but this statue was different. His gut tells him that Lai Gang himself had a hand in it. Gan asked that Jin seemed to know a lot about Li Gan. Jin said that, of course, since he was his favorite student. Gan asked, "What?" And I wondered why he was blushing catastrophe. Lai Gang thought about how he didn't remember having any students. Jin said that given his age, it was unlikely that the hero could have been trained by Lai Gang personally. Jin said that this work is really amazing because the appraiser almost believed in its authenticity. Gan wondered if he should just sue the appraiser as a fraud. The appraiser asked the hero to take a look at the item he received when he was recognized as Lai Gang's disciple. The hero immediately recognized the notebook that he once lost. Gan thought back to that annoying newbie who had followed him everywhere in China. Jin, meanwhile, tearfully talked about how Lai Gang was truly a person with a fine sense of beauty. Jin said that at one time, he even had the honor to get acquainted with his know-how. But then one day Gun suddenly disappeared, leaving it in his home. Lai Gang felt like he had lost his notebook, but it turned out that the guy had stolen his notebook. Jin said that he couldn't make out the handwriting, but he was sure that there were a lot of brilliant ideas hidden in this notebook. He was thrilled to have inherited something like this. In fact, it was a list of Lai Gang's victims. The hero thought that after his awakening, he always got information with what he fought. But since this guy is an SS rank awakened, Gun believes that Jin will be able to get much more information. Jin handed over the notebook and said that he thought it would serve the young talent much better than it would him. Lai Gang thought that this was great, because the notebook had his very first sketches, so he was quite upset when he lost it. He received a notification that the dormant magic of the notebook was reacting to the aura of its owner. Under the influence of Ophiuchus' magic power, the notebook was transformed into a relic. Jin shouted and said it was a memory-type relic. He said that it looked like Lai Gang had cast a spell on him when he was still alive. Suddenly, someone broke in and informed Mr. Jin that they were in big trouble. A subordinate said that a saint was waiting outside. Jin clicked his tongue haughtily and said that they were making such a fuss over nothing. Meanwhile, Sophie was standing outside. She wondered how these nobodies dared to stare at her. Sungi stood in the crowd and wondered if Sophie didn't only show up for official meetings. It seemed to him that she was too fastidious for such excursions. "We've been waiting too long," Sophie said from the doorway, waiting. "It's a waste of time." She said she thought she should go in there and personally hurry them up. At the same time, she was angry, because in her opinion, the appraiser should buy their relics at a good price, so that they would have enough finances at the drachma auction. She was told there was still a customer inside. However, she was wondering what kind of client they had that they didn't think much of her. She wanted to be allowed to look at that snickering face. Then she saw Lai Gang. Suddenly, she was surprised. She looked at him and thought how handsome he was. She just wanted to take a closer look at him. However, then she saw a huge snake. The girl was shocked. After a moment, she fell to her knees. They asked her if she was okay. Sophie wondered what kind of terrifying aura she had just sensed. She felt as if hundreds of venomous snakes were coiling around her body. She realized that she needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. Jin wondered why she had suddenly run away. "She doesn't seem to be doing well," Ganlai said. A notification came that a subordinate of another sacred entity dared to approach Ophiuchus. The opponent's divinity has been transferred to Ophiuchus, and the current rate is 35%. Gan wondered if divinity wasn't the same thing as magic power. Divinity is the sacred power required to maintain the power of a sacred entity. Gan can steal divinity from followers of other branches. If the value drops to 0, the sacred throne will start to lose its power. In this case, the gun will become vulnerable. Gun was surprised that there were even such mechanics. Gun asked Jin if the girl who had just entered was a saint. Jin asked if the hero didn't know her face, even though she was featured in all the news stories about the saints. The man said it was Sophie Mard, the holy sign of Aquarius. The hero laughed out loud and said that he was puzzled that everyone was so excited about the saint. But she was the saint. At the same time, Gun was thinking that Sophie had transformed quite well. It wasn't surprising that Gan didn't recognize her immediately. She was always pretty, and now she's even better. But even if her appearance had changed, her rotten little soul was still there. Jean said that if you put together categories of things that he despises, like fish bones, pests, and sewage, Sophie would become a pest. He said that he didn't even want to think of her as a human, because for her, the condition of her skin was much more important than human lives. Jin said he didn't understand why everyone thought she was a saint of mercy and self-sacrifice. He said that she actually has a very nasty and selfish personality. Gun was surprised and said that Jin was quite knowledgeable. Jin said that she once gave Mr. Lai Gang healing aid, and under this pretext, she tried to appropriate all his accumulated property. But Lai Gang's wealth was also targeted by other saints, so the matter fell into the hands of the government. Gan wondered if they were trying to take away the finances accumulated under his name. Jin said that it seemed like she was about to call out the young man's name. The man asked if it could be that the guy was previously familiar with the saint. Gun said they were old friends, then were transported to a nearby alley. The subordinate asked if Miss Saint was okay. Sophie was startled and wondered why it was his face that came back to her at that moment. But that magical aura that wanted to consume Sophie was very similar to that person's aura. Sophie asked her subordinate if she had ever been so scared that even death seemed like a more inviting option. She ordered her to go back to the pawn shop and find out who the man was. The subordinate said that she understood, and then asked about the appraiser. But suddenly Sophie changed her mind. She ordered a subordinate to just finish them off. The subordinate said that the appraiser is under the protection of the Virgo branch, and they still need to sell the relics to him. Sophie told them to do it on the pretext that one kept the saint waiting, and the other dared to embarrass her. Sophie said they both deserved to be punished. She said that she would even hand her a relic and lend her a piece of sacred essence power. The subordinate said that it is forbidden to use magic in the neutral zone. However, Sophie asked if the subordinate was refusing to run errands for the saint. The subordinate was in a desperate situation. She said that there was no way she would dare, because the desire of a saint is the desire of a sacred entity. She bowed to Sophie and was ready to accept the gift. She said that the desire of the sacred essence is the desire of heaven itself. She asked how she could resist the command of one of the 12 saints who supported their entire world. Gan, standing there, asked, "Is their roof leaking?" The action takes place in the relic trading complex in the central zone. Sung-yi was walking down the street. He drank juice and just went for a walk. Suddenly, he saw something. He said it hadn't rained. So he asked, "Why is the water spilled here?" Sung-yi leaned in a little. He thought that even if it was just a little bit, he could feel the magical energy coming from her. Suddenly, he saw a water copy of himself in the reflection. He was very frightened and jumped back, dropping the juice, because the creature got out of the puddle. It was some kind of water monster. Sung-yi wondered what was going on here. The guy turned around. He saw that there were as many water monsters as there were humans. Some thought it was a show, while others were horrified. At the same time, Sophie watched with a sneer. "A duplicate mirror," Sophie said. She said that summoned creatures can only be compared to a ranked Templars. However, in her opinion, if an army of bugs attacks at once, then even an elephant can have problems. Sung-ye, meanwhile, turned to his subordinate Sophie. He asked her why she was using combat skills in a neutral zone. He shouted for her to stop immediately. The subordinate said that this is a saint's order, so there's no need to worry. She said they were acting according to the will of the gods. "Activate the relic," she shouted. Sung-yi rushed towards her, but the flash was faster, and a pillar of light hit the sky. A subordinate caught people nearby in water balloons. She said that she would deal with the person from the relic evaluation point. Meanwhile, she ordered the others to capture the appraiser himself. All the water copies behind her scattered. We see Sung-yi, who realized that he was not in the most pleasant situation. He was thinking that he needed to get out of here before he lost consciousness. He decided that he had to do it at all costs. However, he was gradually starting to lose consciousness. Meanwhile, Gan could see more and more water on the ceiling. He just stood there and looked at it calmly. Jin asked if something was happening outside, because he could feel the strange currents of magic. Suddenly, the water copies grabbed him. At the same time, a knife was held to Gan's throat. The subordinate ordered Gan not to move. She said it was nothing personal, but Gan dared to offend the saint. She asked him not to do anything rash if he didn't want bloodshed. The subordinate said that the saint ordered them both to be killed. The subordinate said that if they offered their sincere apologies and bought their relics at a high price, then perhaps she could put in a good word for them. Jin didn't care. He was completely calm. Gan said he believes that people are not allowed to brandish a knife in public these days. This shocked Jin. Gan said he never thought about using a gun. Gun asked Jin Man to ask them to come out and pay compensation for the damage. However, the appraiser's mind was preoccupied with the fact that that knife was a gift from Aquarius constellation, but Gan managed to destroy it with his bare hands. The subordinate got angry and reminded him that she had told him not to push too hard. Then the water snake launched an attack on Gan. He struck out with his hand and destroyed it. Gun asked her if she had any more, because it felt amazing. The subordinate thought that this was just some nonsense, because Gan knocked out the clone with one blow. The subordinate thought that she knew that the saint had become ill for a reason. This man is dangerous, the subordinate thought. She realized that she needed to deal with him as quickly as possible before he caused any more trouble. She said they were going to see if Gan could handle it. The subordinate said that they were created by the purest magic of a saint. The subordinate used the orange class summon, water waves. Gan said these pests seemed incredibly happy to see him. The hero turned back to the appraiser. Gun said that Jin had told him that he could take what he liked. Gan took the knives and said that then he would borrow them. The hero immediately disappeared from the place where he was standing. He charged towards the enemy. Ganlai said that these daggers were pretty. The hero received a notification that the information was collected Water Chaga, calling for oblivion. Gan shouted that he felt as if they were no stronger than yard dogs. The hero said that he thinks it's because these weapons exceed the A class. The hero said that he only planned to evaluate his items, but found something much better. Information collected a fragment of a duplicate mirror. Gan received a notification that he didn't need to sleep, and that the Holy Throne experience was increased. Meanwhile, the subordinate couldn't believe that the saint's summons were so easily destroyed. She was scared. Gan asked frighteningly, "We're not done here yet, are we?" The subordinate realized that if she tried to attack, she would immediately die. Running away, the subordinate shouted that this was not the end. Gan only said with a smile that the worms shouting, "It's not over yet," are the most pathetic. The appraiser was already beginning to guess a little. Sung Yi said that he was just attacked by a Templar from Aquarius branch. Gun said they were just finishing up here. Sung Yi mentioned this magical energy and asked if it wasn't a saint's summons. Gan said it looked like that. But by sending him something like that, they were only giving him new resources. Sung Yi said that they should leave before the next attack anyway. Suddenly, the appraiser shouted and asked them to wait a minute. He thought about how 20 years ago, he had followed Gan and listened to his art. And he clearly remembers how Gun collected materials after each battle with monsters. Jin said the guy fought like a demon. Jin said about the crazy fighting style and asked if it could be that this guy is Li Gang. Thus, Gan confirmed his authenticity. Jin was overjoyed. Gan said that he would come back for these materials, so he asked him to keep a good eye on them. Gan said he still had some questions. Jin bowed and said, "Of course, please come again." And so Gan left there. Sung Yi asked Gun about why the saint was targeting him. Gun said she must have been upset about something. Sung Yi asked if Gun had offended her in any way. The hero said that Sung Yi will see something fun soon. Then we are transported and see that the action takes place in a cafe. Gun was happily eating ice cream. Gun shouted that the local ice cream is just awesome. He told Sung Yi not to be shy and eat as much as he could. Sung Yi said that he was grateful, but said that this place might cost Gang a pretty penny. However, Gan said that it was fine after all. He had picked it up earlier. Gan said that many privileges are available with it. Gun said that as far as he could remember, they called it an emblem. He said that it is similar in functionality to a bank card. But with it, Gan can even rent other people's skills. Sung Yi said that he hadn't noticed that he was wearing the Aquarius emblem before. Sung Yi immediately thought that they might have a problem, since it also serves as an identity identifier. Gun told Sung Yi to forget about it, because they would think about it after the meal. Sung Yi wondered if it was really okay for him to eat it. Then Sung Yi's boss came up to them and said that he didn't think he liked the local ice cream either. Sung Yi greeted Bishop Sung Hyuk. He asked if they would mind if he joined them. Gun, meanwhile, was wondering if this was the boss who was bothering Sung Yi. Sun Hyuk said he was happy to meet them. He spoke to Gun and asked if Sung Yi had told him about him. Sung said that Sung Yi said that he met a truly amazing person who managed to defeat spiders, while Yang Wei failed miserably. Gan asked what Sunu's business was. The bishop said that hiring promising awakened ones is one of the bishop's main tasks. Gan asked what Song could offer him. Song said that the upcoming big auction will feature one of Lai Gang's own legendary relics. Song said that since there was no hurry, why not continue their conversation while enjoying the auction process? Hearing this, Gun put down his spoon and stopped eating the ice cream. Playing my relic means, Gan thought. He said that Sun really does have a knack for intrigue. The hero said that it sounded quite interesting, and then asked if the auction house was far away from here. Sung said it wasn't far away. The bishop said that since such rare relics would be the lots, it was decided to hold the drawing in a suitable place. Sun said that it was located at an altitude of 4,876 meters above the ground, where the largest auction house is located. In the floating city of Drachma, we are transported to a large drachma auction house. We see Sophie sitting on a chair and worrying about something. She was shaking and looked scared. Then a man spoke to her. Stephen had told her to get lost if she was still planning on shivering in the corner. Sophie thought that he was still the same ill-mannered bumpkin. However, she realized that she should keep her temper under control for now. She thought about how this was the strongest person who had even managed to surpass Lai Gang. In her opinion, there is no place safer than next to him. It was the holy sign of the lion, Stephen Marker. Stephen said that in any case, Lai Gang's relic would become his. He told her not to even try to claim it. She asked him where he was going. However, he did not answer and told her to sit down and not make a fuss, because it was none of her business. And so Steve left, leaving Sophie alone. Sophie stared out the window and thought that she just needed to calm down. She was sure that whoever the man was, he wouldn't be able to get in here. Suddenly, she noticed something. There she saw Otis Hugo. She thought that the welcome guest had arrived just in time. At the same time, Huishal was only wondering where Gun was. Knowing Gan's character, Hugo was sure that Gan would come here. Drachma City is a real treasure trove of precious relics. Suddenly Sophie appeared behind him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She asked him how he was doing. Hugo Otis wasn't exactly happy to see Sophie marred. Or rather, he was even upset. Sophie said she couldn't get through to Otis. She said that time doesn't seem to spare anyone. According to her, Otis used to be a handsome man who represented the saints. Hugo's face changed dramatically. She then asked if it could be because of the negligible number of followers. Otis asked her to back off and said he didn't want to talk to her. She asked him if he had decided to ignore her again. Sophie said that at this rate, Otis' son might suffer the same fate as his wife. Sophie smiled and said that his wife wasn't dead, but her condition is indistinguishable from death. Sophie said it was a disgrace brought upon her house by none other than the head of the family. She asked him if that was true. Hugo was furious. Suddenly, there was an explosion. We see them standing opposite each other. Hugo said he told her to get out, but Sophie was calm. She laughed and said that he had managed to restrain himself. Sophie said she thought he'd forgotten about the agreement he'd signed 10 years ago. Then she asked him, should she teach the arrogant boy a lesson? Suddenly someone called out to Sophie, calling her a parasite. She turned around and Gun immediately knocked her out with a blow to her forehead. He hit her with his finger, and she lost consciousness. Hugo immediately turned to look at Gan. They were surprised to see each other. Gan asked what Otis had left behind. He said that he was worried about Gan, because you can't let Gan out of your sight. Gan asked if Otis really had a crush on him. However, Otis asked Gan to stop talking nonsense. Gan looked down with disdain and asked something. Gun asked why he kept running into her everywhere. He wondered if she had a crush on him. Otis stood behind him and thought that this was ridiculous, and that Gun was really in trouble with his head. Li Gang, the 13th constellation recognized as the strongest. Sophie had always disliked him. She was rather afraid of him. A hideous, scarred face, a cruel temper that didn't spare anyone who got in the way, and a haughty look that pierced to the bone. Then we are transported back to the events that took place 20 years ago. We see Gan walking through the castle, and his subordinates are shouting for Gan to be stopped. One of them stood in front of him and said that he was in the residence of the sign of Aquarius. She asked him to leave this place. However, Gan told her to leave. Of course, she was scared, and as she ran away, she screamed out of fear and incomprehension. Then we see Sophie herself asking Gun about how dare he break into her house. She was about to tell him to leave immediately, but he cut her off by hitting the wall behind her. Gan asked her if she really wanted to die. "What are you doing?" Sophie shouted. Gan asked her if she was going to pretend like this. Gan said he sent her so that she could treat the injured people. Gun asked her why she was loafing around. Gan started shouting about how many of them had lost their arms and legs because they were trying to save her worthless life. Gan said that she herself said that she intended to help people as soon as she arrived here. Sophie asked what difference it made if a couple more people died. She said the people across the street should be happy that they had the chance to save her. Sophie screamed about how the constant stress had already caused her to have problems with her facial skin. Sophie said she wasn't going to go there for some silly choruses. What? Gan asked, exasperated and angry. She'd tell him to get lost at last. She also said that she has an interview scheduled for today, so she needs to have time to put on her makeup. She shouted for him to let her go. Sophie asked him why it was necessary to squeeze so hard. Gun wasn't going to let her go. He hit Sophie. He was shouting that if she wasn't a parasite, maybe words could reach her. Gan said he didn't seem to get anywhere until he beat the stinking rot out of her. Eventually, Sophie was forced to treat the wounded until they lost consciousness. She was thinking that Gan was truly a mad barbarian. Sophie hates Lee Gun from the bottom of her heart. Sophie woke up, and he asked her if she'd been sleeping too long. Suddenly, she realized what was happening. She was shocked because he was sitting across from her. She screamed in frustration. Sophie started yelling at them to untie her immediately. She also asked them how they dared to treat the saint like this. Gan said that Na hadn't changed a bit in 20 years. He wondered how she did it. Sophie asked them if they thought they could get away with it. She was thinking that she wasn't the weak girl she used to be. Sophie thought that she would have no trouble melting the rope. Sophie decided they couldn't hold her back with something like that. Suddenly, however, Gan slapped her on the forehead again. Gun said she looked like she was up to something. Then he saw that there was something wrong with his finger. Sophie began to exult. She said that she has an acid layer on her that protects her from all external attacks. Sophie said that now this acid would spread through his body and eat away at him from the inside out. Sophie had time to fantasize about Gun begging her for mercy. However, at the same time, Gan sent her and showed that his wound had already disappeared. She was shocked. The melted tissues instantly recovered, and she thought that this was a real scam. Gan called her a parasite and asked why they couldn't remember everything that had happened between them. Gan said that he had heard that she lied to everyone, claiming his battle recovery for herself. You get one hit for this. And it was she who sent her subordinate to the appraiser. 5 more punches for that. Then he asked her to remind him of what she had said to Tiksu. Gan said she'd get another 50 punches for that. She asked him to wait. Gan actually waited for a while. However, he then said that time was up. Lai Gang beat her, and she screamed. Otis sat quietly beside him and thought that Gun was really good at beating the bad stuff out of people, regardless of their gender. Suddenly, a feeling came over Otis. He had the feeling that with each strike, Gan's divinity level increased. However, Otis wondered what kind of divinity Gan was building up. And so Gun finished hitting Sophie. She passed out. Gan received a notification that divinity was unlocked. Gan asked to be reminded once again of what divinity is. Divinity is the power of the sacred essence needed to maintain the saint's energy. Divinity can be taken away from followers of sacred entities other than yourself. If the divinity drops to 0, then it can lead to death. Gan thought that now, by beating up the saints, he was robbing them of their divinity. Gan thought about how he probably couldn't get the divinity points out of Yang Wei because he hadn't unlocked it yet. He realized that he needed to get stronger anyway. Otis asked if Gun thought he should ask her about the dagger. Gun said she wouldn't have had the balls to attack him. Besides, Gan had already found someone who could take a look at that dagger. Otis realized that this meant that Gun was her just for the fun of it. Gun then took out his smartphone from his pocket to check the time. Otis asked Gun where he got the phone from. Gun said he borrowed it from a kid. Gun said it was time for him to go to the auction room. So he asked Hugo to clean up the place properly. Gun said that Hugo could just throw Sophie in the nearest can. Gun said he would call him as soon as the auction was over. Otis wondered what he should do about it. Suddenly, the elevator opened. Otis thought it was Gun, and asked if he had forgotten something. But then his face changed, and he wondered why he was the one who was here out of all the people. It was Stephen Marker. He saw the whole picture. He turned to Hugo Otis. Stephen advised him to explain himself. And so Stephen entered the room. Stephen said they hadn't seen each other in a while. Then he called Otis Sagittarius and said that he was not happy to meet them. Otis asked him what he was doing here. Stephen said that he and Aquarius made a deal. Stephen said that he had some business to attend to in Drachma, so he agreed. Stephen said it was his turn to ask questions. The first thing he asked was why Otis was here. Otis replied that he also had his own things to do. Stephen asked if Otis was targeting Lai Gun's relics. Otis asked if his relic was going to be auctioned off. Stephen asked if Otis didn't know. Stephen said that even though he was the most pathetic of constellations, Otis couldn't afford them anyway. Otis smiled and said that the lion kept beating around the bush, picking up old relics of Gan. For a long time, Stephen tried to ignore Gan. But because of his growing inferiority complex, Stephen went so far as to collect all of Gan's relics without exception. Otis asked if Stephen thought it would make him as strong as Gan. This, of course, made Stephen very angry. He'd gone crazy just mentioning Gan to Otis. As expected, Stephen decided to attack Otis. He turned to Hugo and told him to stop talking nonsense about that weakling. Stephen grabbed Hugo's hand and told Hugo not to mention Gun's name in front of him again. Stephen was furious. He said that he had long since become much stronger than Gan. Suddenly, someone ran up to Stephen and said they were in trouble. The guy said that Twin Branch is buying up all of Lai Gang's relics. Stephen dismissed Hugo and said he didn't have time to bother with him. As Stephen left, he told Hugo to do whatever he wanted with Sophie. Hugo indignantly asked if Stephen had come here to save her. He said the auction was more important. He needed to get there as early as possible. Then Stephen gave him advice, like an old friend. He said that if Hugo wanted to live a long life, he should choose his words more carefully. Hugo grinned and said he was very grateful. And so they left, leaving only Hugo and Sophie in the room, who was unconscious. He looked down at his hand that had been damaged. He wondered what it meant that Stephen didn't even think Hugo was weak. Then we are transported back to the Drachma auction house. The auction takes place in the VIP room. The host said that again the twin branching takes the lot. She said that the first stage of the auction had come to an end. The second stage will start immediately after a short pause. Gan Lai was drinking. He shouted about adding another item to the piggy bank. Sung congratulated him. He said that Gan can buy anything he wants. Gan said Sun was too kind. After all, he had invited Gan to the VIP room, and now he was buying whatever Gan asked for. Sun said it was the least he could do for him. Sungyi asked if the bishop was sure. Sungyi said that they had already spent an obscenely huge amount. Sung said that everything was fine. Then he asked if Sungyi could pay for the alcohol. Sun said that he had forgotten his card and that he would send him the money later. Sungyi thought about how he had already paid out today, but he wouldn't even be able to argue with Sung being his boss. However, Gan asked me not to worry about it. Gan waved a card and said that the alcohol was already paid for. Sung was shocked. He wondered if it was really his black card. Gan said that Sung looked pretty drunk, so Gan didn't come forward. Gun said that he couldn't make his subordinate son Hayek pay for everything. Sun said he was just about to pay with his credit card. Sung was thinking that Gan was quite young, but he was already very rude. Still, the bishop knew that Gan was a genius who managed to defeat the Spider Queen. He was thinking that if he managed to recruit Gan, alcohol would be a pitiful price to pay. Sung said that they were slightly off track, and then asked if they could move on to the main topic. Sun said he has high hopes for the future of Ghana. He said that he thinks Gan has every chance of becoming S-ranked, or even higher. Sung said it was more so if Gan earned the favor of their saint. However, Lai Gang didn't listen to him, and all he could think about was that this fog of mind control was practically invisible to anyone. Although the effect isn't as strong, it makes you believe the worm more strongly. Sun said that he even admits that Gan will be able to become a cardinal. But this is not the end. Wealth, glory, and respect for the great Gemini leader. Sun said that was all Gan could get. Sun reached out and told Gan to grab his hand so that he could be reborn as a follower of the Gemini constellation. Suddenly, Gan laughed out loud. Gun said he's been laughing too much lately. He asked if this was what Sun wanted. Gan asked if Sung really wanted Gan to be the next six of his worthless god. Sung was shocked, thinking that he had been behaving properly with him all this time. He couldn't understand why Gun was angry, so he decided to change the subject. Sun said there seemed to be a misunderstanding. Here's your one relic, someone said from outside. Sung thought about how it happened just in time. He asked her to come in. The girl apologized for bothering me. She walked up to Gan and congratulated him, saying that it was an item that belonged to Lai Gan. She said that all the necessary certificates are ready. Song was shocked and asked if Gan had won one of Lai Gan's relics. The hero said that Sung himself said to choose anything. Lai Gang said it wasn't exactly what he was looking for, but it would definitely come in handy. Sung knew that Stephen was so obsessed with them that they couldn't afford to even touch these relics. Sun apologized and said that it turned out that this relic already had an owner. Suddenly, the door was knocked down. Everyone shifted their gaze there. It was Stephen. He asked about the one who dared to touch his relics. Gun asked if it was Stephen who claimed her. Sung apologized to Stephen. Sun said that their newcomer made a mistake due to his ignorance. He said that they would immediately return the relic on the spot. Stephen said he would turn a blind eye this time. He asked them to take the relic and put it back where it came from. Sung thanked Stephen and said that he could make the payment later. Stephen, on the other hand, thanked Sung and said that he didn't have to spend a single penny on her. Stephen bared his teeth. He asked the bishop if he thought he could touch his things with impunity. Sun wondered if this little oversight was really why Stephen wanted to leave them without tens of millions of dollars. Gan then asked what kind of nonsense they were talking about. Gan said that he won the auction, which means that all the relics are now his. Gun said that if Stephen wanted them so badly, he should pay $200 million. At first, Stephen was shocked. However, he then laughed out loud and said that he thought that only underpants would fit in the twin branch. Stephen said he had balls of steel. Sung was shocked and very scared. He couldn't understand if Gun didn't know who Stephen was. Stephen said that he liked Gun because, in his opinion, this is what a real man should be like. Stephen said that he believed that their meeting was not accidental. Stephen asked them why they shouldn't introduce themselves. Stephen said that when meeting interesting people, he always gives them a warm greeting. Stephen said it would be shocking for me. Gan asked him what he was talking about. Gun realized that Stephen had managed to increase his strength slightly. Gan thought that this was to be expected from the Lion constellation, which specialized in battles. He knew that the constellations of Aries or Aquarius could not compare in this respect. Gun knew that Stephen wouldn't rest until he tore someone apart. Gun thought of Stephen as an evil worm. Stephen reached out his hand to Gan. The hero didn't move and stood still. Sung Yi was very excited and shouted. Sung was also excited because Gun had actually provoked Stephen. Stephen said it was fun. He said he hoped that Gan would enjoy the rest of his life in a wheelchair to the fullest. However, Gan asked him what he was doing. Gun asked if Stephen was trying to shake the dust off his shoulder. Stephen was shocked because the blow landed right on target. Stephen asked if Gan was able to dodge his skill with teleportation. Gun asked if Stephen still didn't understand. Gun said that Stephen was just as slow-witted as he was slow-witted. Pressing Cliff, Gan said. He asked Stephen if he really thought the same skill he'd invented would work on Gunna. Gun said that Stephen begged him to teach it and swore that he would only use the skill for the benefit of people. Right now, he was using it just to show off his strength. How do you know? Who are you? Stephen asked in shock. Suddenly, the host came out and apologized for the delay. She said that the auction will soon be open for bids again. Stephen wondered if it was really time for the second stage. Steven said he had a lot of questions to ask Gan, but he had more important things to do right now. Steven advised Gan not to lose the pendant. He said he'd come back for it right after the auction. Sungyi asked if Gun was okay. Sun, meanwhile, was wondering how Gan had managed to survive that attack. Even Sun can't dodge the saint's skills. Sung had one question running through his mind, namely, the question of who this guy is. The host said that they would start with the main highlight of today's auction. The host said that the relic that they had all been waiting for with such impatience was about to be announced. She asked if they were aware of the Berlin Wolf incident 24 years ago, a mystical case of the appearance of a misfortune-inducing person on the territory of Germany. It was a living hell, where even weapons and armor melted. The 12 saints were unable to find a solution, and all their raids ended in failure. But then the hero Lai Gang appeared and managed to defeat that seemingly invincible monster. And today, the participants had a chance to become the owners of the relic, with which Lai Gang put an end to the existence of such a monster. Steven thought that it would finally belong to him, the legendary weapon he'd been dreaming of for so long. We are transported to events that took place about 20 years ago. It's dark outside, and helicopters are flying in the sky. The journalist was reporting. He says that right now they are above the island where the Berlin Wolf appeared. 4 days had passed since Lai Gang, the 13th awakened one, arrived. No one has been outside since. The situation inside remains unknown. In order to find out what was going on, a few saints tried to go inside. But due to the overwhelming energy of the island, it was not an easy task. The reporter said they would keep viewers updated on the news. We see Steven. He wondered about how Lai Gang was able to get this far. How can he fight that thing? Steven thought. He wondered why he should even feel envious towards a guy who wasn't even chosen by the gods. He couldn't understand the difference between him and Lai Gang. He was thinking about what he was missing. Suddenly, a subordinate said that Lai Gang had appeared at the exit. Steven was shocked, because he thought this couldn't be happening. The reporter shouted that Lai Gang had returned alive. The 13th awakened managed to defeat a monster that was considered invincible. This is the return of the hero. The subordinate said that once again all the laurels went to Lai Gang. At the same time, Steven stood up and said with a laugh that he finally understood. Steven told his subordinate to tell everyone that they were coming back. The subordinate asked if Steven would take his weapon. The saint replied that he no longer needed it, and therefore the subordinate could take it for himself. Steven said he found something better. Steven thought that this was what he missed so much. It's a weapon. We flash back and see that the host says that today is one of the 8 legendary relics of Lai Gang. The weapons used to defeat the powerful Berlin Wolf will be raffled off at their auction. Sungyi was shocked. Gan was a little flustered. And Steven was thrilled, because this was the weapon he had been looking for so long. He was thinking that he finally had the chance to possess it again. A Lai Gang relic that will make Steven truly the strongest. We see the auction house building and the air city. A dragon suddenly landed on one of the towers, giving off a dark aura. The dragon thought that he could feel her. He senses Lai Gang's relic. The dragon feels her power. The host tore the canvas off her weapon and shouted for them to see one of the greatest artifacts. Demonic beast bone, the host shouted. The auction participants said they couldn't believe they were seeing it with their own eyes. After all, they had only read about it in the chronicles. The host said that this is the strongest relic with historical and practical value. So, who is going to own it today? The host asked. Sungyi screamed and talked about how he couldn't believe these worms would just play a prank on her. Sun asked if Leo Constellation would end up with it so easily. Gan was unimpressed, wondering what it could be. Gan had used it once in the past. Gun addressed Sungyi, but Sungyi interrupted him and asked him to address him later. Sungyi was shouting for Yom to do something. Sun said that he needed to contact the headquarters, since they couldn't just give them the relic. So, let's get started, said the host. The initial bid is $1 million. People began to bargain quickly, and in an instant, there were people willing to pay $50 million for the World Cup. Gan, meanwhile, received numerous notifications that his status and fame had increased. Gan asked why people were suddenly so alarmed. However, Sungyi interrupted him and said that it was a legendary weapon created by the great Li Gang. Gun was very angry as he listened to Sungyi say that this kind of reaction from people was quite expected. Jewelry, amulets, tools, weapons. No matter what Gan created, the relic was always of the highest quality. Anyone who knows anything about relics wants to have them. Sungyi said that this is especially true for Leo's co-star Stephen Marker. Stephen is ready to go to the end of the world to get the relics of Li Gang. His incredible power and influence allow him to go as far as he wants. Sungyi said that the fact that Li Gang's greatest creation will be the next addition to Stephen's collection is simply freezing. Sungyi said that all the profits will go to Li Gang's account, which is now owned by the government, so they just have to accept it. Gan wondered, will the money be transferred to my account? Gun thought about how lucky he was, and then started watching the auction like it was a movie. Suddenly Stephen shouted. He shouted for everyone to be quiet. It was so loud that everyone in the audience was startled. As they descended the stairs, Stephen asked them if they had heard correctly. Stephen said he was buying it for $1 billion. He asked if it might be worth raising the bid to $10 billion. The host was shocked. She announced the price of $1 billion. The auction participants didn't know what to do. The host started counting down the time. Gan was shocked. Then she shouted that the weapons were now sold and the final bid was $1 billion. Then we see the cleaners, one of whom told a friend that something was sold for $1 billion. The janitor wondered who the nut was. The janitor said that hard workers like them should not dream of such sums. I wish something would finally change, one of them said. Suddenly, they saw something in the window. It was the dragon. When the janitor saw him, he said he took it back. The host congratulated the saint of the lion sign, Stephen Marker, who is becoming the new owner. The participants cheered, and Stephen himself shouted that the lion had won another victory. Suddenly, someone broke through the wall. Stephen was shocked and wondered what was going on. It turned out to be a disaster inducer. He said he found a relic. The monster told Stephen to give him the relic. However, Stephen didn't agree with this. Then the unlucky one leaped at Stephen. It looked like the lion sign wanted to dodge, however, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on its face. As a matter of fact, Stephen swung his arm, and when the unlucky one came up, he hit him. The unlucky one was sent flying by such a strong impact. Stephen started to laugh, shouting that he had never been so happy to see the enticer before. Stephen said it was a great opportunity to try out a new toy. Everyone was ecstatic. People were cheering. However, he then saw that the tower had broken due to that impact. Sungyi shouted and said that the magic tower in the teleportation zone was destroyed. The residents of the city also watched this. They were shocked. A girl screamed that if the tower fell down, the island wouldn't hold up. The old man said that we need to stop the tower with all our strength. Some knights ran up and said they would help. The old man said that it was necessary to combine all their strength in one blow, and so they conjured some kind of ball. Then someone gave a command and shouted, "Now!" And a beam of magic struck the tower. One of the men shouted that the tower was too heavy for them to destroy. They started shouting for everyone to run. However, then someone used a spell, the Rage of Apollo. Everyone was shocked. The guy said that everything was burned down in the blink of an eye. It was the holy sign of Sagittarius, Hugo Otis. Hugo was angry with Leo for not learning how to control his powers yet. People thanked Otis and shouted to him that he was their savior. Suddenly, there was an explosion. It turned out to be a disaster inducer. There were two of them, Hugo thought. Something was hanging from the enticer's mouth. Then he started attacking people. They were scared and shocked. He grabbed one of the men by the face. Then he grabbed the others as well. "Help me," they shouted. Hugo was really angry. However, suddenly someone started growling right behind Ingio. He turned around and saw that there was another one bringing disaster. Its mouth was almost at Hugo's face, and it looked as if it was going to kill him. However, at the very last moment, Gan appeared and kicked the enticer. Gan, Otis shouted. Gun shouted Tixu's name and told him to stop clicking his beak. Otis thanked Gan and said he would be left in his debt. Gang asked indignantly, "Isn't Hugo a battle-type constellation?" Gan got angry and asked Otis why Otis was weaker than Gan, who had the craftsman class. Gun said that Otis was even scary to leave unattended. Hugo was upset. But then Hugo got angry and started yelling that he was actually giving it his all. Gan asked if that was why Hugo almost became the attraction's dinner. Suddenly, someone intervened and yelled at both of them. It was Stephen, and he called them worms. He asked them about how dare they stop him from testing his new weapon. Suddenly, the enticer started shouting angrily again. Gun said he'd forgotten there were monsters here. Suddenly, something caught Gun's attention. Stephen shouted that no one was allowed to spoil his reunion with the demon beast bone. Gun asked why Stephen's underwear was inside out. Stephen shouted angrily at them to get out of his way. As he flew closer, he used the sovereign skill, a blessed battlefield. He grinned and told them to keep quiet and not make any noise. After all, they are inside a devastating thunderstorm. So all the preparations are complete, Stephen said. He said that he was previously in a disadvantageous position, which caused him to counterattack with magic energy. But now he wants to test the true power of this little girl. People were excited to see him, and some even shouted out that Stephen was the strongest saint, surpassing even the hero Lai Gang. They shouted that they were saved, and also that Stephen would destroy the enticer. The enticer even felt a little uneasy. Stephen said it was time for the enticer to answer for all the mess he'd made. "Get out," Stephen shouted before the attack. He hit the monster right in the forehead. However, there was no effect. The people who saw it were shocked. Attraction and Stephen were standing opposite each other. Stephen hit the enticer again, and then another. They stood up again, looking at each other. Stephen was enraged and began to beat the man with shouts. But his attacks didn't deal any damage to the summoner, only made him angrier. Then the enticer growled and hit Stephen back. Those were direct hits, Stephen thought. He was confused and wondered about why Lai Gang's weapon wasn't working. Hugo asked if they could get out of here. Lai Gang said that it wouldn't work, because after all, it was a sovereign skill, and even Gang would need a long time to dispel it. Lai Gang swore that once he got out of here, Stephen would regret his birth. Hugo was also angry and wondered who would throw away sovereign skills so thoughtlessly. Then they both turned around. Gan said that the first thing to do was deal with their friends. Gan asked if these monsters were part of that attraction. These monsters were like zombies. Hugo said no, they were people who had been affected by the monster. Hugo said that judging by the location of his victims, it looked like the monster intended to use them as human shields. This means that the heroes will not be able to attack it so easily. The army of the stricken began to attack. Gan said it looked like they had only one choice left. Hugo was excited and asked if Lai Gang had a solution. The hero said that he would just beat up the enticer. However, Hugo ran after Han in fright. "Gan, right in front of you!" Hugo shouted as the startled man leapt at Gan. However, the hero grabbed it with one hand. Then he took a closer look at it. He detached the enticer's fabric from the man. Hugo was shocked. The enticers were also watching this, however. He didn't seem to expect them to do so. Gan said it was very simple. "He's alive, isn't he?" Hugo asked excitedly. Gan said the man was alive, just passed out. "How did you do it?" Hugo asked in surprise. Gan smiled and said that he did it with his power. Hugo said that he was probably too tough to do that, because unlike some people, he wasn't unnecessarily terrifying. Gan replied with a sneer that he knew from the very beginning that everything would have to be done alone, because Hugo, according to him, is of no use. A little annoyed, Hugo said that Gun could at least cheer him up a little. But then, with a sigh of relief, he said, "Forget it." He immediately tuned into the fight and asked if Gun was going to rush forward. He said that in this case he would cover his comrade. Gun said it looked like Tixu still had a bit of its former heat. "So let's get started," they said. They started their first collaboration together in such a long time. Let's not delay and deal with it in one go, Gan said. Then he made a dash forward. Gan leaped over the crowd of infected people, after which it immediately landed, hitting the ground and knocking the infected away with the shockwave. By one action, Gan freed all humans from the Enticer's curse. The Enticer watched this and seemed shocked. He got angry and started trying to grab Gan with his tentacles. "You're trying so hard for nothing," Gan shouted as he confidently approached the Enticer. However, the tentacles continued to move. Gan realized that the Enticer was targeting the townspeople behind Gan. The tentacles had almost reached their destination. However, a light suddenly appeared. They were Hugo's arrows, which he used to burn the tentacles, preventing the Enticer from taking over the humans. "Not on my shift," Hugo said. "Well done, Tiksu," Gun shouted as he continued to approach the Enticer. And so, he finally approached the monster. Gan told the Enticer to stop wasting his time and just give up. Gan swung to strike the Enticer. It was under the attraction, and then hit the attraction on the stomach, after which the monster soared into the air from the force of the blow. The Enticer screamed as he flew. It hit the barrier so hard that it shattered into pieces. Hugo happily ran up to Gan and said that, as expected, Gan quickly dealt with the Enticer. "Of course," Gan said. He then said that the people who had fallen under the monster's control should recover soon. Suddenly, Gan's palm began to glow green. He looked at his palm, which had a snake drawn on it, and wondered about what it meant. Suddenly, he saw a lot of notifications. It was written that because Gan had destroyed a powerful monster with his bare hands, his divinity had increased. The current divinity score is 81%. He received a notification asking if he wanted to use the divine energy to use the battle instinct skill. Gan said that it means that this skill requires a certain charge of divine energy. Gan thought it might be a good time to try it out. Except, no, Gan said. Then we see Steven, who was pretty battered during the battle. To think that everything turned out like this, thought Steven, standing in front of the Enticer. He wondered why the artifact wasn't working. Am I unable to reveal its true power? Steven thought. Or am I just too weak? Suggested the sign of the lion. He continued to fight the Enticer. The people who watched were upset that Mr. Steven was losing. However, one of them pointed a finger somewhere and told them to look there. Something was happening to the barrier. It was Gan who had made a hole in the barrier with his bare hands. Steven was shocked because he didn't understand how this was possible. My sovereign skill was broken. Steven asked in shock. The Enticer, in turn, thought that this was a danger, so he decided to kill them first. The Enticer decided to attack Gan. However, the hero shouted for the Enticer. At the same time, the monster seemed to be nailed to the ground. Everyone was shocked. They were thrown back. Gan stood calmly, and opposite him lay the Enticer, who was grunting in pain. He wondered how the little man could have such power. "Aren't you human?" the Enticer asked with the last of his strength. Gan asked the Enticer what the babbling about. Gan lifted his leg and swung another kick at the Enticer. Steven was surprised and couldn't believe his eyes. There is only one person who has such power, Steven thought. "Lai Gang," he exclaimed as he realized who was standing in front of him. Gun said he was glad to meet the mangy lion cub again. Gun said it looked like the lion had had a lot of fun while he was gone. Steven was trembling with fear. He said it was nonsense. He launched an attack while shouting that the person in front of him couldn't possibly be Lai Gang. But he was even more shocked when Lai Gang grabbed the relic without being hit. Gan was holding the relic with one hand, and the other hand was in his pocket. He asked if Steven really liked his toy. He tightened his grip, and the relic shattered. Gan apologized and said that he did it by accident. Gan said that this piece of bone was too fragile. Steven was horrified. Gun said that Steven had wasted so much time and effort. "Anyway, it's my turn to punch you," Gun said, swinging his arm. Steven started shouting and asking Gun to stop. However, the hero hit Steven so that he broke through the ground of the flying island. After breaking through the island, all he could do was scream and keep falling down. Then we flash forward and see Sophie. She must have been woken up by Stephen's scream. She wondered why she was here. Her bracelet continued to emit a certain green color. She said she had a splitting headache. Gan laughed and said that they would see each other again. If the mangy lion cub was still alive. You sent him straight down? Hugo asked in shock. Gunn asked him what difference it made. Because you couldn't take away Stephen's stamina. Gan then asked if Hugo had taken care of the people inside the barrier. Hugo replied that of course he did and said, "Just look at them cheering." Gunn said it was great and called the pig bank. Gunn ordered Piggy to take a good look around and collect all the useful items. Hugo said skeptically that Piggy simply collects everything she sees. Gan said that he almost forgot and said that he came here with an acquaintance. "And who is it?" "The person you borrowed your cell phone from," Hugo asked. Gunn said that he did, and it seems that his name was Sungyi. Hugo was shocked to hear this. He excitedly asked Gan what exactly the man's name was. Gunn said that his full name seemed to be Chun Sungyi. Gan said he was a Gemini Templar, but given his mana level, he'd be good enough to be a bishop. Gunn said that the kid is very smart despite his young age, so Gunn thinks he will be useful. Hugo was very disappointed and wondered when Sungyi had managed to contact this walking headache. What did it do to him? Gan thought, looking at Hugo. Meanwhile, Otis was thinking that the last thing he wanted was for his son to meet this madman. Both of his children are crazy fans of Lee Gunn. Hugo was terrified that if they found out that Gan was alive, his family would be doomed. Gunn said that Sungyi was with a bishop with teleportation skills. Gan was about to suggest calling them here, but Hugo was against it and suggested that they just leave. "What?" Gan asked in bewilderment. Hugo immediately got his bearings and said that the twins despise Gan, so it's illogical to get involved with them. Gan thought hard. He remembered how Sungyi always annoyed him with his shouting. "What I should have proved." "That's right," Hugo said. Otis said the kid hated Gan. The hero was upset and said that this was despite all his concern for him. Gan said he should have been prepared for this. Hugo was feeling wildly uncomfortable and asked Gunn not to worry so much about some kids. "Dad," suddenly, someone shouted out. Hugo was shocked. He slowly turned around after recognizing the voice. Sungyi could hear them talking about Ghana. Sungyi asked if they were talking about Lee Gang Nim. Hugo was shocked and wondered what his son was doing here. The call has been active all this time, Hugo realized, which made him even more shocked. "Answer me already," Sungyi shouted. Father and son started arguing, and Hugo couldn't think of anything to say. Meanwhile, the monster's tentacles began to whisper Lai Gang's name. Suddenly, one of them attacked him. It almost reached Lai Gang's face. However, the relic appeared at the last moment. It completely absorbed the enemy object. He received a notification that the poison body skill had been improved, and that resistance to poisons was now a basic effect when creating new relics. Everyone was shocked to see this. Gan violently began shaking the relic and shouting at it to spit it out. "Because you can't put everything in your mouth." Otis and Sungyi stood to the side and watched in shame. Hugo turned around and wondered if it had fallen from the remains of that bony monster. It was pretty dangerous, he thought. Sungyi recognized the slime and said it was just like one of the relics of Lee Gang Nim that he had read about. Sungyi started to walk towards Gan and talk about his amazing skills and the inexhaustible supply of magical energy. Sungyi was thrilled when he realized that the 13th Awaken's only friend was his father. Sungyi was incredibly happy and asked if he was really Lee Gang Nim. Hugo was upset, while Sungyi couldn't get enough of it. But suddenly Gun shouted at him. Sungyi then screamed even more in delight. After that, we are transferred to the Lion Branch headquarters, which is located in the USA. The action takes place in a conference room. A man in a hood says that the head has not been in touch with them since yesterday. He said that since the twins were not bad at searching, they needed to hire their people. This man is the Bishop of Leo's branch, Oliver. A man asked if Oliver thought they'd be willing to help them after that fight. Oliver realized that they really weren't going to help. The same man told the bishop that there were rumors that the head still hadn't shown up because of Lai Gang. What nonsense is this? Oliver asked. He said that even if Lai Gang's return was true, Gang had already lost to the boss in the past. Oliver said that we must not forget that Mr. Stephen is the strongest among the saints. Suddenly, sounds began to come from somewhere in the hall. Someone shouted that he despised lions and hated Sagittarius. I like Li Gan, only Li Gan, the ringtone said. There was a sudden hush in the room, and all eyes turned to the girl sitting across from Oliver. I'm sorry, she said, still looking at her phone. I forgot to turn it off, the girl said, showing her colleagues the phone. This girl is the vice head, cardinal of the Lion Branch, Young Yoha. Vice head? One man shouted, judging her. Oliver was also angry and asked her to take the conference more seriously because their boss was missing. Why are you looking for that? Juha asked. Then she said that it was her fault and asked again why they were looking for him. Because the head is very tenacious, which means that most likely he is in perfect order. The men thought that maybe she was right. Oliver had viciously said that as the vice head, she should be in charge of the search, not acting like it was none of her business. However, Juha was absorbed in reading the messages. Apparently, Sung Yi texted her that they now have an uncle who is just incredible. He wrote to tell her to come to Batya's house faster, because the legends didn't lie. Oliver asked her if she was listening. However, Juha was only thinking about what Sung Yi had written to her. Getting up from the table, she said that she would leave a little earlier, but she asked them to deal with everything. And so she got up and left the conference. Oliver was angry. He was very angry and started shouting. We are transported to the holy abode of Aquarius, the residence of Sophie Mard. Crowds of people gathered there. They asked Sophie about who dared to kidnap her, as well as whether the incident in the drachma was related to Lai Gang. Her subordinates came out and said that they had no comments today, so they asked the journalist to disperse. They said that the lady needs to rest, and later she will answer all the questions in the official broadcast. We see Sophie, who is terrified. You Lai Gang, stop it, she shouted. She wondered how he dared make such a big deal out of that incident. We see memories. Sophie had just been rescued, and people immediately found out that Sophie Mard had been abducted and was only now being rescued. As she walked, her necklace suddenly began to glow. Everyone was shocked when they saw Lai Gang's message. Who killed me, Lai Gang? The truth of 20 years ago. This is exactly what was written in the message. Sophie couldn't figure out what to do. After all, if she told the truth, the other saints wouldn't leave her alone. But if she sat back, Lai Gang would cause her even more trouble. She was furious that Lai Gang would pull such a stunt while she was passed out. Sophie was terrified and screaming. She shouted that it was all Lai Gang's fault. At the same time, we see Gan wondering if it's worth making ramen. We are again transported somewhere and see that someone is watching the news. The news anchor says Sophie Mard is not leaving the residence at the moment, and there has been no comment yet. The host said that among all the incidents that occurred at the drachma auction, this one is expected to cause the most commotion. The man who was watching the news couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. That won't do, he said. After that, we are transported to the house of Hugo Otis. 10 points, someone shouted as they hit the target. We see that this is Hugo, who is practicing archery. Gun asked Hugo if he liked the new bow. Hugo said that the bow that Goat made for him is not even worth it. Gan then released an arrow, which hit Hugo's arrow, cutting it in two as he did so. 10 more points, Ganyu shouted. Hugo asked if Gan really needed to shoot that way. Gan was wearing a blindfold, which meant he couldn't see anything. The hero said it was quite fun. Hugo got angry and said that Gun did it on purpose. Hugo got angry and asked why they were shooting at his target. Gun smiled and said that Hugo was so much fun to annoy. Then he saw that ice water had been brought to him. It was Sung Yi. He called me uncle and said he had brought water and a towel. Hugo was furious, while Gang and Sungyi were smiling happily. Sungyi, your dad could use a drink too, don't you think? Hugo said happily as he approached his son. However, Sungyi told Otis to go and get it himself, since the water is in the refrigerator. Gan said that his stats increased after the skirmish in the Drachma. Gan said he thought he could afford a small investment. In an instant, the sacred Ophiuchus abode was recreated. However, due to the low level of the sacred monastery, the space is very limited. A sacred abode is a place where a constellation bearer can live, train, and test their level of strength. Now Gan can control the sacred abode, as well as summon a low-level avatar, Pig Bank there. By bringing human avatars to the abode, Gan can strengthen its power. Gan thought about it. Sungyi told Gun that he said it was time for him to leave. Sungyi said that he also had some business to attend to, so they can move out together. Gan said he hadn't noticed the time had passed. Hugo asked if Gan had an appointment. The hero said that today, he will have to meet a lot of people. We are transferred to the Red Ice Studio. Sun sat in front of Gan and asked if Gan would be willing to join the twins. Gun said that Sung seemed to have a lot of skill. Gan said that Sung had said that he was overwhelmed with work. The bishop said that even though he had a lot to do, hiring promising people was always a priority. Song then asked if Gan was just going to leave them after buying $1 million worth of items with the Gemini branch's money. Hearing this, Gan suddenly froze. Sung thought that this was probably what Gan had planned. At the same time, Gan was thinking that Sung had seemed annoying at first, but things were turning out pretty well. Pig, parasite, lion cub. Gun was thinking that the next person he should deal with was that bitchy purple witch. Gan said that they had agreed. He would give in to the twin branch. Sun said that we should discuss the official date then. However, suddenly Gan said that there was one condition. Gan pointed to the badge Sung was wearing. The subordinates yelled at Gan and called him names, saying that Lady Saint personally handed the emblem to their bishop. Sun asked if he needed this logo to enjoy all the privileges of their branch line. Gan said they might at least flood him with promises, but it's hard for him to believe anything until he gets his hands on something. Gan asked if Sung was willing to make a small investment. Sung seriously thought about it. He said that he needed to think about it. The subordinates shouted. However, Gan told the bishop to decide faster. After all, we are waiting for another meeting. Sungyi texted Gan to tell him not to hurry, because Nuna said she was also late. Sungyi was thinking that this place is famous for its excellent ice cream, which Sungyi hopes his uncle will appreciate. Sungyi was thrilled to be able to call Li Gang Nim his uncle. He thought that he would finally be able to look at her startled expression, because she would be in shock. Sungyi thought about how when his uncle arrived, he would have to ask him to sign an autograph on the dagger that he had repaired for Sungyi. However, someone suddenly approached Sungyi and snatched the dagger from his hand, saying that it was dangerous to play with knives. You might get hurt, I'll confiscate it, a guy said. Sungyi furiously asked what that meant. The one who took the dagger is the twin branch Templar, Yun Shiwu. Sungyi got angry and told Yoon to return the dagger. However, Yoon asked if that was the way to greet your Hyang. Sungyi was furious that Yoon always annoyed him just because he was a little older. He thought about choosing a different location. Sungyi would love to beat up Yoon, but he can't get into conflict with him, since that worm Yoon is the son of the Libra Saint sign. It's only because of this that Yoon is so bold as to turn up his nose. Sungji asked if Yoon even knew what it was. Sit down, Yoon said, and Sungyi was immediately attacked by his subordinates. Yoon said that you should be quieter in public places. Sungji asked if Yoon really thought he could get away with it. Yoon said that was a very big word for someone with their muzzle pressed against the table. Yoon asked why Sungyi was so worried about this thing. He asked if it could have been made by the esteemed friend Lai Gang. Then he asked if it belonged to his incapacitated mother. That made Sungyi lose his temper. He was furious. Then I received a notification that the relic owner was in danger, and therefore a random skill was activated. Yun couldn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, someone started climbing out of the portal. From the looks of it, it was Lai Gang. As he was leaving the portal, he headbutted Yoon. Everyone was shocked and terrified. It was truly a terrifying sight. As only Lai Gang's torso emerged from the portal, Yun fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Sung Yi almost cried with joy when he saw him. "Uncle," Sung Yi exclaimed. The boy asked how Gan knew he would be here. Gun said he was in a restaurant a minute ago. Lai Gang said that the one-time summoning skill that he put into the dagger had just triggered. Gun started looking around and said that it meant that those Sung Yi. He asked them how they dared to offend his nephew. Gun, with a crazy smile on his face, said that he would show them what happens to those who bother his loved ones. They were scared. We flash back to the events shortly before and see that Sun still agreed to give up the emblem, but on the condition that Gun immediately joins them. Sung thought that it was a ridiculous price for such a loot. Also, as soon as Gan joins the branch, Song will be able to reclaim the emblem by adding an inconspicuous clause to the contract, Song thought. Sun gave the emblem to Gan and asked him to use it wisely. Sun took out the contract and was about to move on to signing it. However, all of a sudden, Gan disappeared. Sun was shocked. They were all shocked and wondered if Gan had just disappeared. The waitress came up to them and said that they were charged $790. We're back in that cafe. The opponents were lying on the floor, unconscious. Yoon exclaimed and asked if Gun even knew who he was. However, Gan didn't let him finish and slapped him across the face. Yoon then started shouting about being in a rank in some constellation. But this time Gun didn't let him finish and just hit him. Yun said that he was the son of the holy sign. However, throughout his entire sentence, Gan kept hitting him. "At least let me finish," Yoon thought. "Get up, pup, we're not done here yet," Gun said. However, Yun was shocked, because his magic protection is useless. Yoon couldn't figure out who this guy was. Yoon got angry and called Gan a scum. "Know your place," he thought, and started to light up. Yun used the Bowl of Phalaris spell. One of the people shouted that Yun was using battle magic in a public area. Yun started laughing and said that Gang would be punished for his arrogance. However, Gan only said that Yoon is very noisy. Gan said that he was wondering what kind of miracle skill it was. But now it's clear to Gan that Yoonim can't even light embers. Gan suppressed the opponent's magic. Yun was shocked. He asked if Gan was also a magician. "No, I'm a craftsman," Gan said. The hero can now use the absorbed skill. However, information about absorbed skills is stored temporarily and will be corrupted when used. To permanently store the skill, Gan needs to collect information and create a relic. "Let me show you how to use it properly," said Gan. The hero himself used the Bowl of Phalaris spell. Yoon screamed. It formed a pillar of light that shot up straight from the building. After a moment, we see that Yoon was lying against the wall. He was dragged so hard on the ground that there were footprints, and he was also thrown into the wall so hard that the wall even cracked. Gun said that if Yoon dares to bother Sungyi any further, Gun will roast Yunya until crisp. Gan said that if Sungyi gets bothered by these worms again, then let him not hesitate and address him. Gan said his uncle always had his back. Suddenly, someone entered the cafe, shouting Sungyi's name. It was Nuna. Juha asked about the mess and what had happened here. However, Sungyi enthusiastically said, "That's not what's important right now." "Here it is," Sungyi exclaimed, pointing at Gun. Sungyi said that he was a man who had defeated countless monsters and saved the entire world more than once. A character from the videos they loved to watch over and over again. We can see that they really enjoyed watching the videos that Gan participated in. As children, they admired him. Juha recalled Li Gang's previous appearance. Then she herself exclaimed, "Mr. Li Gang?" Juha was shocked. She even started to feel her face, not believing it was real. She was very enthusiastic, but said that this could not be. Juha blushed and said that Li Gang looked much more attractive than before. Nuna said that 20 years ago, his entire body was covered in scars. And since Gun had been in the head for decades, Juha was sure that he would look even worse, although, in her opinion, this would not affect his coolness in any way. No, its appearance is not the most important thing, said Juha. She said with a little hesitation that she was truly glad that Mr. Lai Gang was safe and sound. Sung-yi told her that she had blurted out all her thoughts, which made her even more confused. Gun waved at her and said he was glad to see her. Juha immediately bowed and said her name was Young Juha. She thanked Gun for helping Sung-yi out. Gan suggested omitting the formalities, since she was Hugo's daughter, which meant she was Gan's niece. Juha even cried a little. Sung-yi wondered if she was that happy. Juha blushed and said that she was sorry to burden her uncle right after the first meeting, but she asked if Gan could do her a favor. Sure, don't be shy, Gan said, thinking she wanted an autograph. Juha was very shy and spoke slowly and hesitantly. She started asking him for something, if he didn't mind. However, the moment she asked Gan about something, her words were mixed with the monster's yell, so it wasn't clear what exactly she wanted. Gan began to think about what that must mean. Juha immediately cut off the head of the monster that was behind her. Juha? Gan asked her. Just a moment, uncle, Juha replied. She said that she would make a proper suggestion after dealing with the enticers. After saying that, she rushed to attack the unlucky ones. Sung-yi said that because of Gun, something must have gone to her head. Gun was shocked and wondered if Sung-yi had heard it too. He was horrified that she had said something about a proposal. The action takes place in the city. The alarm started, and the city announced that they had discovered some unlucky objects. People are being asked to evacuate to a safe place. We see that there are huge entrainers that reach the height of the building. We see that someone is destroying the enticers one by one. It was Juha who was fighting with her red spear. She was attacked by 4 enticers at the same time. However, she was able to kill them all. Hurry up, Juha said over and over. She was really fast. Juha thought about how she needed to deal with them quickly and proposed to her uncle. But there is no end to them, Juha exclaimed. She decided that all she had to do was kill them all at once. She started to spin her spear. Then I fixed my legs more firmly. She tossed the spear. With a mad look, Juha said that those who attracted her should not interfere with her love. With that, she threw her spear in an incredibly powerful manner. The spear reached the enticers in an instant. Juha used the lotus flash and destroyed a large number of enticers. Meanwhile, Gun was watching her. Looking at her, he thought that he had followed her because he was worried about her safety. But there didn't seem to be any need. Gan even thought that her fighting instincts were even sharper than Hugo's. Juha, meanwhile, turned around and saw Gun. Uncle, Juha exclaimed and waved at him. He was suddenly huge and alluring behind her. At the same time, Gan managed to save his nephews. Juha blushed. Wow, managed to react to my attack, said the creature that attacked Gan. The enticer said that there seemed to be some interesting individuals in this world. This woman said that she liked Gan. She said she would make a special pet animal out of it. It was the one who controls this huge enticer that attacked Juha. Gan asked why everyone was so head-headed today, since they were getting their own cribs wet at this rate. However, Gan then said that it didn't matter, since he needed a stove to create new relics anyway. You will become the No. 1 gas burner, Gan exclaimed. The unlucky one laughed and said that Gan was a funny man. Nuna noticed that she was an illusory race. Gun touched her and asked her what she was thinking, and then told them to leave this monster on him, and they went to evacuate the city. He added that he trusted them because he knew they were strong, so he asked if they should trust him too. They all shouted yes. Gan said it was weird. Stretching his fists, he said that now the fun will begin. The monster struck with its spiked whip, shouting more, resist harder. After wrapping Gan up with a whip, she said that taming him would be incredibly fun, and she started throwing it all over the city, first in one building, then in another. It made her laugh a lot. Once again, launching the gun at the floor, he stood up and effortlessly tore the whip with the words that it was only a chatter. But it was useless, and that was all it could do. The monster got angry and told her not to make her laugh, after which she launched a huge flame towards him. The explosion was very huge. Meanwhile, Song and Nuna were helping everyone evacuate. Song was very happy that he was able to help them all, and told Nuna that he had helped all the remaining civilians. She thought, Uncle is strong, but his opponent is a member of the illusory race. This is one of the most dangerous things that can lead to misfortune. It at least belongs to the red class. Even an uncle might have a problem. What if his old wounds from the tower show up? In that case, I need to help him. At the same time, she flew towards him. Sun tried to stop her, because they were told not to interfere, to which she replied that she would immediately. The monster tells Gan that it seems she overdid it and didn't want to burn it down. Gan just happily shouted that it was much better this way. After all, the real flame should be like this, since the fire of that brat from the twins could barely warm his palms. With a menacing smile, he shouted to her that from now on she would be his burner. The notification says that the resulting fire is suitable for use in the creation workshop. Gan was able to take the fire material for himself. She is shocked with how he was able to survive this flame. Gan immediately said that he would not delay, and took out his hammer to do something. And then he chose an object and shouted that he would enchant it. The monster doesn't understand what he wants, but she said she won't let him do it. Suddenly, Nuna appeared behind her and activated the Thunderbolt skill. This angered the monster, and she told it how dare she, throwing it with all her strength into a nearby building. Nuna hit the building very hard. The monster told its lizard that food was served, and it happily jumped open-mouthed at it, when suddenly Gun grabbed her by the tail and asked where he was going, because his opponent was him. Then he threw it as hard as he could against the wall. The monster is very surprised that he was able to throw the underworld lizard so easily. After that, he turned to the monster with the words, "Hey, if you touch Jua again, I won't leave a wet spot on you." By summoning your snake, the monster is terrified and thinks about why this snake might devour her, repeating this several times. She's a member of the illusory race, and some human dared to devour her. At the same time, she decided to summon her other form, and she said the games were over. Nuna wondered what those huge streams of magic were. The monster said that she didn't like this uniform because she wouldn't be able to practice in it. But it looked like she should recognize Gan as an opponent. Viciously said that she would incinerate him, and then everyone in the area, and started using her calamity skill. A huge purple bird flew towards Gan. Nuna started calling out to him. There was a huge flash in that place, and then a huge explosion. The monster couldn't believe it at first. Gan just said that his glove was even more useful than he thought. It was a plastic glove for contact with fire, enchanted thanks to hellfire. She thinks it's all nonsense. How it's even possible to stop such flames with just a plastic glove. Gun activated super regeneration and told her to get ready to get paid for burning down the city. She found it humiliating. Gan just laughed and asked why she was belittling the ability of his glove, since she didn't even know how useful it was when eating fried chicken. The notification said that 2 negative energy, and it is impossible to make it your avatar. This requires purification. At the same time, Gan said something creepy about having a purifying fist. She screamed and asked him to stop. But the hero only repeated the cleansing fist. After one of the many blows, he asked that it still wouldn't clear up, and then he tried to make her an avatar again. But the notification told him that this is not possible, as dead targets cannot be cleared. He was surprised that she could not even stand it. Turning to the lizard, he said that apparently there was no other choice. He added that since the gas burner was broken, he would have to replace it. The netherworld lizard surrendered and became Ophiuchus' prisoner. Gan asked her what names she liked best. Torch, gas stove, coal, briquette, lizard. The underworld lizard chose the name Torch. Nuna and Song ran up to him and asked if he was okay. Gan, in turn, asked them the same thing. They said that everything was fine, and Nuna decided to ask, "Uncle, you didn't sacrifice yourself in the demon tower, did you?" "I've been tormented by this question for a long time. The other saints claim that you sacrificed yourself for the sake of all mankind. But the fact is that in the battle with Red Eye, who almost destroyed all of humanity, only the strongest died of the 13 saints. It seemed ridiculous. But since there was no way to get proof, I only harbored my suspicions. But now, after seeing you fight with your own eyes, I'm sure you didn't sacrifice yourself. And they became the victim of an insidious plan. Gan was surprised and said with a smile that she was smart, as expected of Hugo's daughter, and confirmed all her guesses. He said that 20 years ago, he was stabbed in the back in the Demon Tower by one of the 12 saints who went on a raid with him. This angered Sun and Nuna. Song shouting asked, weren't the saints supposed to protect the world? He added that Lai Gang was the brightest hope of all mankind. How could they do this to the greatest hero? At the same time, Gan noticed him saying that this was why they did it, because he was better than them, and also because he was able to defeat Red Eye alone. He thinks that's why they tried to get rid of him. Since the strongest enticer had been killed, the entire world might be at their mercy. The only barrier between them and their ambitions was him. He added that it was impossible to know for sure, but that this was only the most likely theory. Song and Nuna burst into tears at such a terrible story, and they realized that he was locked up in the tower all alone. So they also took his rewards for themselves, despite the fact that he was the true savior of the world. Gan patted them on the shoulder and told them not to cry. And then he added that he was going to pay them all back in the millions. He pulled out his phone and said they should take a look. It was reported in the news that Sophie Mard unexpectedly flew to Korea, and he said it would be the final item on his schedule for today. We are transported to a huge TV tower, where a meeting is already taking place. There are 100 photographers there, and all the people there are wondering what kind of revelation of the truth is 20 years later. And that made Sophie fly all the way to Korea. The man suggested that it might be related to a mystical message on the drachma, or it will be rumors about Lai Gang's recent comeback. But one thing they can be sure of is that they will hear something incredible today. Sophie Mard stands behind the podium, and she thinks that she's in trouble. Maybe she should just send everyone out and run away. But these thoughts left her immediately, because her neck is now wrapped around the relic, and who knows what magic Gan has cast on it. It could be a bomb. She realized that if she wanted to live, she would have to fulfill his demands. She's not sure what happened to the other saints, but with her, he definitely wasn't bluffing about being able to kill her at any moment. She took a breath of air and started her conference. The reason why I am here today, as many have already guessed, is to uncover the truth about the incident of 20 years ago. Everyone remembers the events surrounding the demonic tower, right? Those present remembered the victory over Krasnoglazy, after which the heroes were called saints. Sophie continued that the true hero who defeated Red Eye that day was actually Lai Gang. Everyone just wrote down her words, initially not making sense of them. But then we thought about it, and everyone started shouting, "How can it be?" asking for details about everything. She was asked, "Does this mean that Lai Gang is still alive?" She replied that it was true. When suddenly Morin, the Cancer constellation, appeared behind her, saying that this was impossible, and then said that Miss Saint had turned pale, and he decided that she could not continue to conduct the conference. When she saw him, she asked him what he was doing here. He just ordered her to asking her what she had just mumbled into the microphone. He reminded her, "Have you forgotten your current situation? All you had to do was shine your little face like a saint. So why are you putting on a show here? Keep quiet if you don't want the whole world to hear me tearing your mouth open." Sophie Mard was very scared. Then he presses the microphone button and apologizes to everyone, explaining that her words were only threats from the person who recently kidnapped her. He told her not to worry about her safety, and said that he was truly sorry in front of the press, but he would have to interrupt the conference. People started to express their indignation, and one man asked what about the news of Lai Gang's return. He leaned over and said viciously that he had died 20 years ago in the Demon Tower, and if the rumors were true, wouldn't he have let everyone know about it himself? People started asking who could have threatened the saint, And why did the culprit mention Lai Gang? And then everyone said that if they interrupted the conference now, the trust in the saints would be greatly shaken. Morin was very angry. But then someone shouted at him that looking at his face, it felt like he was going to kill all those reporters. Then, with 2 legs, I flew into his face. It was Lai Gang. After flying into it, there was a commotion on the stage. Sophie screams in horror that it's him. Morin is confused, and Gunn decided not to waste time and jumped on him again with the words, "Long time no see, crustacean. Your wrinkled face hasn't changed a bit. Catch my gift." After saying that, he hit him with some kind of huge bat. Sophie noticed that it was someone's tail. It turns out it was the tail of a torch, which was planted somewhere, and put a sign that it is forbidden to feed it. Gan turns to him, asking if he's completely out of his mind. "Should I interrupt the conference right now?" He was asked in the back. "What is the tail of an illusory lizard?" It was Morn again, and he also added that before he arrived, he had heard about the lizard being caught. Gunn said that he was doing those clone tricks again. Morin replied that Gan recognized his division skill pretty quickly, and asked who he was. The hero replied, "Who else do you think I can be? I'm Li Gang." All the reporters couldn't believe their eyes, and then everyone just started laughing, saying it was the best joke of the year. Morin also laughed and said, "You have some good skills, but you seem a little out of touch with reality. You should have chosen a more suitable role model." At the same moment, his tail hits him in the face with all its might. Gan then said that no one would start using their brains until they hit them. The reporters are horrified. At the same time, Lai Gang shouted, "What are they all hatching for?" and jumped at them in anger. They all started running away and shouting that this madman was charging at them. Sophie got hurt there too, as she flew to the side and thought about running now while there was still a chance. Gan saw this and went to her, asking her where she was going. After all, she still needs to fully lay out the whole truth. Well, he told her, "Tell me about how at the sight of Red-Eyed, about how all the property was appropriated, and how you're always trying to fix your face. But you can't fix your pathetic little soul." Tell them that, by pointing at her. She thought he was crazy, and he just told her all about it. Suddenly they noticed, and Gan received a notification that a burst of energy from the darkest star had been detected. A huge purple flash appeared on the stage. All the reporters started shouting. Sophie asked aloud if it could be him. Gan asked what he had already done. She yelled at him that it wasn't about him at all, but about this huge purple flash. It radiates the energy of the constellation. Morin used his abilities, and he said that it was unbelievable because he couldn't even believe that it was really Lai Gang. But then he said that it didn't matter, and that he didn't even know how he got out of the demon tower in the first place. But he thinks it's worth throwing a little welcome back party. We're transported to Hugo's house, where he is happy that no one is home, can make himself ramen. Sitting down on the sofa, he turned on the news channel, and it says, "We are reporting live from the venue of the St. Sophie Mard conference. Right now, it's all chaos. A man posing as Lai Gang has barged in here. On your screens, you can watch his fierce battle with the holy sign of Cancer. As we say this, their attack skills are sweeping everywhere. Hugo, you are absolutely horrified by what you saw." We return again to Gan and Morin, where Morin just takes his abilities and shoots them anywhere. The reporters are all shouting for everyone to run where they want to go. Gan dodged them and said that he didn't need such attacks. Morin snidely said that he was caught. Sharp spikes appeared under the landing site of the gun. Morin is very surprised, and Gan, with the help of a knife, stood on the tip of a thorn and held on to it. Reporters are thrilled with this and applaud him. After which, Gunn made a turn in the air and landed in front of Morin. Then, he used his fast speed ability. This angered Morin, and he said that he probably had only been doing acrobatics for 20 years. He once again summoned the huge spikes towards him, but Gan cut them open with his knife and asked him that there were no more tricks left. Then I just cut it in half. But I was unpleasantly surprised, because it was just another clone again. After which, he viciously shouted that he must have spent all these 20 years learning how to create clones. Morin said he'd take that as a compliment, and he started to create a huge vortex, which drains the souls out of all the nearby people. Gunn asked him that he was completely out of his mind. How was he going to deal with the consequences later? He said that he would sort it out somehow, because he decided that first he needed to deal with Gunn as quickly as possible, while there was still such a possibility. Gunn knew it was him, the pig that had stabbed him in the back. Morin just laughed and said that he was trying so hard to find the culprit. And he added that it is not appropriate for a hero to dwell on such minor grievances. He thinks people would take him for a street thug rather than a saint. Gunn told him to he was already tired of yapping, because these are too big words for a cowardly pig that hides behind clones. Morin said that they weren't just clones, they were recreated from the life energy of the reporters nearby. And if he mindlessly shredded them, it might dissipate all the vital energy of those people, and then things would turn out rather sadly. Gunn noticed that these were pretty nasty tricks, just like his face. Morin said it was his last words, and now he should die. At that moment, all the clones pounced on him. But we were surprised that instead of a gun, there was an ordinary tail. Gan said it was a skill that he got while in the drachma. Then he shouted, "Get hit for me." It was one of his skills that could summon a target and use it as a shield. Only the targets that he has recently touched are available for summoning. Gunn noticed that he was not just a clone, but a part of the real Morin, and if he finished him off, then the others wouldn't be a problem to deal with. Morin doesn't understand how he knew about this. This was the power of the 13th, which allows you to see the weak points of enemies. And Gunn said, "I've already told you that you're a pig. You have to be a small-minded person not to realize what a stink you stink." Suddenly, Gan yanked a huge crystal out of it. It was his core, and he cried out in pain that even the twins couldn't find the core. So how did he manage it? The Cancer core fragment contains 33% of the Saint's soul. It also contains 20% of the Sacred Essence soul. Gan can absorb the power of Cancer, just as a huge gap has been created in the Saint's powers. Suddenly, all the clones were gone, and the souls returned to their owners. They were all thinking that they were already finished. Defeated, Morin asks what he went through in the tower, because he feels as if the very power of God is pressing down on him. Gunn said that he talks quite a lot for a defeated man. Morin replies that he will back off for now, but he still has a huge ace up his sleeve, and it's bound to be a headache for him. Gan knew he wasn't going to back down just like that. When suddenly he hears the phone ring, it was Hugo. When he picked up the phone, he heard screams beyond words. Hugo shouts what he did there, and said to hurry home trudged. After all, he was watching the news right now. And Gunn had just dealt with Morin's high-class clone, which means they've got their guns trained on him. Gunn is surprised, and they show us the same weapon. It was a huge cannon that was orbiting the Earth, which has already been charged, when suddenly the rocket detaches from the main body and goes straight to Lai Gang with incredible speed. This is the Mormoth missile, a special weapon created by the Gemini and Capricorn branches after the disappearance of Lai Gan, designed to eliminate the incredibly powerful enticers. It was created in the event that humanity will not be able to cope with the monster. It was a trump card that would destroy not only the enticer, but also a huge area around the hit point. Hugo says he can't believe they made something like this, and Morin set it up so that the rocket is automatically ejected if his biometric signals disappear. And it's like a high-ranked clone is practically equal to Morin's original body. Hugo shouts to him that this is not the time to get lost in the clouds, but we need to get out of there quickly. Gan replied that he wasn't sure if this was the best solution. After all, if you believe his words, then this thing is able to level several cities. Hugo asked if there were no other solutions. Gunn looked at Sophie and said that there was still something they could do. The rocket was already very close, and the city's loudspeakers were calling for all the people to go to the bunkers. And this was not a drill at all. No one understood why the weapons assigned against the entrainers were sent to the center of Seoul. Everyone started to panic. Song and Nuna were also confused. Suddenly, someone flew straight out of the building. Song and Nuna immediately knew that it was Li Gang, and he took Sophie with him and jumped right on top of the rocket. She screamed at him what he was up to. Gan used levitation and teleport skills, teleporting right in front of the rocket. And he said, "Hey, Leech, I know you can burn anything, so let's melt this rocket." She shouts back why should she do this. Gun replies that there's nothing she can do about it, because if she doesn't do it, neither they nor the city's residents will survive. He added that she had been idle for 20 years, and this was the time to make a difference. She asked me not to throw her into the rocket. At the same time, Gun shouted, "Go ahead, holy man, miracle shot." And he threw it with all his might. She screamed that he was crazy. At this moment, the sacred essence of Aquarius was invoked. She is also shocked. Sophie asks her to do anything at all. The sacred entity is willing to swear that Lai Gang is a real madman. Sophie shouts that it's not the time for vows right now. A sacred entity grants all kinds of power-ups to its subject, so that it does not perish. A tear fell from Sophie's eyes. After that, the goddess's tear ability was activated. The rocket began to fall into a huge tornado of water, and with each contact, it shattered into pieces. Sophie is glad that she really made it. And she started to fall, flying. She screams, why doesn't he catch her? Gan just smiled maliciously and said that they would see each other again later. He understands that even though she did a good job, but it's too careless. All these fragments will fall to the ground. And if this happens, then real chaos will begin. People on the ground are happy to see the rocket explode from above, but they are terrified that the fragments are falling to the ground. Gan wondered if this rocket had been created by the twins, and he would be able to send a grand greeting to the Purple Witch. Gun telepathically addresses Hugo and asks you to urgently borrow his skill, the Absolute Coordinate. This skill allows you to teleport the target to a specific point. Hugo heard the concern in his voice and immediately reached into his phone to transmit the skill. Gan, when he received it, said, "Thank you, number one." I immediately started using it. Under each shard, he placed teleporters and said that it was time to send a package to the witch. People were very happy that Gan was able to save them. But for them, these fragments simply evaporated in the air on their own. Song and Nuna knew that it was their Uncle Li Gang. Sung Hayek himself was surprised that Gan was able to just make the warhead disappear, and he was telepathically asked if he could hear them. After answering, he was yelled at. What did he do with his skills? Right now, the Yin Yang Palace is being hit by Mormoth missile fragments. We are transported to the Blue House in the presidential office. Everyone is shocked that Li Gang is back. So not only is he back, but he also disrupted Sophie Mard's press conference. And on top of that, he also crushed the holy sign of Cancer. And after all this, he stopped the Mormoth missile from colliding with Seoul. What is this nonsense? Immediately after that, Lai Gang flew into the building through the roof. Everyone is terrified. Gan just asked them why they were whispering like a rat, as if they were guilty of something, and added that since he was on the case, he would see it through to the end. He came for his money, he said. The bird whispered that you guys are now holding my bank account, which received money from the sale of my things. I just remembered it on the way home. I tried to open my account using the Tiksu privileges, but it didn't work. I can say with confidence that I left Tiksu's name as a trustee. Isn't that mean of you? What do you think? One of them says that the Korean government could not entrust such responsibility to Mr. Hugo alone. Gan was already getting angry, and the man began to tell me that Mr. Hugo was a foreigner. After Lai Gang disappeared, they couldn't trust a saint from another country, while they themselves didn't have a country of their own. He added that due to many circumstances, the Sagittarius branch lost its former influence, and eventually they had to turn to someone more reliable than Hugo for help. This made Gan very angry, and he started yelling at them that out of all the possible candidates, they had chosen the Purple Witch. He said that he was trying to control himself, but they decided to make such a lame excuse. Besides, who were they to look down on Hugo? Hugo himself said thank you for your concern, but now everything is fine. So he suggests that we finish everything. Gun continues, not even listening to his friend speak. I am his master, so only I am allowed to treat him like this. Who do you think you are? Hugo stands broken inside. Gun doesn't calm down and continues to say, even though he can't show off his usefulness, an acute face is his only asset. But still, he's not someone you can treat like that. Even though he's the most pathetic of all the saints. Respect him, you pigs. Hugo's ego crumbled like sand after such a speech, and he wanted to sink into the ground. Gan is enraged by this attitude towards his friend, and tells him why he tolerates this attitude towards himself. Hugo said it was also his fault. Gun gave me a friendly slap on the shoulder and told me to hold on. Then he added to the others that before he made a mess of it, they'd better get his money back. Suddenly someone shouted at him to be quiet. Sung Hayek recognized the voice, and a girl came to them. Gun said she finally showed up. After that, she says that his bank account has long been confiscated. It was the holy sign of Gemini, Heiji. And she says that she is going to use the money from his account to restore the Yin-Yang Palace. She realizes that it was he who launched the fragments from the rocket at them. She screams at him angrily because there are only ruins left of the palace. And does he understand how much damage has been done? She advises him to prepare for the consequences. Gun looked at her closely and asked her who she was. This made her angry, and she started using her magic. We were notified that a burst of energy from the constellation Gemini was detected. The others in the audience are terrified because they will also be hurt. She summoned a powerful spirit. Sun Hayek happily shouts that this is the strongest Gemini constellation technique. Summon a spirit from another world. The spirit Queen Lily Quinn answered the summons and appeared in front of them. Heiji viciously shouts, here she is the Queen of Spirits, which is almost equal to the power of sacred entities. Let's see if you can match anything. Suddenly, Gan lunged at her and punched her in the stomach, shouting, good flight. From this blow, she literally almost flew into space. Gan was notified that the magical energy of the Gemini constellation was dissipating, and the perfume queen, Lily Quinn, wants to go home. Gan put his hand on her head and grabbed her, asking her where she was going. She thought it would be so easy for her to leave. Who does she think he is? She begs him to spare her. At the same time, Heiji returns to them. It is narrated that the owner lost consciousness, so the magic control is broken, and the transformation skill rented from Aquarius constellation is dispelled. They all realized that it wasn't a saint at all. Gan emphasized that this was indeed his first time seeing her. Did she really hope to win just because of the spirit queen alone? Looking at the others, he said that the purple witch wouldn't help them at all. Therefore, they should return his money. We flash to a few minutes later, where they are already walking with the money, and Gun is happy that they were able to get everything back and can enjoy something sweet. Hugo wondered if something was wrong here, and why the real Heiji hadn't shown up. She's the kind of person who would set off a meteor in the middle of a city if she lost her temper. Gan said, so that's what you're thinking. She didn't show up even after I razed her palace to the ground. It can only mean one thing. This hysterical woman will never be able to control her anger. I have an idea where it might be located. Let's go see her. We're transported to Song Yi's apartment. Gan suggests a light snack while they work. He took out a burger and offered it to Sun. He refused. Gan then asked the others if they would have anything. Nuna said slowly, I want to. Uncles. Gan dropped his burger at those words. Then she said she wanted some advice. Gun knows that Tixu won't be happy to hear that. Han asked where Hugo was. The hero said that he asked him for a favor, so he will be slightly delayed. But now they should start questioning me. They locked Lily in a very sturdy relic case. Gan said that she should answer all his questions. After all, it is much better to be imprisoned in a transparent box than in a book. Gan asked this while holding a book in his hands that can record all the relics. And then he asked again, that purple witch still hasn't shown up. You don't find that strange, do you? This means that it is simply not able to make itself felt. It's probably locked up somewhere. And it's somewhere in Song's house. Lily said it was true. The hero asked where it is located, and he asked her, eerily, if she would tell him, or if he should force her to. She pointed a trembling finger at the statue. Han remembered that it was the statue that had crashed. Gunn took it in hand and said that he guessed about it. Too strong a stench from it went. Turning to Han, he asked, "Didn't she kiss this statue?" It was most likely the magic of the coordinate placemark. Han himself remembered what he had said about them. Gan used the power of 13. It can now interact with the spirit world. Suddenly, the statue screamed, "Hey, Lily Quinn, why did you just tell them everything?" Nuna immediately knew who it was. It was the Gemini saint, Lady Hygie. True, she was in spirit form. She was angry and wondered why she was the one who got caught by the worst guy in the world. And why did it turn out this way? If only things hadn't gone wrong that day. And she began to tell me that on the day the demonic tower was destroyed, she was in her palace when she suddenly felt an earthquake and energy along with an eerie aura. I immediately realized that it was Lai Gang. The fact that he was back was confusing, but out of all possible places, he went to Sung's apartment, where his friend's son lives. But she thinks that she is lucky, because this place is in her power. She decided to see what they were doing there. Seeing that Gan was killing all the mosquitoes with his hands, she wanted to see for herself, and chose the ability to teleport to the selected vessel. The vessel was a statue of an angel, which she kissed. The move was successful, but right after that, Gan smashed it. Heiji was informed that if the statue was damaged, she would not be able to get out of it. In a panic, she realizes that the soul capture has failed, as the vessel is damaged. And I thought that if even the cheapest recovery skill is used, it will be released. Han took out superglue and simply glued the statue together. She began to cry in frustration. After that, the vessel turned into and she is not able to leave the vessel. Gan maliciously holds her in his hands and thinks that she should be tortured so that people will appreciate his efforts. She started yelling at Lily to release her. She said she wasn't going to, because they'd catch her right away. The hero noticed that she understood her situation well. Heiji noticed Sun, and she started calling him over, saying that he was a loyal Templar. Then she shouted that she was ordering him to attack Lai Gang immediately. Dream asked why would he do that. After all, he doesn't want to fight with Gan. She screams that he was the enemy of branching from the very beginning. She added that if he dares to call himself a follower of the twins, then he must obey the order. The dream said that in this case, he just leaves. Heiji was taken aback. He said that even though he is a member of the Gemini branch, but Gan is a hero to him, and if being her follower automatically makes him an enemy, then he will choose to leave. And it throws out all the twin branching buttons. Suddenly, they all fell to the floor. And Heiji said that this is the retribution of a sacred entity. Sung Yi's faith has gone over to Ophiuch's constellation. The magical energy of the sacred entity overwhelms Sun. He bled from his eyes, mouth, and nose. Everyone ran towards him at that moment, but the sacred entity threw him headfirst into the floor. Heiji tries to persuade him to beg for forgiveness, and he has to attack Lai Gang. Then she will forgive him. He shouted at her to be quiet, and he said that they are ready to leave people to perish, if it is in their best interests, thinking about how they were almost left to die in a hypermarket. And he set as an example the fact that he single-handedly coped with the Spider Queen, saved the boy, saved him and Nuna. After all, he always comes to the rescue if necessary. And the rest of the saints, he called hypocrites that can only throw phrases about saving the world. He had looked at Lai Gang and admired him since childhood. He remembered how Lai Gang had said that if he was being again, all he had to do was say it. All of this made him angry, and he started shouting that they had no right to look down on him. At the same time, the sacred entity Freya revealed herself and made Sun's punishment even tougher. She gathered all the energy together and ordered Sun and Gun to disappear forever. Gan wasn't going to stay away and started using his skill, Depth Cutter. Then I immediately cut the thread. We are transported to the Yin Yang Palace, where everything is on fire, and all the magicians are trying to patch it up, when suddenly one of the magicians loses the ability to cast magic. He doesn't understand why he can't gather magic energy. The rest of the Templars run to him and say that they can't use magic either. They can't use telepathy and teleport. Their portals are dissipating. The bishop asked what about the Templars who were supposed to be hunting monsters right now. He was told that they tried to contact, but their telepathy does not work, and the connection does not work either. It was as if the twins' magical energy had completely dissipated. We're going back to Gan. Nuna and Song sense that the magical energy has disappeared. At the same time, he said that everything was fine, because he almost got into a lot of trouble because of him, and then thanked him for trusting him to the end. He really appreciates it. Dream smiled happily at him despite the pain, and Heiji screamed out what he just did. She doesn't understand why she lost her connection to the sacred entity. Gan dispelled the connection between the holy sign of Gemini Heiji and the sacred entity Freya. It is narrated that sacred entities spend a lot of resources and also endanger themselves by entering the world. That is why they direct their energy to the subjects of the saints. And the saints themselves are already transferring their powers to the followers of branching. It is given as an example that the sacred entity is a powerful power plant. The holy sign is an electric substation, and the Templars are different plugs and sockets. Heiji understood why she immediately lost all contact with her followers, and Gun decides to play a joke on her, asking what it's like for her to be an ordinary person. And he said that this skill was Cancer's favorite skill. Deep Cutter is a sovereign skill of Cancer constellation. It can cut through anything, and when mixed with the power of Gan, you can get an interesting result. After all, he had managed to cut the bond between her and God. It was a skill forbidden by the gods. It can cut through literally everything, memory, connections, and so on. She screamed, because now he would be a real target for her god. Gan calmly replied that he didn't care. He basically didn't mind. And he even wants them to appear in front of him. When suddenly a purple lightning strikes near them, the sky is painted in the same color, and a hurricane appears. Gan is notified that the sacred entity is angry, and she is willing to take all the risks and personally invade this world. When they saw this, they were blinded by such a strong flash. From the vortex, the goddess herself began to manifest. At the same time, Gan noticed that it was quite a spectacular appearance. The goddess was 6 times the size of himself, the sacred essence of the constellation Gemini, Freya. Gan was notified that crazy magic flows were detected. She gathered all the magic in her hands and hit him directly. At this time, Gan was using an item from the inventory. Lightning flew towards him, but the goddess was surprised. After all, Gan was able to gather all of her punch into a fragment of the Cancer core. Freya is struck by the presence of a fragment of another sacred entity. Gan said that he wished he had his Rage of Heaven. It was his favorite sword, which he could use to cut through anything. But he had no other choice, so he summoned the workshop and connected the core with the twin vortexes and lightning, saying that he would have to use the best he had. From this, a huge scythe appeared, which deals huge damage, but it is a one-time one. He activated his strongest skill and hit the goddess. Gan is notified that he has caused significant damage to the sacred entity. She feels agony and humiliation. Everyone is shocked that he was able to hurt her, but his braid was broken, and he realized that was the price of improvising. The sacred entity went berserk, and she intends to call all her powers into this world. She created hundreds of portals from which a ton of monsters crawled out. Suddenly, a fireball flew at her, saying that it was time for her to stop. It was Hugo. Song and Nuna were surprised, and Hugo himself told her to stop invading this world. A little more, and this can be regarded as a violation of the rules. Hugo and his god force Freya to retreat, reminding her that sacred entities are forbidden to invade this world in their true form. The sacred entity of the Gemini constellation looks very intimidating, and believes that the Sagittarius constellation is not able to stop it. The sacred entity burst out laughing, asking what such an insignificant constellation and awakened one could do to her. Hugo admits that with his current powers, he can't stop Freya. But he notices if she really thinks they're the only ones who don't like her intrusion. It is narrated that countless entities that watch over this world stopped the constellation Gemini, all of them expressing their displeasure, accusing Freya of violating sacred rules. The Gemini constellation army was forcefully pushed back. The Gemini constellation's sacred essence looked scared. Suddenly, portals began to open from the sky, and huge chains flew out of them. These chains belonged to the sacred ones who were dissatisfied with what was happening after activating the seals. Freya understands that to continue living in this world, she needs to invest a huge amount of faith, experience, and characteristics, because at this rate, the hostility of other sacred entities can increase to the limit. Song, Nuna, and Haiji are all a little shocked, but the holy sign of Sagittarius says she's pathetic. The sacred essence of the Gemini constellation was instantly sealed off by 100 chains. Hugo says, "It looks like the other entities don't like your antics either. Are you willing to take an even bigger risk?" These words made Freya so angry that she started to scream in anger. The scream was so high-pitched that it broke windows on nearby buildings, and the children nearby were even deafened. The Gemini constellation's sacred entity bared its teeth and declared that it would never forget this day. Gunn jokingly decided to play a joke on her, saying that she probably feels pretty bad, and suggested that next time you bring one of the adults with you. He also gave her the middle finger. Freya was literally on fire with anger, so angry that the veins in her eyes were already straining. Gan was notified that he had finally trampled on the pride of the sacred entity. Gan gained a high reputation among the countless entities that watch over this world, and gained a huge amount of divine throne experience. With this experience, he leveled up. Now he is level 9, and when he reaches the 10th level, he will have to pass a special test. Sacred Essence of Sagittarius breathed a sigh of relief, and Hugo supported him with a thumbs up. Gan also got the location, so a special quest based on this is activated. The quest was the awakening of Ophiuchus, triple as rank. Song and Nuna are sitting in shock, but Han even fainted. And Gunn hugs Hugo and says he's doing great. Hugo himself says that he still feels uneasy because he didn't expect Freya to treat Sung Yi like this. Hugo's face shows that he is very uncomfortable with this. Out of anger, he says that shooting an arrow in Freya's face will not be enough. Gan encourages his friend to just wait, because he will soon be teaching his children. Hugo was very happy about this, and mentally thanked him, even though he didn't say it out loud. And then Hugo remembered that he had taken that thing from the Yin-Yang Palace. Hugo took out a scroll, which made Gan very happy. It was a register of souls, a certificate recording contracts with avatars of the Gemini constellation. Heiji saw her scroll and started yelling at them, because she knew that the registry was very well guarded. Hugo said that stealth and infiltration are important skills for any archer, but he decided not to mention his badge. As they continued to argue, Gunn opened it and looked at all the avatars. There were Berserk, Mad One-Eyed Warrior, a legendary class; Jotun, the Giant King, a legendary class; King of Warriors Jarl, Light of the Brightest God, a legendary class. From now on, the avatars of the twins are under the authority of Ophiuchus. Gan was offered to get them as his own avatars. But there was one of the avatars that was located deep in the sea, under the Yin-Yang Palace, and it also comes under the power of Ophiuchus. Gunn guesses that he probably has a mythical class. He decides to test these avatars, saying why would he believe that they really gave up. I suggested that they first show their loyalty. A portal appeared above them, and Heiji began to fall from it. More precisely, her body, because her soul saw it and was surprised. They're all wondering why she's here, and Heiji's soul itself is simply in utter horror. Avatars of the constellation Gemini present the body of a saint to Gan as proof of faith. This made Gan laugh a lot, and he accepted the loyalty of the Gemini avatars. Therefore, the avatars themselves came under his power. Gan was asked to name each of the avatars, but he replied that he was too lazy So he decided to call them Man Number 1, Man Number 2, and Man Number 3. Heiji screams that it's all a nightmare. Gun took her by the neck and said, "Hey, everyone has already turned their backs on you, even your pathetic god. I advise you to answer my question honestly. Was it you who stabbed me in the demon tower?" Heiji replies that she doesn't even know what he's talking about. At the same time, Gan picked up something and threw it directly at the middle of Heiji's forehead. It was one of the fragments of the vortex scythe that he had used earlier. Gan said that he felt like he was able to roast the saint's soul to a crisp. He kept yelling at her to answer his question. Heiji replies in agony that she really doesn't know anything. The hero did not calm down and asked that she wants him to torture her to death. Heiji assumed that it was most likely a maiden, because she had the judgment of heaven attached to her. Gan was extremely angry, but he stopped drilling into the saint's brain, saying that it wasn't a big deal, noting that she could have avoided it all. Then I decided to return the body to her, since she'd already shared some useful information. Heiji is glad that she survived it all, and then suddenly saw that her body was standing up. And there was Lily, who was happily shouting, "Thank you. I am grateful that you gave me my freedom, even in this form." Gunn snidely said that he accidentally made the mistake of giving her body to Lily Quinn. Lily herself jumped in to thank him. We're transported to Hugo's house, where Yang Wei and Lily are sitting. Yang Wei says, "I'm telling you again, it's pointless to try to restore them." To which Lily replies, "Yang Wei, you pig. What does your meaningless mean? Do you have any idea how many tricks and erroneous magic arrays I notice with just one glance?" She created a spiritual contract from now on. Lai Gang owns everything that belonged to Yang Wei. Lily asks Lai Gang to lend her the soul registry, as she is confident that she can upgrade all of these contracts to SS class. Gan agreed. Suddenly, Gan heard a nasty scream from the box that contained all the figurines. There was also a statue with Heiji's soul, screaming to be released at last. Gan has been notified that a new contract is available to him, Serpentine, and that the new avatars are exalting him in their speeches. Gun and Hugo hear what they're saying. "We have finally become Mr. Lai Gang's avatars. It is a great honor to become Mr. Lai Gang's avatar. Mr. Lai Gang is looking in our direction. Just looking at him excites me." These words, of course, confused Gan a little. And then Hugo notices that this is the first time he sees something like this, because avatars are usually very proud. Gan confirms these words. The avatars started pointing at Hugo and shouting at him not to interfere at all, because he is just a human servant. It broke Hugo up, and Gantak actually said that they messed up a bit, and he's not just a human servant, but his. Hugo was crushed by the words. The gods began to finish him off and laugh at the fact that he was just. And how could someone like him even dare to open his mouth? At the same time, Gunn said that enough was enough about Hugo, and asked them to tell about themselves, why they decided to switch from the twins to Ophiuchus. They all responded that they couldn't stand her hot temper anymore, and they were also amazed at how Gan was able to finish off the sacred essence. They added that not only they, but all other avatars, including their commander, would like to serve Gan. But they said that their commander was imprisoned deep under the sea, so he could not be present with them. It is narrated that at the moment, the enticers have already recaptured half of the entire planet from humanity. And at first glance, it may seem that the power of the two sides is about the same. But in reality, people are not even able to regain the lost territories. Gan thought that since the Avatar was trapped under the sea near the Yin-Yang Palace, it must be the Pacific Ocean. And it is located just close to the territory of the enticers. It looks like Gun wants to go there. The Avatars said, "Since you are now our patron saint, we pledge our loyalty to you." After these words, they knelt down before Gan. Gan said he was relying on them. Song said that their uncle was not expected to do anything less, since even avatars of such a high rank are afraid of him. Nuna said that the dream is absolutely right, but then decided to say, "I am very happy that I decided to propose to my uncle." Those words were so confusing to everyone. But Hugo wasn't amused at all. So Hugo asked her what she was talking about. He asked me what the offer was. He was angry beyond words. Yang Wei decided to insert his own phrases into this dialogue, saying that it turns out that Hugo is now Gan's father-in-law. At the same time, a fire arrow flew at him, and he ran away screaming. Gun, trying to calm him down, says that Hugo should lower his bow. But Hugo was already unstoppable. He started shouting that his daughter had never said she loved him, not even on Father's Day. Fire appeared in his eyes, and he was notified that the sign of Sagittarius was simply furious. Hugo started shooting at him, and Gun just dodged them and shouted for him to stop. Hugo said that he couldn't let him live, so he used the stealth skill. Gan realized that his friend was really angry, so he used his God's Eye skill, and with lightning speed, he began to catch all the arrows flying at him. Hugo himself was furious that he didn't even realize that he was burning down his entire house. Gan was still catching every arrow that could not be counted. And then he said Hugo was as annoying as a fly. With these words, he shook the honor of the holy sign of Sagittarius. By increasing your location, Hugo began to use his strongest ability, the Sun God Ring. His sacred self even warned him that this was his own home and reminded him of the trial for the House of Sun. Hugo didn't listen to him at all. This situation reminded him of Sun when he almost burned down his house. So he decided to stop Hugo. Nuna shouts that he shouldn't do this. Hugo asks what he shouldn't do. Nuna clarifies that she meant that he can't beat Gan. And what chance did he have against him? The words broke Hugo completely. His witchcraft power had subsided a bit, and he was confused. So Gan jumped on him and hit him on the head to calm him down. And it worked, and he passed out. After he opened his eyes, he was already sitting next to Gan. And Gun says to him, "Why would you be so mad about such a childish phrase? Do I look like the kind of person who would seduce a close friend's children? They are too shy to express their thoughts in front of you, but they have very deep feelings for you. Even now, your kids have brought snacks to cheer you up." Song and Nuna noticed that he was awake and said that they brought his father strawberry cake and his favorite coffee. Hugo was so moved that he jumped in to hug his son, but he dodged and went to Gan, saying that he had sent the video of the battle to reporters at his request. Gun patted Sung's head, and Sung happily exclaimed that he wouldn't wash his hair. Hugo asked why there were so few strawberries on his cake. Noticing that the most important strawberry was missing, he asked where it was. Nuna said she gave it to her uncle. Hugo jumped on Gun again, crying, and their house was already roofless after such a battle. Lily noticed that he didn't know anything about raising people. Hugo yells for Gun to give him back his strawberries. But Gan replied that he couldn't get back what he had eaten. Well, at this moment, a message arrives on the phone, in which it is written that a red class that causes misfortune has appeared, as a result of which all Templars must immediately respond to the mobilization. We are apparently transported to a war zone, namely, the coastline of the city of Manila, Philippines. Lightning struck all over the sky. There were a bunch of warriors standing on the shore, who were worried if they would survive. Suddenly one of them shouts, "Don't give in to fear. Hard times are just another opportunity to prove yourself. Since the boss hasn't shown up yet, we have to take down our alluring red class, 1,000 feet ourselves. Let's show you how strong Leo's branching is, and that humanity has another opportunity to make a pitching towards a brighter future." All the warriors burst into a cry of battle. They were willing to give their lives for victory. At the same time, Nuna came there. She only thought that she wanted to finally go home. Among the many warriors, there was a tent in the middle of it all, in which sat a white-haired grandfather who muttered to himself that he did not like these barbaric shouts out of the blue. But he said that he didn't care about it, as long as someone got his package. We head back to Hugo's house, where the roof of the house is just a ruin, and someone is standing on the threshold of the entrance. Hugo opened the door and greeted her. It was Yoon Erin, Hugo's assistant. She was happy to see him, but very surprised at what had happened to his house. Hugo told her not to ask. Walking into the house, she saw the TV turned on and said, "Oh, so you're also following the news about Thousand Paw." Hugo said that Nuna personally went there and then asked what kind of box is in her hands. She replied that wasn't this box at the entrance of their house. A cry of, "Where's Lai Gang?" It scared Aaron and Hugo. We returned to Gan. Now he creates some items, but he is not very good at it. So all materials are destroyed due to a low-rank tool. Gun is not happy, because this is not the first time this has happened. He received a notification that in order to create a more cool item, he needs a high-quality tool. Gun has realized that this is the limit of his crafting hammer and regrets losing his comprehension hammer. And he can't even imagine where he is 20 years later. After all, it's hard to make relics larger than average with lime. But before the battle with the maiden, he needs to prepare better. They were notified that a follower of another constellation had entered their domain. We head back to Hugo, Aaron, and the box. When they opened the box, they saw that there was a statue of Capricorn greeting Hugo. Hugo replied, "That's a ridiculous joke, Capricorn. Such nonsense is more in the spirit of Yang Y." Yang Y, who was in the next room, asked, "What is it like for him?" Coming out of the garage, Gan asked who it was that made their way to them. Noticing the statuette, he said, "So it's you, old man?" The statue replies that it is glad to see him in good health, and introduced himself as Ivan Sergeyevich. Gun shouted that he was so, which made Ivan angry. It is narrated that Ivan Sergeyevich Vladimirov is a holy sign of Capricorn like Lai Gang. He specializes in crafting relics. After the disappearance of the strongest awakened, he now had the opportunity to lay a hand on all the greatest martial relics. The statue says that the reason he was looking for it was because he wanted to apologize and build a mutually beneficial relationship. Before he could finish what he wanted to say, Gan took the statue, threw it up, and smashed it into the air with all his might with his hammer. Hugo said he should have listened first. Gun said it was all nonsense, because that grandfather wouldn't want to share even one tiny detail with him. So there's no way Gun would believe such a suggestion. Ivan Sergeyevich understands that Gan still has the same bad character, and this will not cost him without a headache. One of his followers enters his tent and tells him that they should move out. Grandpa pulled back the curtain and looked out and decided to see what the same 1,000-footed one looked like. In the same place, they are already reporting, in which they say, "Dear viewers, at the moment we are in the city of Manila, the capital of the Philippines. We will broadcast a raid on a red-class monster, 1,000 feet. The story goes that 1,000 feet is a huge monster that was defeated by Lai Gang about 20 years ago. But it looks like that terrifying enticer then appeared next to them. Since this monster belongs to the red class, the forces of several branches gathered here at once. The Lion Branch troops, led by Vice Chief Young Yoa and Bishop Oliver. With them is also a branch of fish masters of conducting sea battles, specializing in transformation magic. And then there was the Taurus Branch frontline troops with unbreakable defenses. Aquarius Branch priests on the battlefields, capable of leveling even a nuclear threat with their holy magic. And the latter is a branch of Capricorn. They specialize in improving all kinds of weapons. Many branches have gathered in this location to eliminate the threat that has arisen. And even the holy sign of Capricorn personally appeared there. Gunn decided to ask Hugo what his grandfather had left behind. On TV, it is said that he did not come there empty-handed, and summoned a sovereign relic, the Hammer of Comprehension. Hugo remembered that it was supposed to be Gan's thing. The reporter says that Capricorn is a great inventor. He improves the relics of his troops right before the battle begins, and the whole world knows about his incredible skill. These words made Gan very angry, because it was his thing. And he started yelling, "What a nasty old geezer. I'm frozen out by the mere fact that my tool was stolen, so it's also showing off. I'll deal with you, even before I deal with Diva. Move out immediately. We need to teach him a lesson." And Gunn immediately ran towards them. But before he could leave, he noticed a reporter saying, "Attention, it's coming out of the ocean." And out of the ocean came a huge kraken of colossal size. and he looked very intimidating. Everyone who was there was very surprised. Even the holy sign of Capricorn was shocked by the monster. On the tentacles of this monster were knives as sharp as blades. One of the warriors shouted for everyone to get ready, but the other stopped him because he saw something at the end of the monster's tentacle. This is the holy sign of Leo. Everyone was even more surprised. Stephen screamed for the monster to let go of his bone. The warriors noticed that he was fighting the monster for his artifact. Although given the money invested in it, they all understand such zeal. Oliver is horrified that Stephen is still obsessed with this useless knuckle. So he starts calling out to him with the words, "Chapter, please come back to us. Pull yourself together." But at that moment, an old man came to him and asked him what he was doing. After all, the holy sign of the lion and the 1,000-footed one had just appeared. Why then, are his men still standing there without attacking? Then he added that even though he was a saint, the lion branch would take command of this raid. Oliver understands that the old man wants to take all the glory for himself. So he said that he was about to give orders. And he began to command, "Listen to the command. Start taking the potions provided to us by the Capricorn branch. Branch fish, cast a spell to move around in the water. Aquarians, give battle skills and survivability buffs. Taurus, create a line of defense near the coast so as not to miss the monster." After these words, he jumped into the crowd and shouted for all the lions to attack. During the monster raid, Oliver started using his bestiality skill. After turning into a huge beast, it gained an insane amount of power. Nuna shouts that the advance party of lions has already joined the battle, so everyone else started using their magic and decided to combine them into one powerful attack. Nuna told them to use a single branching skill, Midnight Beast Dash. The huge lion flew at the monster. This skill stunned the monster. Oliver said it was worth taking advantage of, so they need to attack. They all leapt at the monster at once, attacking it with many punches. Stephen yells at them to stay where they are until he pulls out his bone. Oliver tells him not to talk nonsense, but just wait quietly. Oliver and Stephen are yelling at each other, and the rest of the magicians don't understand what they're doing, because the rest of the guys will die at this rate. Nuna thought they were and added that she didn't really want to go out of her way to save Stephen, but she thinks that she has no other choice. Nuna crouched low, preparing for a lunge. The mages tell her to wait for the buffs, but Nuna says there's no need. She used her haste skill and immediately found herself right next to the monster's tentacles, after which she also cut them down with lightning speed. As a result, Stephen and his bone fell into the water. Nuna said that the rescue was successful. Nuna landed right on the face of Stephen, who had just come out of the water. All the mages are just shocked by her abilities, that she closed the distance so quickly. With a single swipe, she chopped off the monster's tentacle. The rest of the warriors cheerfully shout that now that the head is saved, it's time for them to rush into battle. The battle cry was that they must not let the lions take all the glory for themselves. In battle, guys shout that the tentacles are very much in their way. Others shout to aim at weak points. The mages said that the enticer had moderated his ardor, so they should continue to push him. Suddenly, several more eyes peeked out from under the water, twisting around the huge tsunami that was drawing them. Everyone was surprised by this, and the Taurians blocked the entire wave with their shields and abilities. They even began to believe that it was a volcanic eruption. But then they noticed tentacles that were larger than the first attraction. Oliver is horrified, because he understands that they barely managed to cope with one monster, and then the second. It was a titanic disaster inducer named 10,000 Paws Red Class. Everyone on the shore looked like ants, and the old man took out one of his things and said that he had no other choice. They asked him what he was holding in his hands. The old man explained that it was a detonator. He had prepared a Mormoth missile in advance to strike the coastline. But after he told me, he thought the voice was painfully familiar. He turned around and asked who it could be. But at the same time, a knife flew into his hand, breaking the detonator. Immediately, the gang slug ran at him and started eating. Gun came out of the portal and said, Sebastian, you're such a headache, you know that. I understand that those kids are just splashing around in the water, unable to kill the octopus. But don't you think that smashing them together with the monsters is too much? I advise you to keep your seat straight. This is my first lesson in 20 years. I'll show you how to properly slice meat into sashimi. The water was splashing from running. It was Nuna, who understood that the main forces were already exhausted after the first skirmish with 1,000 feet, and decided that the smaller ones could be dealt with later. But first it was necessary to remove the strongest. She immediately started using her swift Lotus Gate skill. Nuna watched the recording of Gan's battle with 1,000 feet enough times to remember it all. After all, he had defeated countless monsters in the past, and among the many entries, one stood out, while viewing which everyone admired, including even envious and haters. It was a raid on Europol. She began to repeat all the movements exactly as Gan had done. She broke through all the tentacles, and those that were impossible to dodge, she cut down with a single blow. Nuna repeated all the movements so effectively that she practically repeated the legendary moment of Gan. After cutting through most of the tentacles, she decided to drive the weapon straight between the monster's eyes. Leaping, she swung and used her skill to strengthen the blow, then threw her spear straight at the monster. But it didn't help. Nuna was very surprised. After all, the monster just grabbed her spear and then swung its huge tentacle at her. Nuna would have been severely injured if Stephen hadn't suddenly jumped up and blocked the blow with his body. The blow was so strong that Nuna was lost in thought, not knowing what to do, seeing her allies simply being eaten and killed. She wondered what Gan would have done in her place. He would have flown high with a two-handed sword, Nuna thought, but then realized that he really did. Gan leapt at the monster with his sword and used his mountain smasher skill. This strike pierced right through the monster. All the mages on land were surprised that he had crushed 1,000 feet with a single blow. They can't even believe that he managed to jump to the monster directly from the shore. Gun asks if he may have overdone it. Everyone around him was shocked, and he looked at them and said, "What are you looking at? You people can't do anything on your own, which is why I had to personally teach you a lesson." Nearby warriors said that he flew in out of nowhere and finished off the monster. Suddenly, Gan was grabbed by a tentacle. It was a titanic enticer, and he put it right in his mouth. Nuna and the others didn't know what to do, and they didn't even know how to fight such a monster. Suddenly, the monster started to scream, and a huge spear came out of its head. It was Gan who used the Disaster Lotus skill. The warriors are shocked, because this technique was Nuna's technique. Gan calmly pierced it and climbed out. The monster screamed in pain, and Gun cut its tentacles mercilessly, then used the Dark Baptism skill. With this skill, the entire 1,000 feet shattered into small pieces. The warriors are surprised by Gan's strength, and Gun just said that he loves big monsters because they can be chopped into small pieces. And he added that if these monsters have 1,000, even 10,000 legs, they are still the same octopuses for him. Only a huge crater and a bunch of pieces remained of the titanium attraction. Gan cut them into perfect bite-sized pieces. The people around him rejoiced, because he really was able to kill that monster. They began to believe in the stories about his exploits. Gan was notified that people were looking at him with awe and respect. People started honoring him. The reporter said, "Dear viewers, I hope you've seen everything. An event that will soon become the main topic of discussion around the world has just occurred on your screens. Returning hero Lai Gang destroyed the 10,000 Paws Enticer. People rejoiced at the hero's return." Gan was notified that stirring stories and memorable exploits can make people respect and revere him. The Ophiuchus Bible was also created. His exploits would be recorded and gain fame among the people. All the constellations were caught off guard. Gan holds the book in his hands and thinks, a sacred book that contains records of heroic deeds. I think she wants me to increase my influence by getting my Templars to read it. Nuna from across the river greeted me. He flew to her and asked if she was hurt. Then he noticed something and asked her what she was hiding behind her back. Nuna pretended not to know what he was talking about. Gan asked all the lions if they had a bone fetish. She replied that it was just a trophy and was very confused. Gan held out his hand and said, "Sorry, your spear broke during the battle. I'll make a replacement for you soon." This made Nuna very happy, because her weapon will be forged by Lai Gang himself. Stephen burst into the conversation and started shouting that it was great. Gan asked him why he was so angry. Stephen said that since he is the head of the branch and Juha is his direct subordinate, and Gun just suggested that she make a weapon, he should make a new weapon for him as well. He added that 20 years ago, he was in charge of all Saints' equipment. Stephen also believes that if he destroyed the relic he bought, it will be considered as compensation, and then turned to Nuna and said that he would forgive her for landing on his head earlier. Gun had been getting angrier and angrier with every word he said, but by the end, he was already yelling at him. Suddenly, a huge green explosion in the shape of a Capricorn appeared behind him. Stephen was surprised that Gun could now only summon explosions from a single shout, and Gun himself said it wasn't him. All the people who were in the area of the explosion called for help. One of the soldiers said that the explosion hit everyone who was on the front line, when suddenly one of his companions turned into a beast and looked with hungry eyes, and immediately after rushed to bite him. The warrior doesn't understand why everyone in the lion branch has gone berserk. Nuna said that a lion strike force suddenly attacked the Taurus branch, when suddenly the grandfather came up to them, said that it was his Flash Mormont, and unfortunately the explosion was not so big. They turned to look at it, but there was already a huge robot that was controlled by Mad Grandfather, holding Slime Gun in his hands. This did not sit well with Gan himself, and Stephen asked him why he had planted a bomb in the place where his men were supposed to be fighting. Grandfather told him to calm down, because this is just the beginning. For him, this explosion was just a cannon salute before the main show. Gan said that the madness of the people on the front line was his doing. The old man replied that Gan was quick to grasp, and then he decided to demonstrate something more terrifying. He took out his whistle and blew it. This whistle was heard by all of the lions, after which they immediately ran to him. Stephen shouted for everyone to come to their senses, but it didn't help. One of the lions pounced on Nuna, and the others rushed at Gan. The grandfather assumed that they had no strength at all after a fierce fight, and turned to Gan, who was lying face down in the sand, and said, "Checkmate, my Gan. It's nice to see you pinned down with your face in the ground. This is even better than I expected." The Lion Saint Sign was very angry with him for doing this to his people, and asked why they didn't respond to his commands. The old man just laughed and said that only he and Juha didn't drink the potion, and explained that his people were only slightly stimulated by the combination of the potions they drank and the effects of his Mormoth creation. In the current state, his men can only hear the commands of his whistle. The holy sign of Leo, filled with anger, screams for him to bring them back to normal. The old man started trying to give him the condition, "Hush, hush, if you want me to return your subordinates, listen to me carefully." After that, he threw Lai Gang's sword at his feet. Stephen recognized the sword as soon as he saw it, so he asked his grandfather, "This sword, doesn't it belong to Lai Gang?" The old man said it was exactly the weapon that Gan had forged with his own hands. Then he made a suggestion to Stephen that he should use this sword to kill Lai Gang. Stephen started to struggle and said, "Do you want me to kill him? Why would I listen to you?" The grandfather, trying to put pressure on him, replied that he had no other choice, or he would lose his subjects forever. Holding out his hand with a villain's smile, he said that everything would be fine, because they should understand each other perfectly, since he believes that they have something in common. Gunn and Stephen were very surprised to hear this. The old man then went on to say, he believes that their common trait is envy of Gan. The holy sign of the lion screams that this is all nonsense. But the old man asked him how he was going to explain his obsession with the artifacts that Gan had created. He believes that this fully proves his desire to get rid of the inferiority complex. And grandfather began to tell the story. To see the power of Lai Gang is like running into an insurmountable wall. The same goes for his artifact crafting skills. The harder we try to overcome this very wall, the bigger and stronger it becomes. It is simply impossible to destroy or jump over it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and I'm not as petty as Ligang. This is not a one-sided offer. I will create for you the strongest weapon in the history of mankind. By joining forces, we can get rid of the gun. Then it will only be a matter of time before we become the most influential saints. Now, take this sword and kill Lai Gang. Stephen heard this and took out his sword from the ground. Nuna shouted at him not to fall for these provocations, because this is a simple trap. She argued that he should not be trusted, because this old man is too slippery to believe him. But Stephen paid no attention to her, and she keeps trying to get through to him, saying that she won't forgive him if he hurts Gan. Stephen walked up to Gan and thought for a moment and said, "The strongest weapon." The old man is impatiently shouting for him to finish him off already. Suddenly, Stephen spun around and hit the old man's suit squarely. Nuna calmed down, and in her eyes, it was clear that she began to respect her head. The old man's face showed that he felt cheated and said, "Worm, are you willing to give up your only opportunity?" Stephen was very angry and shouted at him, asking why on earth would he trust him if the old man did this to his people. He then added that he had put all of his strength into surpassing Lai Gang. He understood that he didn't have time for any complexes, and he also didn't intend to kill Lai Gang in such a cowardly way. Then he gave his grandfather the middle finger. Gan was beginning to respect him too. The Lion Saint sign said, "Moreover, I have already surpassed it. All I need is a decent weapon. Don't compare me to yourself, you old rascal." After shouting this, he charged at him with rage. And then he continued to shout, "You're saying that you will create the strongest weapon, even after admitting that you aren't capable of surpassing Lai Gang. With that attitude, you'll never be able to create anything worthwhile, abomination." My grandfather did not feel very well, and only said that it was imputed. Immediately after the words, he decided to attack Stephen, shouting that he would regret it. But the lion's holy mark was strong, so strong that with one blow on his weapon, it shattered it. The old man was scared and started shouting at him not to overestimate himself. In a fit of fright, he began to use all his possible weapons, and he started launching rockets at it, as well as firing from all the guns. Passing missiles exploded, and my grandfather felt that even the sign of the lion could not withstand the onslaught of his weapons. The old man was very surprised when the lion jumped out of the cloud of smoke, holding one of its rockets in its teeth. And the holy sign of Leo was filled, because he realized that for 20 years he really was drowning in his own inferiority complex. But he got up from his knees again and again in order to overcome his own limits. And he was doing it all for the sake of simply surpassing Lai Gang. He said it all very confidently and boldly, admitted his mistakes, and stood up. After he jumped out of the smoke cloud, he activated his Thousand Claws ability. These claws very much damaged the old man's suit. Standing on his armor, the holy sign of the lion said, "I must admit, you have a good suit, old goat." My grandfather was defeated. Stephen began ripping chunks of metal out of his suit, ripping through his armor and bursting through to his body. Pieces of armor were flying everywhere. The holy sign of Leo screams. But even the cowardly Aquarius fights without armor. "Now get out of there, old man." The old man didn't want to give up at all, but suddenly Gun came up to them and asked if they were going to stop fighting at all. And it was clear from his face that he had already missed them. At first, they both turned around, but after a while, they were both shocked, because they all thought that he was lying prostrate. Gun explained, "I let myself be grabbed to find out what was on Sebastian's mind. But you took too long. I'm tired of lying around. By the way, those beastmen are very weak." All the subjects of the Holy Lion Mark were defeated very quickly, and Nuna, who was captured, was surprised that her uncle dealt with everyone so quickly. The old man and Stephen stand with their mouths hanging open, not even sure what to say. The hero said to get out of here. and just with a normal kick removed Stephen from his grandfather. And he said that he had a couple of questions for the old man. So I offered to chat with him. The old man's face was clearly displeased, but Gan was both angry and cheerful. How it all started on behalf of Gan. They grabbed him first, and they kept fighting. Gan just lay there and yawned. But after a short time, he got tired of lying down. So he just stood up and said, "Is that what they call a fight?" It was to wait for them to finish. I should have knocked them both out right away and been done with it. The wolves immediately pounced on him, but he abruptly turns around and punches them so hard that they fly away. He approached them and asked them how long they would be doing this. It is narrated that 20 years ago, shortly before the raid of the demonic tower, someone with blonde hair says that this tower will be Lai Gang's grave. The old man asks, "This is a prophecy passed down by Hugo Otis from the sacred entity, isn't it?" They tell him that those words are nothing more than a prediction, and that man was talking about exactly the plan that he was going to implement. The old man started to smile maliciously, and as he spoke, it was as if he was electrocuted. After all, the reason why he was approached didn't bother him at all. He realized that Lai Gang was going to die, and this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, an opportunity to destroy, and then take all the opportunities out of Lai Gang's body to his advantage. Suddenly, the tablecloth of memories was grabbed with a hand, shouting that it was enough, and at the same time, it was torn to pieces. It was Lai Gang himself, who was very displeased and shouted, "I didn't get your cliched flashbacks. Just tell me who dared to stab me in the back. I don't give a about your past." Grandfather decided to bargain and said that he would give an answer, but only if Gan could guarantee his safety. Suddenly, Gan grabbed him by the jaw and asked, "Old man, you still don't understand the whole situation. You're in no position to bargain. If you start talking nonsense again, I'll rip out your jaw and tongue in no time." "So, who was it?" The old man mumbled in pain that it was a maiden. Gun remembered the words of the purple witch, who also said that it was probably a maiden. And Gun decided to stop by Jin Man's place again. He wants to give him the dagger to study. The hero said that what his grandfather said was enough, so he should now return his little thing, his hammer of comprehension. The old man was upset that even he was being taken away. Gan only asked if there was a problem with that. The old man said that he would return it right now. The holy sign of Capricorn Sebastian handed over the relic, hammer of comprehension. Gun is glad that he was able to get the hammer back, and the holy sign of Capricorn is very nervous about losing the hammer. Lai Gang asked Sebastian why he had such a sour face, if he was upset about something. Opening the portal, Gan told the three brothers to come out. All three avatars get out of it, asking why they were called. Lai Gang explained, "Take this old man back to your world. If he resists, you can break a couple of his limbs." They dutifully completed their task, and the old man is shocked that Gan is served by avatars. The old man, disappearing into the portal, shouted, "Stop! You didn't become a saint, but a god of the new constellation itself." But Gan just looked at it and added at the end that he should think about his behavior. Everyone from Leo constellation started to wake up after Mormoth, not understanding what was happening to them all this time. Nuna and Stephen were glad that everyone was starting to recover. The other constellations are also happy that the lions will no longer attack them. And people from the constellation of Capricorn asked what they should do, because their leader was taken away by force. Apparently, one of the bishops started using an item. At that moment, all the lions had something going on with their armor. They are terrified, because each of them began to explode. The bishop began to laugh maliciously and said, "It looks like you forgot that our branch was messing with your equipment. These explosions will send you straight to hell. Hey you, launch your Mormoth projectiles." One of his subjects launched a Mormoth shell at Gan. And Gan was already tired of all this, and he asked, "All Mormoth, yes Mormoth. Is this your next toy? Then let me show you mine too." Gan started using his hammer of comprehension and decided to improve a certain target. His target was a Mormoth shell. Hitting the flying projectile produced huge sparks and flashes. but he was eventually able to modify the projectile into fireworks. Even the Capricorn branch itself called Gan a madman. But at that moment, Stephen stood right in front of them and said, "You're the only madman here. How dare you use our trust? You can't take us animals that easily. Such a tiny explosion doesn't even scratch us." Before they could finish speaking, they all just started running away in fear, which made him angry. So he started yelling at them to wait for him to finish. And then Stephen turned to Gunn and said, "You can't just let them run away. Gunn, do you have anything in there? Something big, strong, spectacular, and easy to swing?" The hero asked what he was asking him for again. But then he immediately saw both large and durable and spectacular. And it's also easy to swing it. And he said he had something. Stephen asked why he was looking at him like that. And if he had something, maybe he should give it to him. When suddenly Gunn grabbed his leg and started to spin it, and then hit the ground with such force that all the fleeing Capricorns scattered like bowling pins. A Gunn thinks he should go bowling later. After such a blow, he asks Stephen how he feels. But then he noticed that he grabbed it, looked at it, and threw it, saying that it was inconvenient to hold it. We are transported to another place, where the dome is cordoned off the area, the danger level in which is red. All the buildings were overgrown with red branches. Jane, the captain of the Virgo branch search party, says that the stench is unbearable and that the enticers can attack them at any time, so you should be extremely careful. Her squad started chatting, asking each other if they had heard the news that Lai Gang had killed a huge monster in the Philippines. They've all seen the news, and they also think that the rest of us were just an extra burden. One of them added that there is generally a branch of Leo and Capricorn grappled. It caused great losses. Another replies that this is only in their favor, because the weaker the opponent, the better it is for them. Jane shouts, "Silence! Since when does protocol allow whispering during a mission? We're not here for fun. But don't forget that we were assigned to find our man who recently disappeared in the outskirts of the dome. The search is already problematic because of the fog. Don't complicate the task." Everyone in the squad agreed. Suddenly, someone started shouting for help. They decided to run to the man's aid. The voice was calling more and more for help. Jane thought that the screams sounded like they were echoing from all over the city. She believes that her hearing is deceiving her, and there is also a slight feeling that these are artificial repetitions. Even at that moment, she was running all by herself. But when she turned around with the order, there was no one there. She started yelling, "Hey, where did everyone go? Answer someone." Suddenly, behind Jane, the cry for help came again. It was a monster that was just playing a call for help, just as she had guessed. He had no trouble grabbing Jane and was giggling. Then he just killed her. We're taken to Hugo's house, where the news on the TV is turned on, and it says, "It's been a few days since Lai Gang defeated the 10,000 Paws and 1,000 Feet Draftsman." Gan reads his achievements in the book. His 0 achievement is returning. The first is destroying sea monsters. He reads that achievements from the Bible influence his followers, as well as contribute to the growth of authority. The news says, "We are in the Philippines. Right now, they are trying to move the corpses of those who bring misfortune with the help of a huge crane." Isn't Lai Gang amazing? He dealt with the threat on his own, making a joint mission seem pointless now. Gunn says that everywhere you look, it's the same news. He doesn't understand why everyone was so surprised that he killed a couple of octopuses. But at least he is happy that this news is being played in a positive way. The main point of this Bible is to perform actions that can attract attention. After closing the book, he said that this is enough for now. Later, he will need to deal with the list of tasks. Gan received a new notification and decided to check the test notification first. It says that the test will start the moment he reaches the 10th level of the Divine Throne, and then he will have to complete 3 tests. The reward will be a unique Ophiuchus avatar, a significant increase in physical abilities, a unique skill, and a sacred Ophiuchus relic. The time to clear the test is 240 hours, and a penalty will be issued for failure of the test. Gon wondered if this was some sort of quest that had appeared after his battle with the sacred entity. One of the tests is a test of strength. He needs to destroy the God Eater, and also not use the battle instinct skill. The hero regrets that he is forbidden to use the skill, but if during the test he does not meet a sacred entity or a huge attraction, then everything will be fine. The other two challenges are a mind test, in which he needs to buy a logger to record achievements, and the trial of the flame, in which he needs to accept a human avatar as a Templar. Gan finds these two quests quite problematic, and then he decided to look at other notifications. It said that his God's Gaze skill had been improved, and additional functionality was now available to him. Hugo's secretary was dusting Yang Wai's toy. Gan decided to test his God's Eye on them, and the new functionality allowed him to see what a person's level of loyalty was. Aaron was 85% Sagittarius and 81% Ophiuchus. Yang Wai had 90% to Aries. To Gan, the notification gave the hint. If your new Templar's loyalty is not equal to 100%, then the power of branching will weaken. The hero realized that the hint told him to be very careful when choosing a new Templar. Immediately, he thought of Sun and Nuna, as well as Hugo. Gun is genuinely happy and confident that they will definitely become his followers, and so he needs to get on with it right now. Gun asked Erin where they were all now, and she said that they had already left in the morning. The hero is upset that he will have to try again later. His phone immediately rang. It was Jin Man. We are transported to Seong's dream, where there are cries for help everywhere and a lot of injured people who were caught in the rubble. And we see a girl who says, "Sung-yi, listen carefully. You have to hide and wait in the car until your father comes, okay? Just imagine that we are playing hide and seek. Hide very well so that you won't be found. As soon as my father gets here, he can easily deal with the monster. Until then, promise your mother that you will be obedient and brave." At this moment, Song started to scream, and fear could be seen in his eyes. Then he wakes up in the car, shivering. Nuna reassured him. Hugo asked if he was all right. Song replied that he was probably overexcited, because this is his first meeting with his mother in a long time. Nuna suggested that it might be the side effects of the holy punishment, so he should pay more attention to himself. The dream said that everything is fine, just overworked. Nuna remembered and said, "I almost forgot. Since you're awake, take this. This is your birthday present. I got the thing you asked for. I remember that you needed a relic to store the twins' magic power, right? I got it from my dad. But are you sure that's enough?" Song looked very happy and said that with this, he would definitely be able to fill in the contribution points. Nuna was glad he liked it. Song thanked her for keeping an eye on him. Hugo told his son that his mother would be upset if he walked around with a sad face on his birthday. Some time later, they arrived at the hospital, entering room number 808. Nuna happily tells that Gan managed to leave a sacred essence wound right on his forehead. She thinks he is mega cool. Nuna wants her mother to meet Gan, and she said that as soon as she woke up, they would have so much to discuss. It was the girl from the dream who was lying unconscious on the cot. Hugo was very upset and did not go there. Suddenly his phone rang, and he picked it up and went outside. And he said, "I was planning to postpone my work today because it's a very important day, but just think, I am very surprised that the heads of the European Union needed me. And this is just a problem with the Enticer. Isn't the Virgo branch headquarters located near the dome?" He was told that they called not because of an ordinary case with the Enticer, but because the Virgo branch declared that they could not deal with the monster. After which they said, "In addition, you have already encountered that monster before. This is the attraction that appeared in Korea 10 years ago and swept through the territory of the airport." Blood mist. These words really touched the soul of Hugo. We are being transferred to the territory of the European Union, controlled by the Virgo branch, Belgium. The city is under a huge dome. Gun is sitting in one of the buildings and says that the rain is not at the right time, because for the first time in a long time, he made an appointment himself, and then it started to rain. Gun took out his phone, where he texted Sung, asking if he would like to become his Templar. Sung Yi thanked him for the offer, but said it would be problematic. The hero was sure that he would agree to this offer, and he doesn't know a lot about Sonia, remembering how he asked Yeren if it was his birthday. She said that he doesn't really like this day. Gun realizes that Song deliberately didn't tell him about this, but Yeren doesn't say anything, and it seems to him that something happened to him on his birthday. Jin comes up to him and asks him what he's thinking about. Jin Man is happy to meet you. And then he says that he should have notified Gan, because he had to come all this way. But Gun said that he still had things to do here, and it was not difficult for him to get there. He just teleported away with Lily's help. And he asked, "By the way, I understand that this territory is under the influence of the Virgo branch, but why are your logos literally everywhere?" Jin Man began the story. Throughout history, religion has been an integral part of the life of many European countries. After the emergence of the sacred entities, when branchings flooded the entire world, Europe turned from a simple part of the continent into one huge religious nation. But what's more important? You just can't help but believe when you see the dome protecting you every day. Gan said that despite how much pride there is in his voice, it seems that his faith has been greatly weakened. He used his skill. His faith was constantly declining, but his faith in Ophiuchus was increased to 99%. Gun understands that the person with the fanatic trait was losing faith. It seems that something serious happened to him, and he said, "I think what you want to talk about is related to your branching." Jin replied that he didn't think he should hide anything from Gan, and then he used a rented skill from Aquarius that prevents any sounds from leaving the designated area with water magic. After making a soundproofing dome, he decided to move on to the main point, and took out the blade that was stuck in Gan's back 20 years ago. All information about him was erased by the forces. He was only able to partially see the history of this blade. And after analyzing them, he realized that the one who attacked him in the demonic tower was the holy sign of the Virgin, of which he is a member of the branch. This shook his faith. We're transported to Hugo's house. Gun tells Lily Quinn, Sung Yi turned down an offer to become my Templar. He decided to remain a part of the Gemini branch, even after what he went through. There is some serious reason behind this. Here's your assignment. Find out why Sung Yi joined the Gemini branch, as well as learn all about his past. Oh, and I also need any information about the registrar's position. Lily said that she would do everything. After Gan left, she lay down on the sofa to play a game console and thought about asking Yang Wei or Haji about the receptionist position. But she should write to Sung first. But then the dream itself came to her with a request. She was glad that he had arrived just in time. She asked him what question he had come up with. Dream said that he needed to get into the secret archive of the Gemini Branch Magic Library. It is narrated that this library is a repository of books about magic collected from all over the world, including the twin branch territories. In the back of the building, there is a secret archive with forbidden books, which only Templars with high ranks have access to. Song said that he threw away his badge, so he won't even be able to enter the library. Not to mention that ranked Templars don't have access to the cache. He begged Lily to take him there. She opened the portal to that hiding place in an instant. The notification said that you need to log in to log in. She said it wasn't too hard to send him there, but the secret archive was full of secret, dangerous, and forbidden magic. Before letting him in, she asked him why he needed it. Song replied that he wanted to find a skill in the library that could be used to summon a creature from another world. The call of the soul. Gun sits at the train station and thinks about what Jin told him. Jin Man looked at the records of the last few years. Then several blades similar to this one were sold at auctions, and they were evaluated personally by his predecessor. And it seems that the predecessor felt the sinister energy coming from the weapon. He tried to track down the original and found out that it was a Virgo branch blade. It's from the Virgo branch armory. It also contained a large number of weapons with similar energy. Jin believes that the reason why it was put up for auction is because of the gradual disposal. Gan asked if his predecessor had told him anything. But Jin never heard anything from his predecessor, because he was killed while he was investigating. It's ironic that he was killed with the very blade he was looking for. Pointing his finger at the dagger, he said that it showed signs of confusion. Not only does it emit a sinister energy, but someone else has hidden all possible traces so that no one can find out who used it. He also has a powerful curse that Jin has never encountered before. He believes that this particular curse was used to neutralize Gan. A powerful, sinister creature interfered with the spell. You can tell by the look on Gun's face that he's thinking too hard about all this. After all, this spell can harm not only the holy sign, but also the sacred essence. Gun understands that cursing is Morin's thing, but its curses do not affect sacred entities. This sinister energy definitely doesn't belong to any of the gods. Even the energy of Cancer is nothing compared to the energy of this blade. Whoever attacked Gan must be closely related to the entrainers of the mysterious civilization. Thinking about it makes him very tired. So he decided that he would have to deal with the challenge first, since he had limited time, and then return to the Virgin. From the loudspeaker, you can hear that the train has arrived at the station. Gan was glad of that. When the train arrived, people began to get out of it, dressed in uniforms similar to Hugo's. A lot of people got off the train, and they lined up in two columns, between which Hugo himself got out. The hero is very happy to see them. This was the elite squad of the holy sign of Sagittarius. We are transported under a dome of blood mist, where Hugo's squad was slaughtering every enticer. They were ordered to get rid of the entrainers in this area in one day. There was a vine under their feet, which made it very difficult to walk. Gan said that it was an interesting coincidence that they also had business in the Virgo branch territory, and then asked what brought them there. Apparently, one of Hugo's bishops responded that the Sagittarius branch had received an order. Their branch has a special unit that deals with the extermination of the entrainers. They are like problem-solving mercenaries. And Hugo himself went to check all the details with the members of the European Union. Gan asked why they had taken the job without really knowing anything about it. He was told that the head would still accept the order, because the purpose of this task is to attract misfortune, with which he has some history. The bishop asked Gan if he had ever heard of the monster that seeks the power of the gods, Blood Mist. We are being transferred to the EU Parliament, headquarters for the extermination of those who bring misfortune. The man says, as you probably know, Blood Mist is a monster that releases red mist. That's why it's named that way. It drains the soul and life force of nearby creatures. According to the report, we can assume that the enticer appeared on the territory of the European Union about 10 days ago. Hugo asked him why he hadn't just gathered an army from the other branches and dealt with the blood mist, and why he was reacting so strongly to such a dangerous monster. The man explained that blood mist was officially considered defeated, and it shouldn't pop up again. Hugo started to get suspicious, and asked if they didn't care that he had already killed about 5,000 people. The man just laughed and said that the saints have long been all the same on the loss. Hugo asked what about Virgo branching, why head Kevin Azar isn't doing anything about it. He was told that the Virgo branch had already tried. They had repeatedly sent teams consisting of high-ranked Templars there, but all of them failed due to the fact that this enticer releases a red mist that causes a powerful status effect. It is most dangerous for people of the Virgo branch who specialize in close combat. In addition, the Holy Sign of the Virgin has gone on an expedition to the North Sea to deal with an enticer of the same class as the Blood Mist. It's not a situation that he would be able to return to anytime soon. That is why they decided to break the customs and turn to another branch. After studying all the branches, they decided on Sagittarius, since it is a branch of mercenaries, relatively free from power struggles between others, especially since he's working with Lai Gang. The man added that he was quite impressed when he saw his actions in the Philippines. He said that they would really appreciate it if Hugo could track down the blood mist. Hugo knows that this is a complete lie, because Kevin, the holy sign of the Virgo branch, is too proud to let anyone deal with the attraction in his territory for such reasons. He realizes that the Virgo branchworms want to get rid of the weapons and Sagittarians with the blood mist. He sees through their plan. The man is wary because he remembers the situation with Kevin, where he asks, "Will it be okay if we use Sagittarius and Lemon? Don't they know the ins and outs of your behavior, sir?" And Kevin said that everything would be fine. All he had to do was say that the blood mist was back. Hugo just couldn't say no. The Templar squad member goes on to say that Hugo lost his mistress to the blood mist. Gunn understands that only one person could have been introduced as mistress. It was Mrs. Jin Jai-woo, wife of Hugo and mother of Song Yi and Nuna. Hugo and her had met after Lai Gang entered the demonic tower, so they hardly ever crossed paths. The lady was trying to protect Sung Yi from the blood mist when the monster defeated the first Templar and the Bishop of Sagittarius branch. Gun seems to know him and calls out his name, which is Lee Yi-won. And then he says that he knew him because he was carrying his stuff with Tiksu. Gun is touched by this story, and now he understands why Hugo avoided talking about his family and past. And he feels sad because he has been through so much. So I asked him what the fog was like, and he added that Hugo is no longer the same as he was before. He knows the degree of its preparation like no one else because he taught it himself. And when Hugo was in his prime, Gan trusted him with his rear. Just him. Gan can't believe that he couldn't take down an enticer he hasn't heard of. In the past, Hugo was one of the strongest among the saints. So Gan asks me to explain what happened to him. One of the squad members says that it's a pretty hard story, but if Lee Gang asks for it. This horrifying story took place 10 years ago, on Song Yi's 7th birthday. We're transported to a story where Sung Yi is sitting sleepy and his mom is on the phone saying, "Yes, honey, I landed. Almost 2 years have passed since my last visit. I need to start prototyping weapons against the giant enticers soon. All thanks to Lai Gang's information and the weapons you got for me. Thank you very much. And you know what? Sung Yi came and met me at the airport so early. I was so touched, I almost cried." How did Sung Yi get to the airport? Jai said it was Yi Won, who has been working since morning. Sam Yi Won smiles happily and says that Sung Yi wanted to see her. Sung Yi says he's very hungry. So Mom asked if he wanted a burger. Yi Won said he was going to buy it right now. Little Dream heard the conversation of two apparently bandits who were fighting with each other. One yells at the other about what he's done, because he was told to keep it with him. The other replies that he did not know that such a thing could happen, so they decided to run away together. Otherwise, they would die. And Mom happily said that Yi Won would buy burgers, so they would wait for him. Suddenly, the entire sky was covered with red clouds. They were shocked. The people inside were in a panic because the lights were turned off, and everything on the street was red. Sun asked in fright why the lights were turned off everywhere. Yi Won was also surprised by this. Suddenly, he saw something that really scared him. A huge monster was standing behind his mother and son. He immediately rushed towards them. Jumping, he pushed them back, and he flew straight into the monster's mouth. Song and Jai were terrified. Yi Won was happy to serve them to the last, so even before he died, he smiled. The monster's mouth snapped shut in an instant. Jai Yi-sung was in tears, and his mother was covering his eyes so that he wouldn't see it. And the toad sat there drooling. People at the airport started shouting that near them there was a bad guy and he ate a man. Tentacles were already appearing behind him, and the guard was shouting to the other that he needed to dial branches urgently. Jai, hugging Sung, told him not to let go of her hand and immediately ran while the people around her were being taken away by this toad. She was able to escape from the airport to the city, which also had this virus that was eating everyone. She hid it in the car and told me not to go out until my father came. She told him to imagine that he was playing hide and seek, so he needed to hide better than anyone else, so that the monster would not find him, because his dad, when he came, would easily kill and save him. In the meantime, he must promise her to be strong and brave. With that, the enticer took her away. Little Sung Yi was very upset because in a long time they would have gotten together. There was so much he wanted to tell them, but he believes that everything happened because of him. Yi Won and Jai. Suddenly, a fire projectile flies from the sky, which does not allow the monster to get through to Sun, and asks if Sleep is okay. Sung shouts from the car that Mom and Yi Won are there. These words shocked Hugo. They'd knocked him down so badly that his hands were shaking. Touching the glass with his hand, it was as if he had already accepted everything that had happened. But the monster decided to attack stealthily. Hugo was genuinely angry that he just burned all the thorns flying at him with his fire, and he asked the monster how he dared to do that. Using his ability, he dealt damage to the toad's tentacles, and then he noticed its main body. The people he eats are entwined with the branches of a huge tree on his back. Jai Wu was also there. Hugo decided to come up with a plan and started pulling her out by brute force. Jumping off his body, he began to tear out pieces of wood with his hands. The toad noticed this and threw a bunch of its branches at him. Hugo was in a fit of rage, shouting that it should not interfere with him. But the toad began to use the voices of the people it had eaten, distracting Hugo. It worked, and she was able to stab Hugo right in the stomach. And then she said that it looks delicious, and the power of God is also delicious. It began to eat away at his power. Dream, seeing this, screamed at him, when suddenly lightning struck his tentacles, and all the people inside were pulled out. The holy sign of the lion told Hugo that it was all pathetic. Heiji pulled out all the people with her protective dome spell, and now they need to deal with the enticer. Yang Wei, Stephen, and Heiji came to his aid. Hugo was already unable to get to his feet. His mouth was bleeding, and he was shaking all over. At that moment, a girl flew towards him. It was the holy sign of Haley's scorpion. She asked if Hugo was okay. Hugo himself is very surprised that they all flew to him. Haley said that she called everyone she could as soon as she heard about the strong attraction. They all agreed to help, because no one wants such a monster to show up on their territory as well. She picked up Hugo and draped his arm over her shoulder. Stephen, Yang Wei, and Heiji decided to take their time and finish off the monster in one hit. They all started using their abilities. Stephen shouted that he liked the plan and said that they should show their full strength. Hence, at the same time, countless swords, black shards, and also black lightning bolts flew at the toad. The toad opened its mouth and just started absorbing all the blows. Hugo and Haley were very surprised. The toad snapped its mouth shut. The saints were shocked, because this toad just devoured their strength, so it also heals its wounds. The toad looked very intimidating considering its abilities. Stephen yells at Heiji to put up her barrier. She, in turn, shouts that she already knows. Using the magic curtain skill, she began to restrain the toad's attacks. But the toad was strong. It was releasing more and more branches in their direction. She wanted to defeat them so much that all the branches that spread in the city were also launched at them. Heiji's mouth was already bleeding from the force of the blows, and she said that the barrier wouldn't last long. Suddenly, someone used their skill, the golden rule vine. The toad was completely surrounded by the golden vine. This girl who came to their rescue asked them what they were doing. They were saints, and they shouldn't let that confuse them. It was Giselle Lawrence, the holy sign of Libra. Hugo asks Haley if she called her too. She replied that she had only called the three of them. The toad looked very displeased. Giselle had told the holy sign of Gemini to teleport this enticer somewhere, explaining that their powers had already been consumed, so they can hardly win. Otherwise, they will lose their powers, as happened with Sagittarius. She said to send her anywhere, even to the deep ocean, even to the swirling magma. Heiji said that he would appear again in a while. Giselle replied that it didn't matter, because they needed to get rid of him here and now. Hugo screamed through the pain that it was impossible to do this, because the enticer absorbed the souls of people, and those they saved are just shells. They will have to finish the monster and get the souls. There may also be people whose bodies they haven't found yet. So Hugo offered his help, saying that he could fight. Giselle's vines were beginning to break a little, and her strength was already running out. She shouts that they don't have any more time. They need to teleport the monster faster. Heiji started using the teleport skill. Hugo yelled at them not to do it, but they decided not to stop, so the teleport was successful. We fast forward a few days later, and the narration appears to be from Sung's perspective. Everyone was just criticizing my father that day, while praising the saints who sent the enticer to no one knows where. The TV turned on the news, which said that there was new information about the blood mist. Early this morning, the saints stopped the enticer raging at the airport. Many people died before the saints could arrive. Holding the microphone in her hands, Giselle said that it was their duty, and that she only regretted that they could not prevent the death of people. Reporters say, at the same time, the public is expressing their dissatisfaction with the holy sign of Sagittarius, the defender of Korea. People want to know, what if more people died because of a weak response to the actions of the enticer? Pointing the microphone at one of the eyewitnesses, he said that he had heard that Sagittarius had lost, having failed to protect even his family. And he thinks that Hugo is too unreliable, and he doesn't understand how people can trust him at all. Hugo Otis attended a joint funeral of the victims after a public apology. But during the funeral, he faced a furious public response. The people at the funeral screamed at him because they trusted him with their lives, and he did not know what he was doing until the other saints showed up. Someone was shouting that their family had died because of him. Someone asked for the return of all the dead. Stephen said he couldn't watch it anymore and turned off the TV. Yang Wei asked why he turned it off. Stephen said that this is not necessary. The holy sign of Aquarius also agrees with him. Yang Wei said it was unfortunate, but someone had to take responsibility for the deaths. Suddenly, someone called out to him, saying that he was thinking about people for the first time. The sign of Taurus said that Hugo is completely useless. He doesn't even have a sovereign relic. He thinks he should have called everyone to him before the fight. The holy sign of Cancer said that Ivan was wrong, because now Hugo is doubly helpless, since his powers were taken away by a monster. These vile words made Stephen very angry, so he got up and left there, slamming the door with all his might. He said that he felt disgusting. The holy sign of Aquarius asks what he thinks about whether Hugo will be okay. Stephen replied, "We'll wait and see." And wasn't she jealous of him for Jaiwoo? She replied that she didn't like Jai. But that wasn't the outcome she wanted. They both exhaled, and Stephen said he was sorry for the kids. We are transported to the Scorpion Hospital, where he goes inside, and there's a bunch of people gathered around again. Reporters ask for his opinion, and when the funeral will be held for his family members. All the people say that redirecting the wounded to the hospital is just a show-off. The Bishop of Sagittarius says that Hugo has already made all sorts of comments at another conference, and now he needs to visit the sick, so they should all calm down. Hugo asks what happened to Yiwon. Aaron said that his body was found and moved to the hospital. Apparently, the monster spat out all the bodies before the fight. This probably happened because Bishop Yiwon was fighting in his stomach. He asked me to thank Haley for her generosity and the opportunity to use the hospital. Yeren decided to shout that he shouldn't take all the responsibility because he lost his family in that battle, so he should tell the whole truth, that people could be saved if the monster was killed. Hugo said that telling the victims' families this was a terrible thing to do because it would give them false hope, which may never happen. He said that he had lost half of his strength, and because the others couldn't deal with him, they just moved him to an unknown place, so none of the saints would want to risk their strength for those souls. Yeren shouts that they hate him for it now. Hugo said it was all his fault. He believes that he was unable to protect them due to lack of strength, and did not keep his promise to Gan. He then added that although the situation was unpleasant, it was his burden to bear, and then he thanked Yeren for her concern. Hugo went to check on Jai and Sung. Suddenly, Aaron had someone put a hand on his shoulder. It was the vice head who told why he redirected all the injured to the hospital. It's because he believes that one day they will be able to help them. Hugo never gives up, because if he refuses them, then he will also give up his wife and the bishop. Hugo is standing in front of the door to Jai's room, almost opening the door, when he hears Sung's voice saying, "I'm sorry, if I hadn't been whining about being hungry. If only we'd left earlier, you and Mr. Yi-won would have been fine. The Pope would have defeated the enticer. Everyone would be safe. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'm so sorry." Hugo, hearing these words, began to tremble and cry. We're going back to Gan and the squad, where Hugo himself tells this story and says that he should go to Sun, say that it's not his fault. But he couldn't show his face in such a state because he would have blamed himself for that too. Gun thinks that he shouldn't have asked. Hugo said that he would have had to tell him sooner or later. But he is surprised that Gun made him tell him. Hugo said firmly that the fog had been found and must be killed, so he would finish it off no matter what. This toad believes that the remaining forces of Sagittarius go to her of their own free will, even with the serpent god. She said she would eat the whole city. Hugo's elite squad continued to deal with the monsters. Hugo yelled at them to catch and burn every one of the bird-like enticers, because they might interfere with them in the future. When suddenly one of his subjects comes up to him and asks for a drink while he is working. Hugo was pleased and thanked him. While he was drinking a drink, another subject came up to him and gave him some candy. Hugo was a little embarrassed and also thanked her. He was approached by other subjects who gave him a lot of sweets. Hugo was very happy about it. Hugo said, "What's the matter with you? Is it because of the story I told you?" They all started making excuses that they just wanted to share sweets. Then Hugo said that they needed to expand the radius of the area they were exploring and go exploring. The head was very touched by such gifts, and Gun ate all his sweets one by one and told him to eat while he was being taken care of. Lai Gang was contacted by telepathy. He recognized the voice. It was Lily. She said that she had just spoken to Sung and asked if Gang had time to listen to her. Gan asked her what she had learned about him and where he was now. At this time, Song was already in the library and was glad that he was able to get there. Dream says that he wants to find a skill in the library that can be used to summon a creature from another world, Call of Souls. Even though Song said that he would leave, but he is still part of the Gemini branch, so he will be able to get this skill. And the Soul Call itself is a skill that can be used to summon a creature from another world to our world. Because of this, Song believes that he can summon people's souls. After all, he wants to do everything in his power, since his mom and Yi-won are in a coma and deprived of their souls because they were protecting Sung. He also wants to return all the people who were injured that day. Lily Quinn wondered why he'd gone to the library. Still, she let him go in there. Song was very happy and thanked Lily. Lily said, "I'm sure this wasn't easy for you to share, so thank you. And don't overdo it." After entering the library, Song knew that he should not miss the opportunity that had come so hard for him. Taking one of the books, he was asked if he wanted to buy the book that he took. But he didn't have enough branch offering points, so he said he wanted to donate the bracelet to branching. Throwing this bracelet into a small portal added 30,000 points to his balance. Now he was able to buy this book. The knowledge inside the book breaks out. The dream is surprised, and knowledge was pouring out of the book, so he decided not to waste time, and went to look for the 1,500th page in which the spell he needed is located. Someone was standing outside the door, spying on Sun. At the same time, he snatched the book from him with a spell and said, "You're trying to read something very difficult, Sung Yi." Song got angry and immediately recognized him. It was Yun Shiwu. He looked very angry and said, "You didn't show your nose when our branch had problems, and now you're here." The dream screamed at him that he didn't have time for this. Yun told Sung not to get mad, and that he would return the book to him. Suddenly, he began to split them, and asked, what kind of book is the one that he needs? This made Sun very angry that he was starting to use his magic. Yun just said, "Oh no, it's scary. You're so brazen because there's this guy called Lai Gang, or whatever his name is somewhere nearby, right?" After that, he took out a bracelet in the form of scales and said that his father and uncle were about to be torn apart. We flash back to Gan and Hugo. Hugo shoots a fiery arrow into the sky, where it explodes. The vice head explained that this is a signal to return, as they have finished working today. And that was good news for them, because it wouldn't be a good idea to run into the enticer late at night. Using telepathy, the vice head told all the scouting squads to return immediately, because he was holding a roll call. Squad A said they were clear. Squad B said they were fine too. But the C squad was no longer in contact, and we see that the people from this squad were swallowed up by that monster. Suddenly, they all began to hear the call for help, which made them alert. Gunn started using his search skill, and Hugo was very angry at that moment. It was obvious from him. So Gan told him to calm down, because right now he's emotional, and he needs to stay cool, because he shouldn't be driven by rampant anger. Hugo, thanks to these words, cooled his ardor, and said that it is very difficult, but he will try. Gan stressed that after 10 years, he takes revenge, and should be ready for this. We are shown a man walking down the street, and noticing that all the leaves on the trees have turned red, and behind him are these red branches of the monster. When suddenly they come out from under the asphalt and destroy everything around them. One of the tentacles appeared from behind Gunn and Hugo. They noticed it, and saw where all the threads were coming from. It was a huge toad that Gan immediately pounced on. Kicking into it, he said, "So it's you who brought so much grief to my friend's family." After saying that, he pushed her away, and there was blood on his face. He realized that he was in trouble and said that this toad is not a simple weed, as he thought. It turns out that the toad pierced his leg. Going back to the situation with Sung, Yoon showed him the attraction that Gun and his father are fighting. Dream remembered this enticer and was horrified. Ayun only added fuel to the fire and said that today they will definitely die, because hunger is the Achilles heel for the forces of the constellations. We're going back to Gan. The toad told him that it would eat all of his power. The hero just laughed and told her not to dream. At that moment, Hugo fired at those branches, freeing his friend. Gan asked him, "I wonder if he takes everything that comes along as food. What a glutton." Gan's leg looked terrible, but he just hit the ground, activating the super regeneration ability, and all of his wounds started to heal. Gan turned to the toad and said that he understood its eagerness to eat all people and eat even cities. He took out his comprehension hammer. He added that today was not the day for a feast, and also said that he was betting that this toad had already eaten a lot of that was not worth eating. And then he promised to rip her belly open. After saying that, Gan charged at her and shouted a spell to increase the comprehension hammer. The hammer became incredibly large, and Gan immediately hit the toad with all his strength. The toad gave no sign, and then immediately threw it up. But she didn't expect to be hit by a huge volley of exploding arrows. Hugo shouted to the squad that this tactic worked perfectly, and that everyone needed to prepare for the second salvo. Everyone started summoning the weapon arsenal ability. Hugo shouted that the toad absorbs the power of constellations, so everyone needs to use relic arrows instead of magic arrows. Each of them took arrows, and Hugo shouted the command to aim. Then he ordered them to fire all at once. This caused damage to the toad, which caused it to hit the ground and trigger spikes under Hugo's squad. But it was lucky that they understood all this and dodged it. Gan got tired of these vines getting in the way, so he came up with a plan. Leaping high into the sky, he summoned his slug, which he turned into scissors. After splitting the scissors, he started attacking the toad. The toad began to scream, but Gan, with his scissor swords, cut down each branch one by one. After a series of quick attacks on the vines, it swirled into a vortex and sliced through the toad, dealing it irreparable damage. Even the slug itself was in shock. Then Gun decided to finish off the toad and just cut it into pieces. At the end, only scraps of the toad remained. Everyone shouted joyfully about the victory. The vice head remarked that it was too easy for such a monster. One of the followers said, The toad died so quickly because Sir Lai Gang is strong. Hugo also suspected something was amiss. This toad couldn't be defeated so easily. After all, the phenomena created by the enticer hadn't disappeared yet. Hugo knew that it was still too early to talk about victory. Song, seeing all this, rejoiced that Gan and his father had so easily killed the toad. Pointing a finger at Yoon, he said, "What a pity, Shivu. I think you had a pretty good plan. But they are much stronger than you think." Yun just smiled and said that the old guys still have the strength to fight, and admitted that he underestimated them. Then he added that their real fight has not yet begun, and he asked if Dream knew why the attraction was so obsessed with food. After all, food is his strength. Having said that the Dream should know about this like no one else. And he said that now they should have some fun. Apparently, Yun had used his dead recovery skill, and after hitting the toad, it began to regenerate, picking itself up bit by bit. Everyone in the squad was shocked, and then they noticed something. The enticer was able to engulf the dome. Gun decided to check something out, so he slammed the blade into the ground behind the dome. And he wasn't wrong. There were branches of this monster. It took root right under the dome. This made Gan very angry, and Hugo's squad began preparing their bows for more volleys. The toad had already recovered and was able to stand, so she started shouting that she needed more food. Yun started laughing madly and said, "Even the blood mist took a while to devour an entire city. Now it is not a shelter for people, but a warehouse full of food. There's a lot more food here than at that airport. So let's enjoy the show. It's time for the second act." Song was horrified by these words and noticed that he was speaking as if he had caused the incident at the airport. Song remembered seeing two guys fighting with each other. Looking back at the appearance of one of them, it was most likely Yun Shiwu. Dream in utter horror that it really was him. Yoon was laughing madly again, saying, "I don't even know whether to call you smart since I've figured it out, which I've only just realized. I thought I was going to die because I'd kept this secret for 10 years. Congratulations, you got it absolutely right. So what are you going to do now that you know I was involved in that incident? Will you call the police? Will you tell the public? Do whatever you want. And 100%. Your father already knew who the culprit was. But God, it's all the fault of the son of Saint Libra. And this is the strongest branch in the world. And what can a useless guy do against the son of a Libra saint?" Song was angry, so he shouted that countless people had died in that incident. Yun was cold-blooded and said that these lives were worthless, so they should blame their failure. Song took out his knife, and Yoon was already scared, so Dream asked him what he was afraid of. Yun is very scared, remembering what happened to him when Lai Gang came. So he started saying that he had a mission with the blood mist. The Dream made a bright flash, and at the same time rushed at him, hitting his head. Yun realized that it wasn't Lai Gang, but it was too late, and Sleep won, knocking him out in one blow. And then he said that it was a normal light spell, and he realized that he needed to take the grimoires before this young man woke up. Then he noticed the Libra relic on his arm. So Song took it for himself and thought, since he returned the blood mist with this thing, then you can use it back. But to do that, I need to get to Europe, to the blood mist. But what should I do if I can't use skills without relics anymore? Sleep gave up all worries and realized that he could teleport thanks to the magic power of the grimoire. Flipping through it, he activated the teleport. We returned to the battle with the toad. Hugo's troops fired a volley of arrows at the enemy. There were countless arrows, and this ability was called Fire Rainstorm. Gan decided to use the clipping skill, and at the same time, he closed the scissors, and they sent out a huge wave that cut everything in its path, even buildings. Gun happily said that it was a perfect cut, when suddenly he had roots under the ground, which instantly tore off his arm. Gan was notified that his left arm was injured. Gan himself was angry. He was notified that the blood mist was reducing his physical abilities, so the super regeneration efficiency was halved. A pile of thorns flew at Gan, and a volley of fire flew from above. Hugo was shouting for Gun to get out of the way. After jumping up from the spikes and the impact, His left arm had already recovered by then, so he immediately swung back, readying his magic for the strike. And with all his strength, he hit the huge beam. Hugo noticed that the sinister energy from the toad was quite strange. Gan said that the energy is the same as from the monsters in the Demon Tower. It is narrated that 20 years ago, the demonic tower appeared along with the invasion of Red Eye. There were many theories calling it the Ark of All Misfortunes, or the outpost of a mystical civilization. All they knew for sure was that the attractions inside her were on a completely different level. The red and black classes looked boring in comparison. They were the invincible enticers. The toad looked like the monsters from that tower. Gan started activating his weak spot skill, and immediately noticed that she had 3 cores, and the most active core was combining the souls and life force that it consumes. The enticer is constantly draining souls and life force through its roots and branches. Gan then guessed that he was drawing power from under the dome, so he told everyone that the monster was taking energy from under the dome, where there were a bunch of people who were just stuck inside. Hugo ordered all of his men to focus their fire on the dome in order to destroy it. The toad heard this and said that it wouldn't let them, and started grabbing everyone with its vines, even Ghana and Hugo. And then, from her branches, she began to summon the dead souls who were crying out for help. There were not just a lot of them, there were more than 100 of them. The captured people were horrified by this. After all, these souls approached them and personally asked them for help. Hugo was angry because this monster imitates the people he ate. Even Gan was angry that he had already told the monster that it could make people lose their temper. So Gan promised to grind it to a pulp. And under the dome, a portal was formed, from which the dream fell out. For some reason, it was moved very high, and it fell on a tree. And it moved strangely because the Libra relic changed its coordinates. Suddenly, they shone and began to float in the air. Dream wondered what was wrong with them. Maybe there was something nearby. But he saw what kind of tree he landed on and was very surprised. But he is sure that he landed in the right place. However, these red leaves and the tree emitting red mist were very suspicious. The Libra relic blocked the poison mist. Song knew that the tree was the reason people were in such a state. Remembering the toad, he decided not to delay and began to use the magic power of the grimoire, shouting that all this happened because of the tree. The news shows the dome and says, "The western edge of the protective dome of the European Union." Reporting directly from the western part of the dome, the area has fallen into absolute chaos due to the sudden appearance of a calamity inducer. Apparently, Yoon's father is watching this news and is angry because he thinks that Yoon doesn't know what a measure is, or what Yoon was thinking when he created such a large-scale problem. Now everyone knows about this situation. News reports say that the enticer has been identified as a blood mist that has caused casualties in the past. Also, blood mist is the main suspect in the recent disappearance in the sacred dome of Virgo's branch. The dome was filled with poison gas released by the blood mist. The rescue team cannot operate there, as other toxic elements may be present in the gas. The potential number of victims cannot even be calculated. A news drone records what is happening inside the dome. Suddenly, Li Gang flies in front of the drone's camera, trying to dodge the monster's blows. Hugo shouts to Ghana, so he was careless, and his subjects shouted that there was a monster behind him. Hugo didn't have time to react, only managed to put his hands out to stop the monster. But his excellent bow was broken, and he couldn't hold his paw, so she pinned him down. Gan was even angrier when he saw this. But the dead souls that held him began to approach him. Because Gun was distracted, the vines were able to catch him. And then he realized how disgusting it was. And the monster led Gun around the building, breaking down floor by floor. The toad was arrogant, calling them all weaklings, when suddenly it was struck by lightning. She immediately turned to the dome and said that someone was breaking her tree. At that moment, she was struck by lightning very hard again. And Dream used his magic to break this tree, and was in a state of rage, because of this toad. There was a tragedy with his mother, father, and Yi Wan. and also with innocent people. Sleep was hitting the wood harder and harder. The toad took a lot of pain from each blow, so it jumped towards the dome. The guys from Hugo's squad shouted to the head that the toad was leaving, and Hugo himself said that he would not allow it to escape, so he asked the subject for a bow. The toad was already close to the dome, but suddenly a huge arrow flew into its head, and Hugo said, "I couldn't use it earlier. I was worried that I would interfere with Ligang. So how does it feel to be pierced by a pillar-sized arrow? I thought that a small arrow wouldn't be enough for you, so I prepared this." Hugo used the magic of the grimoire and summoned huge arrows, which he used to shoot at the toad, and shouted that he would beat her to the ground. Each arrow nailed the toad to the ground, but then another squad of Hugo shouted that it was time, and launched arrows with ropes that captured it. All the squads were shouting that they had caught her, and they couldn't let her go. One of the guys noticed that it was as strong as it was big, so they were told to use power buffs. The vice head shouts that if they have the strength to complain, then they will have the strength to hold on, because the toad is constantly recovering. Because if it can't be destroyed, it will be delayed. The toad was calling them pests when suddenly it was dealt the final blow. She started shouting that her tree was destroyed. Dream prepared a powerful blow and shouted for her to disappear forever. During the impact, he was notified that Libra's magic power and Gemini's power were repelling each other. But this did not stop him, and he delivered a decisive blow to the tree. After this, the dome began to fall apart, and the toad cried out in tears that all her power and the city, along with the souls needed for the deal, were gone. The ghosts around the branches began to disappear. One of the squad members suggested that it was all because someone broke the barrier. The dream lies around the ruins, and then he wakes up and realizes that he has passed out. But I immediately remembered the tree he was breaking, and it was destroyed. Looking at his hands, he sees that they are shattered, as he broke the wood with them. So also the relic of Libra is destroyed. But he's glad he can see the sky now. He's glad he could. Suddenly, he notices a huge beam of flame. He was notified that the sun god's power was breaking out. His relic, Janus Will, activated the snake scale barrier. This relic protects the wearer from damage. The beam went through the entire city and reached directly to Sun. He was notified that he had blocked a dangerous heat ray, and the snake barrier was gone. Dream remembers that this ray is similar to his father's fire, but the feelings from it are completely different. Immediately, he looks at the city and realizes that this ray was able to melt the city. Buildings from such a temperature began to fall and melt. Everyone from the squads is shocked, because such flames were coming right at them. Hugo looked burned and knew that the mist was using the Sagittarius power that it had stolen from him. Hugo asks, "Goth, are you all right there?" He replies that he was able to endure, but he is not sure that he can continue the battle. The guys ran up to him asking about his condition. The toad turned fiery. When a huge eye suddenly appeared over Sun, he was very surprised, because the Eye of God is one of the skills that his father uses. But this eye gives off a completely different energy. The toad uses the Eye of God to see the destroyer of his tree. Hugo also saw his son through this eye, and realized that it was he who destroyed the tree with the dome. The toad was very angry, so it immediately ran towards Sun. And when Dream himself saw the toad, he was very scared, because it was terribly close to him, and immediately he realized that it was the same blood mist. Out of desperation, he began to scream. And when the toad jumped on him, at the last moment, his father came to him, holding the mouth of this monster. Song was very surprised to see his father, and the toad wasn't happy that Hugo was stopping her, so she said that she would deal with him first. Hugo was notified that a mystical and sinister energy of unknown origin was becoming stronger, so Hugo used the fire barrier skill and imprisoned his son in it. The toad shouted for him to die, and the dream imprisoned in the dome screams to the father. Hugo tried his best to stop that toad, but it swallowed him, biting off the ground beneath him. Dream doesn't know what to do, because he can't get out of the dome, but he sees his father being eaten, And the toad happily exclaims that he was finally able to get all the power of the sun god, when suddenly a blade appears out of the ground, which is directed towards the toad. She can't believe it. This blade began to spin very quickly, and there were many blades. It was Gan, using his ice blender skill. But the toad screamed that it was too late for him to resist, because the power of the sun god was now his, and it also added that it would eat Gan next, calling him the Ophiuchus carrier. When suddenly Gun breaks out of the ground and flies towards the enemy, and then shouts to Hugo that now is not the time to give up, and asks him to wake up. With the help of his ability, he sees where the stomach is located and the energy clot. Inside his stomach was Hugo, thinking about the last moments of his life. Is this the stomach of the enticer? I don't feel anything. Still, I couldn't do anything. Couldn't save Jai Wu and Yi Won. Couldn't take revenge on the blood mist. I'm not much of a father either. Maybe it's me? When Hugo opens his eyes, he sees the bundle of energy that this toad was feeding on. And he knew that this was the fragment of power that he had stolen from him. This was the power that he wanted so badly to get back. And it was right in front of him. But there was nothing he could do. He believes that if he had it, he would be able to continue fighting the blood mist. Hugo feels his memories fade, and he has already accepted his end, thinking only that he fought valiantly, trying to remember what he fought for. I remembered the moment when he was standing with his family, and the moment when Jai was standing with a photo in his hands, saying that they had not taken photos together for a long time. When she showed the picture to Hugo, she asked him what he thought of it, saying it was a good picture. These memories reawakened strength in Hugo, and he decided that he would never give up, because he does not even know how he will have to look into the eyes of Gan later if he gives up. He doesn't want them to see him so pathetic. Hugo decided to reach out to the source of power. He was having a hard time, but when he suddenly reached that source, he was notified that he was coming into contact with a fragment of the holy god Sagittarius, the Lord of the Great Light, and that the sun fragment wants to return to the source of its power. He was warned, the sun fragment has been under the influence of a mystical civilization for too long. Be careful with the rejection reaction. Absorption of a fragment of the sun. The fragment was very strong, so Hugo felt that his body couldn't take it anymore. Suddenly, the walls of the toad's stomach began to collapse, and immediately after the crash, a Gan flew in with a cry of, "Hugo, we still have a lot to do. How long do you plan to relax here?" And then he held out his hand to Hugo and told him to grab fast. Hugo saw the hope in him and grabbed Gun's arm. Gun saved him by pulling him out of his stomach, and Hugo himself took out his power. We are transported back 30 years to Saudi Arabia. Huge worms were jumping everywhere, and Hugo was dodging their leaps. From one of these, he jumped and skidded face first across the sand, spitting it out. He didn't notice the enemy sneaking up on him, and slammed his mouth shut after him. Hugo found himself inside the monster's stomach, thinking, so this is how I'm going to die. I never thought I'd be a monster snack. I can't believe I'm going to die without getting married. Suddenly, the monster's stomach explodes, and there was Lai Gang standing there, asking why he looked like he had already given up, even though he wasn't dead yet. Afterward, he held out his hand to Hugo and told him that he was feeling great, so he would help him get out of there. Hugo remembered that it had always been like this with Gan, and then he saved him again, reaching out his hand. Hugo always saw a bright hope in his friend. He thought that Gan always stood tall with a scowl on his face, but he always held out his hand to him. After escaping, Hugo lay unconscious, and sleep called out to him, and then told Gan that his father was unconscious. Gan decided to look at it with his sense of the 13th. Looking at Hugo, he was told that he had absorbed a fragment of the sun that was contaminated by the energy of a mysterious civilization. Therefore, there may be side effects during the full absorption of the restored power, and as the polluted energy is purified. Gan was surprised that Hugo had regained his powers while in the toad's stomach. The hero explained to Sung that there was no need to worry about him, as he would soon recover, because he had eaten what he had dropped. Song didn't even understand what Gun was saying, but Li Gang reassured Sung by saying that his father wasn't someone who died so easily, but asked him to take care of him. Song asked what Gun would do, and he said that he should go and stomp on that toad. Leaping at her with incredible force, he landed right on her head. As he landed, he thrust his swords in and shouted, "Hey Toad, because of you, my friend has become the laughing stock of the whole world, and my nephew couldn't celebrate his birthday properly, so it's only fair that you pay for it." The toad screamed that he was crazy. Gan noticed that it had reached its limit and could no longer regenerate. After using his comprehension hammer, he said that there was only one core left, the real one. He slammed the hammer down on the sword with all his might. The toad shouts that it can't be, that he fell without achieving anything. At the same time, the toad laughed and said that it was a defeat. But it still branches everywhere, and since it has come to this, it needs to take someone with it to the grave. Therefore, the toad began to destroy everything around. All the buildings fell, and the toad said that although Gan will survive, but his friend will be buried along with the city. The buildings were already close to falling on Hugo and Son. Gang laughed and said that the toad was wrong, because it shouldn't look down on his only friend, who he trusted with his back. Shards of buildings fell on Son, and he did not leave his father until the last moment. But Hugo, sensing the danger, woke up, and the buildings that fell on him were torn apart by a huge beam. All the reporters who could see this fight were shocked, as a huge flame towered into the sky. All the people around were surprised, and even the saints who were watching the news were also surprised. No one understood what could have happened in the ruins, as such a powerful pillar of flame continued to rise from the ruins. It was an incredible burst of light. Reporters say that even though it's the middle of the night, it's as bright as day. This was only a sun god's skill. Nuna ran to Haley to tell her that her father and Gun were in Europe. Before she could finish, Haley interrupted her and said that she knew about it and was watching it right now. She imagines that he went through all the hardships and trials, but in the end, he regained his strength. The great Hugo Otis. Dream is very happy that his father has woken up. The toad was very angry and shouted that it was her power, asking to return this power, summoning millions of its branches all over the city. There were so many of them that they were bigger than buildings, and all heading towards Hugo. But Hugo used the ability, saying that he was annoyed by these branches. They didn't have time to reach Hugo before they burned down. All the branches in the city started to burn from this. This was the Sky Radiance ability. Gun said that shining the sky is one of Hugo's skills. Laughing, he shouted to the toad that he tried to devour everything, but in the end, he couldn't take anything away from them. And I decided that I would end his life here and now. But he can't be the one to kill him. Gan activated his strike ability instead. He switched places with Hugo. I shouted at him to kill the monster. Hugo was very happy and took up his sword, and then stabbed the monster that kept his power, the souls of people, and the soul of his beloved wife locked up. After that, he immediately remembered the moment when he stood at the door and listened to Song apologize to his mother for whining about being hungry. Dream thinks it's all his fault. Hugo shouts that it's not his fault as he fires the last shot right into the core. This shot completely incinerated the toad. The shot was so strong that it left behind a huge crater and ash. Gun notices that this toad has made a real mess. He did not even imagine what it would all turn out to be. Hugo asked Gan, "It's finally over, isn't it?" The hero told him that they destroyed all his cores and turned his body into ashes. What else could the monster do? At the same time, Gan wondered if the monster could survive all this. Why would it collect souls in a place like this when it could sit on its laurels with the big drakes? Hugo said he was right, and thanked me for my concern. Gan replied with a smile that he deserved a compliment today, by saying, "Good job, man." Gan then said that he found something while fighting the toad. Taking out a huge ball from his pocket, he said that he found it when they were trying to destroy its real core. Hugo is shocked how he could pull such a huge thing out of his pocket. The hero added that Toad was a diligent collector, and Hugo doesn't understand what this thing is. Gan started using his ability sense of the 13th and God's fixing eye at the same time. He was notified that the soul-sealing sphere was an item that absorbed and sealed people's souls. And if you put the Ophiuchus power into this sphere, there is a high probability that the sphere will not be able to resist it. Gan decided to put his soul into it, and suddenly the sphere started to crack. Because of the cracks, it can no longer hold souls, so they all broke out. Hugo is surprised by this sight, and the hero said that he released all the souls that the toad absorbed, so the victims will soon start to wake up. Dream, who was standing next to him, asked if this was true, and if it meant that they would actually be able to return. Dan replied in such a calm voice, "Of course, they will all wake up when those souls return to their rightful places. That goes for your mom and everyone else. By the way, I heard you recently had a birthday. It might be a little late, but happy birthday, Song Yi." We are transported to Stephen's dream, where he heroically defeats the 10,000 Paws draftsman, and he shouts that he will not stand aside and will not allow humanity and Big Bones to be threatened. He uses the Thunder Shower ability and kills the Enticer. Everyone is shocked. And then he's elated that he's finally got his bone back, and happily as her father takes care of her, feeding her with a spoon of baby protein, walking her on a leash, happy that he was walking with her. Li Gang, Hugo, and the old man tell him that they are in charge, but Stephen hits them all with one punch, so they shout that he is the best. Stephen and the Bone run away from the explosion, and the Bone tells him to take care of himself. Then he and Kostya made a fraternal clap, and Stephen called Kostya the best partner. When suddenly he wakes up, someone stole his bone. It was Juha, and Stephen started yelling at her to give it back. But Gun takes him by the leg and hits him hard on the ground. After that, he really woke up with a cry of "Big Bone." Everyone who was in the ward was shocked that he woke up, and how he even survived it. At the same time, they asked if Stephen remembered hunting for Yerepaw, and then passing out after the ambush. Stephen asked them how long he'd been out. While they were thinking about what to say to him, he replied that it didn't matter, and then asked them to tell everyone. And then he fell silent. And the silence made everyone think that he was serious about attacking Lai Gang or Capricorn. After a moment of silence, he told them to bring him a big bone from Yung Yoha's room, and do it now. Everyone almost started laughing, and told me to knock him out again before he caused any problems. Another says that he has a problem with his head, since he is still looking for a bone. Stephen can be heard shouting from the ward. His other heirs realized that he had already woken up, and one of them asked me if I should tell Nuna. The other one told him not to interfere, because she didn't care. After all, it popped out when they all received the quest for Lai Gang's 8th relic, and she didn't even flinch, despite the fact that the mission will be in the dangerous territory of Scorpio. A guy runs to them and shouts that a miracle has happened. They say they know about the chapter. The guy said that it was not related to him at all, but to people who had been sleeping for 10 years because of the blood mist. They finally started to wake up. They are coming to consciousness all over the world. In the wards, people started to wake up. The news says, "Remember the blood mist incident 10 years ago and its aftermath? We have received news that thousands of people who fell into a coma that day are waking up all over the world." I'm on the edge of the European West Dome. After a long, exhausting battle, Hero Lai Gang and Sagittarius Branch destroyed the blood mist. This is a new precedent. The victims of the unlucky ones wake up. Right. There are no words to describe it. It is hoped that those who have not yet woken up will soon recover. This news was being talked about all over the world. We're transported to the Libra Branch mansion, where Yoon is standing with another guy who is watching the news, and says that he lost the blood mist that was supposed to defeat Lai Gang and Hugo. He also lost the Rosario scale that his mother gave him, caused a disturbance, allowing the blood mist to run amok. And what's more, he finally got the twins' grimoire, the most important thing in all of this, and even it was stolen from him. This guy was an S-class Libra attendant. Yoon Tiwoo. He persistently scolded Yoon Shiwa. I understand if you were robbed by someone like Choi Sung Hyuk. But did you seriously let Yoon Sung Yi, the kid you take it away from you? You even got beaten up, you worm. Don't tell me he beat you up too? Shiva replied that it was a dream. At the same time, Teva took a bottle and smashed it on Shiva's head, asking if he was proud of it. Shiva fell to the floor in pain. Teva continued to attack him, saying that Shiva has always been someone who never knows how to do everything right, and thinks that it would be worth it to guess already at the airport, adding that he constantly disappoints his mother by asking how he plans to clean it all up. After all, they will be exposed if they wake up and start talking. Shiva replied that he had come for his help, as Teva was also involved in this, so he should help if he didn't want to get caught. Teva held his head and ordered him to keep an eye on Gan, and also to remove all traces while he was watching him. Shiva asked what Teva would do. He replied that he would go to the Scorpion Hospital. He came up with a plan that they could cover what happened at the airport if they took care of the people who ended up in Korea. We returned to the ruins of the city. Hugo is on the phone. After finishing the call, Gun asked him what the hospital had said. He replied that people were starting to wake up, but not all of them were still awake, and Jai Woo and Yi Won were still unconscious. Gan explained that due to the time that the souls were imprisoned, the speed of their return depends. But Gan imbued the souls with his energy, so they will definitely return. Gan turned to Seongwoo and said that he should also go back to see his mom and Yi Won. Song asked very shyly what Gan would do with his father. Hugo was ecstatic and was already crying over it. And then he decided to say it. But he thought that he should behave properly so as not to hurt his son's feelings. He should be a leader and a father. And he is also very happy that Sung Yi thought of him. And after thinking about it, he said that he and Gan still have business to attend to. Then the dream said okay and began to teleport. Hugo was ready to crumble, and Gan was dying of laughter. But as a friend, he supported him, saying that this is already progress, considering that Song kept his distance due to guilt, and he is also very shy. We are transported to the Scorpion Hospital. Sung teleported over to the entrance and was very excited that he would be able to see his mom and Yi Won soon. Walking there, he thought that going empty-handed wasn't a good idea, so he turned around and ran to buy flowers. At that moment, they missed Yoon Tiwa, who had come to the hospital, and he said that this hospital wasn't as shabby as it was for a scorpion. He compared this hospital to the Libra Hospital and called it, he added, but they should be more careful when choosing their patients. Let poor peasants stay in the hospital for 10 years. Where is this? Tava is sure that the dream will appear as soon as he deals with his family. And Dream himself looked very happy, holding flowers in his hands. We return to the European Western Protective Dome. According to the news, after the incident in the region, work was started to eliminate the body of misfortune. They turned to Hugo, who was very worried about being interviewed, and he replied, in a trembling voice, that he was very glad that the evil one had been destroyed. The guy shouts that the wounded were carried to the ward. The ward itself was equipped from a pub. There were many wounded people who thought they might have died. Gan, battered from the fight, sat and looked at all the notifications that he had received. The notice stated that Gan had completed the power trial, for which he was rewarded with a body enhancement and subsequent transformation. But it would take him a day to do so. New entries were added to the Ophiuchus Bible, such as the Saint of Sagittarius admires Ophiuchus. The god-eating monster has been destroyed. Thanks to the second achievement, Gan can borrow the powers of Sagittarius, and can also make public his deeds for the benefit of Ophiuchus' authority. As he read all this, he thought that he had finished the test of strength. But he still had the test of glory and the test of intelligence, in which he needed to get the Templar and the records. And he realized that this wasn't the most important thing for him right now, to think that he would find another fragment that looked like the blade of a mystical civilization. Remembering that he found this fragment inside the Enticer, which could mean that the person who hit him in the demonic tower was most likely controlling the blood mist. Gun realizes that all the evidence points to Virgo, because everything is going too well. But Gun just calmly flipped a coin and said that he didn't care, because he would get the answers when he beat all the dirt out of them. Hugo asked Gun if they had cleaned up the city, to which the hero replied, Yes, I helped as much as I could. Now we can follow the maiden. A battered Hugo said that they should rest, because not everyone is as impenetrable as Gan. Gan began to grumble like an old man about how people were so weak now, but in his time there were so many unlucky ones that he couldn't even catch his breath. Then he asked why Hugo didn't go with Sung Yi. Hugo told him that right now, he didn't think he had the right and the spirit to see Jai Wu and Yi Won. So he needs to get better prepared, and he also has a lot of things to figure out. The first is a problem with Virgo, and the second is a problem with Libra. The Libra queen herself, watching him, said, "Choose, Hugo, you can only choose one afterward." Hugo added these challenges will be part of the happy ending for destroying the blood mist. We need to find out who is responsible for all this. According to Song Yi, there is someone behind this, and I will repay those who caused my family so much pain. I'll punch a hole in the head with it. Gun started laughing furiously as Hugo finally went berserk. Then he turned to all the Templars and told them to go back to Korea. They were surprised because they still had so much to do. Gan only coolly replied that he only fought them because they had a score to settle with Blood Mist, which was why they would only hinder him when fighting the maiden. They all looked upset, but Gun pointed a finger at Goth and said that everyone but him could leave. Goth was very happy because his powers were recognized by Lai Gang himself. Gan thought that they would definitely need at least one mule. Hugo could tell by the look on his face what he was thinking. The hero also said that Sung Yi went all alone back to Korea, and there must be a lot of people who feel guilty about it. Hugo jumped out of his chair and said, "I was too focused on the situation, so I didn't think about it." The hero calms him down, saying that everything is fine now because he has installed a defender. Seeing the defender, Hugo thought about her abilities, because this is an ordinary coin. We flash back to Sung's memories, in which Gun gives him a coin, saying that it is another birthday present. After Gan handed over the gift, he immediately used the God's Gaze ability. About Sung Yi appeared information previously a class twins, but now independent. The level of faith in Ophiuch's Tristo%. The Gan is told that he can convert a given person into his avatar, and the Gan can also create a circulation coin that will convert the candidate after completing a special conversion task. Leaving Sun, the hero said that Sun will soon need this coin. Happy Dream comes with a bouquet of flowers and a coin, wondering why he will need this coin, and not understanding how it can be used. All around with tears in their eyes, they say that finally people began to return. Sung Yi is very excited and happy that people are starting to wake up, because then he can meet his mom and Yi Won. Then he hears screams. Turning his head, he saw Teva advancing on the worker. Teva says, well, there you are, Sung Yi. It was really hard to find you. Song angrily replies, Yoon Tiwoo, you rascal. What are you doing here? Shivu crying to you. Teva says with a smile that he lacks manners, because you don't talk to your elders like that. Teva launched an attack on Sung, but it didn't work out because Sung blocked his kick. Teva noticed that he was able to block the kick while being in a class. Sung Yi shouts that you can't fight here, because there are people here. Teva replied that he knew what he was doing, and he also knew that this was the wing that all the people who had passed out due to the blood mist were trapped in. So they shouldn't wake up and cause trouble. He thought they should just go back to sleep. Sleep still holds back Teva's blows. An entire floor explodes from such carnage. Suddenly, we are transported to the headquarters of the Rapid Response to the unfortunate events of the European Parliament, in which the man says, I'm sorry to miss such a great opportunity. If everything had gone right, not only would we have gotten rid of Lai Gan and Sagittarius, but we would also have captured the Holy Virgin. The voice from the phone replied that there was nothing to be done about it, so it's better to look at the pros of this situation. After all, after the battle, the maiden's reputation was ruined, and therefore they will soon appear. Someone very quickly runs to the door. Opening it, he asked what happened. Then he yells, why did this Lai Gang deal with the Enticer in Diva territory? It was Kevin Hazard himself, the Holy Virgin. At that moment, Lai Gang and Hugo were both drunk. It is said that Kevin was called the strongest swordsman of mankind, agent of the Crescent Moon, Silver Knight of Frost, and commander of Freezing Frost. The Virgo faction, which honors the saint with various titles, is also known for its power and scale, comparable to the strongest Libra faction. It looks like he has nothing to complain about. Bloodline, skills, strength, and even a great look. But there were a few things that hurt even his pride, and one of them is Lai Gang. Kevin was told what had happened to the Enticer, and he was very angry that Lai Gang himself had dared to enter his territory. Kevin was really angry beyond words. He even talked to himself, okay, I'm sure you had a plan, but you have at least a little brain, let's say so. But what's the point? Why did it have to be Lai Gang? Isn't it enough to be hailed as a hero 20 years after your death in the tower? Why appear out of nowhere and take all the attention? One of his henchmen said that she had never seen Kevin so emotional. The other replies that she is with him for a short time, so she does not know him. Then she added that their saint always had a score to settle with Lai Gang. At first glance, this is just a friendly competition, but things have started to change. She's ashamed to say it, but their saint, the only one who took it all seriously, never won against Lai Gang. Even if it's the glory of destroying a disaster, or all the attention on the interview after the incident. Yes, even when it comes to the karaoke bill at the saint's party, Lai Gang always drew all the attention to himself. The henchmen noticed that in the middle of the competition, they became somewhat strange. The man shouts at Kevin to calm down, because the inquisitors were already sent to search for Lai Gang, so they need to wait for them to contact them first. A disgruntled Kevin shouts that since Lai Gang is in his territory, he should find him personally, as this will be the best option. After all, they could not come to a conclusion 20 years ago, so he will put him down personally, no matter what. These words were very threatening. The man believes that it is impossible to miss this, and therefore he has no other choice but to just buy time. Then he said, I'll show you around, Saint. I have a list of potential places he might have gone. If we speed up, we'll catch up with the inquisitors. The man on the other end of the phone realized from the conversation that Kevin Hazard had already returned. Then he dropped the call and said that Kevin came so quickly because of his attention to Li Gang. The girl asked what they should do now. Kirio replied that they should move out. Opening the curtain of the building, they shout, we are the inquisitors of the Virgo faction. Everyone stand down. When suddenly a sound wave flew at them, which could already be demolished. And all this happened because Li Gang and Hugo decided to arrange karaoke. Hugo was already red from alcohol intoxication, but he continued to sing, do you believe it? Yes, we do. What do you believe in? We believe in the greatness of the Fox and Sagittarius, as well as in their great achievements. We believe that you have destroyed the two unlucky ones that no one could have killed. We believe in Li Gun and Hugo, and the works of two saints. We believe that the Holy Virgin is a scoundrel. Shouting these words, he was very happy, and all the people who were in the hospital sang along with him and rejoiced. Everyone was shouting the names of Lai Gang and Hugo. The Diva Inquisitors called them shameless and maniacs who do such things, as well as glorify themselves in the territory of another faction. Moreover, such performances are prohibited. She began to draw her sword, shouting, Inquisitors, we will clean up this dirty and vile performance. Time to show what we are. Before she could finish speaking, a fist immediately landed in her face. She was surprised, but the others were shocked beyond words. They saw Lai Gang, who looked very displeased with their arrival. I was informed that thanks to Sagittarius' fantastically absurd performance, people were filled with faith. Therefore, faith in Ophiuchus increased. But Gan himself said, how dare you interfere with my business when everything is going so well? Don't interfere and get out of here. This girl immediately stood up, drew her sword, and shouted, Lai Gang, even if you are a saint, how dare you praise someone else's church in Diva's territory? As an inquisitor, I can't allow that. She was interrupted again, and hit hard in the face. It was Pirio who said that they weren't here to fight, and reminded them that he had said to forget about their duties as inquisitors for the time being. Removing his hood, he said to Gan, I'm sorry, Lai Gan. Please forgive my ward's rudeness. I am the head of the Diva faction's inquisitors, and one of the bishops, Pirio. We don't have much time, so I'll get right to the point. We need your help right now. Deal with Kevin Azar. We are transported to Kevin, the virgin saint, who is running to the next door. Rushing in, he shouted, Lai Gang is here. But outside the door was an ordinary restaurant. Kevin apologized for intruding, which made him very angry, because no matter where he went, Li Gun was nowhere to be found. This was the 5th place they had entered, and there had been a couple of disasters during that time. Kevin thought, it's strange, why do we always go to the wrong place, even though we know where we need to go? After all, if the problem is not in me, then obviously. The man said that Lai Gang didn't seem to be there. Kevin already knew who the problem was, and he yelled at him, hey, what's wrong with your glasses? At the same time, Kevin cut through his lenses with a lightning-fast sword. The rented scorpion skill was gone from his eyes. The girls started shouting that it was an illusory scorpion skill that allowed them to get lost. Kevin asked him, were you just trying to buy time for the inquisitors to find you before I did? Why should I? What's the point? And where are they now? You'd better be blunt. After all, how many pieces your body will fall apart depends on your answer. We are transported to the sacred estate of the Virgin. The living statues went to attack Lai Gang, but he didn't even feel them, and just laughed and shouted that this manor is full of ingredients for crafting a new artifact. After cutting another statue, he received a notification that he had killed the Diva avatar, so his experience of the divine throne was increased, and he also received a high-quality cloth. Gan happily shouted that he would cut them all up and then use them perfectly. Those who went with Gan asked Pirio if it was even normal to destroy avatars of another god. Kirio said that it was possible that they were avatars of Saint Kevin after all, so it would be best to deal with them right now. It is narrated that at the moment, the Virgo faction is divided into two, which caused chaos. Saint Kevin had long ago lost people's trust with his arbitrary actions. Kirio says that they understand that they can't take it anymore, so they decided to stop his tyranny, and for this he will need the help of Gun and Hugo. Goth heard these words and thought, but still, contact someone to solve internal problems. It seems that the situation in Virgo is quite sad, and to think that they would even give him the judgment of heaven for helping him. Judging the sky is Lai Gang's masterpiece, symbolizing it. It was supposedly lost 20 years ago in a battle with Red Eye, but it seems the twins were telling the truth that Virgo had it. After destroying all of Diva's avatars, Gan was finally able to open the doors to Diva's vault. Kirio added that behind these doors is the condemnation of heaven. All of a sudden, Kevin yells at Gan to stop. He adds, "I finally found you. I never thought I'd be happy to see your ugly face." Gun returns the favor with a smile. Kevin spots Hugo and says, "Oh, so there's also a Sagittarius. Long time no see." Hugo Otis, "What about your face? It looks like you're with the people who betrayed me. Have you tried to deal with me with the help of Lai Gan? It's good that you don't have to hunt down everyone and kill them one at a time. Now you can just do it all at once." And then he saw his broken avatars, and he started shouting, asking which of them had turned his beautiful avatars into this. They all pointed at Gan at once. Gan was a little confused, of course, and thought that they didn't have any loyalty at all. Kevin shouted that he now had one more reason to kill Lai Gang. While preparing his ability, he told Gan to try it out. It struck the ground with huge ice spikes. They broke everything in their path, but suddenly a huge flame appeared from under the ice. Hugo says, "Kevin Hazard, now I'm thinking about paying you back. So in front of Gan, you will fight me." Gun is horrified, because Hugo is still intoxicated. Kevin replied that he had heard that Sagittarius had regained all his strength, but said that he couldn't stop him. So the drunk Hugo activated his ability and said that they wouldn't know without trying. Huge arrows were launched directly at Kevin, and Kevin himself screams that he can't be stopped by such. At this time, he cut down the arrow that was flying at him, but right behind it was a small arrow that Kevin didn't notice. Hugo happily exclaimed that it was a direct hit. Goth knew he had to prepare a resurrection spell right away. Gun took out his phone and called someone, then said, "There's no time to explain. I'm in the relic vault at Lady Eol's castle. Come here quickly. We have a big battle coming up here." Kevin looked very furious. Gun pushed Hugo and Goth aside and said that he would fight him if he wanted to. Kevin was very happy about it, and his girls said they would help. But Kevin said it was their battle, so don't try to interfere while they're having fun. And added, "I've been looking forward to seeing you for 20 years, Lai Gang." They attacked each other, and Gun hit first, but Kevin blocked it. Then, he looked at the notice that said that the physical strength improvement was only in progress and only 76% complete. And also because of the side effects, it can't use its full power. Gun thinks it won't make him look so cool. Kevin noticed this and asked why Lai Gang wasn't showing his full strength. He added that if Gan wasn't in the mood, he'd have to show it himself. Gan was notified that a piercing cold was breaking out. Gan's scissors couldn't withstand the cold and broke. After Gan's weapon broke, Kevin didn't waste any time hitting Gan right away. But he immediately dodged, and also kicked at Kevin's arm, which caused his sword to deflect. Kevin shouts in shock, "Did you use your legs to change the direction of the sword?" Since Gan is good at acrobatics, he was able to dodge. And Kevin immediately leapt at him, sword pointed. Gan himself looked mysterious, and he had a hand behind his back. After allowing Kevin to get close to him, he instantly slashed at his sword. Holding the stub of the sword in his hands, Kevin realized that Gun had broken it with his comprehension hammer. He didn't understand how Gan was able to draw his weapon so quickly. But at that moment a foot was flying at him, and Gan himself shouted at him not to be distracted during the fight. Kevin flew backward, but managed to stop himself. Gun, sitting on his hammer, asked, "What's wrong, Squirrel? Come on, show your full power. Is this all your indignation in 20 years? Kevin laughed and said that he was actually awake now that he was sure it was the real Li Gang. "So I suggested we finish the warm-up." Throwing away a piece of his sword, he said that he would start playing to the fullest. Kevin looked very dangerous as he drew his sword. Goth and Hugo were horrified when Kevin finally got him. Gun said he hadn't seen an icicle in a while, and then asked why Kevin was playing with that. He could have gotten one. Kevin, with burning eyes, said that such a thing should not be thoughtlessly hidden. It was a royal relic, Frosty Winter. Kevin turned to Gan, asking if he could still move, because this sword freezes not only the environment, but also relics, and then added that Gan became careless and believes that 20 years in prison have dulled his skills. Kevin started attacking first, and he did it with lightning speed. Blood was flying everywhere. Hugo and Goth started shouting. But Gan, standing behind them, asked what had happened. Kevin noticed who he had stabbed with his sword. It was Pirio, who was moved there by Gan using his get hit for me skill. Picking up his hammer, he swung at them and said that it infuriated him that someone who wanted to lead the faction on the right path was so treacherous. Pirio had 3% of faith to Virgo and 97% to Libra. Gan hit them so hard that they broke through the wall with their bodies. Gan himself looked pleased as he noticed his condemnation of the sky that was encased in an ice shard. But she didn't look like one at all. Hugo turned to Kevin and said, "You look ridiculous, Kevin. I can't believe that the one who betrayed Lai Gang in the tower was betrayed by his own subordinate." Kevin asks what he's talking about, Sagittarius. But Hugo continued to accuse Kevin of stabbing Ghana in the back in the tower and then pushing her into the abyss. The holy sign of the Virgin was angry because he knew that they were trying to frame him now. Hugo said that he still pretends and believes that in 20 years, pretending has become his second self. Kevin shouts at him because if he continues to insult him, then suddenly he couldn't strike because Pirio was behind him and said that they needed to finish everything with the blood mist. Kevin realizes that he has been bound by Libra's golden rule vine skill. Pirio, holding the Libra relic in his hands, says with a mad look that he will have to erase each of them. After he activated the equivalent exchange skill, Pirio was asked to choose what he would give Astray in return. Kevin was right in the middle of the scale. Pirio shouts that he will give the god of the holy sign of the Virgin, Kevin Azar. Kevin himself began to use his skill to cut off his own hand, which was captured by Pirio. Pirio was surprised by this action, and everyone else in the audience was also shocked that he could do such a thing to himself in order to save himself. Pirio exclaimed, "Unbelievable. To think that you decided to cut off your own hand in an instant. Your face at that moment was simply a masterpiece. I think it was thanks to this that you were able to avoid becoming an offering to the deity." The minions immediately ran to Kevin, and the equivalent exchange began to activate, and so the right hand of Kevin Azar, the holy sign of the Virgin, was accepted as an offering. For such an offering, Pirio was given a mystical space. Pirio said he was sorry, but the saint's hand alone was enough. Suddenly, everyone pounced on him and started using their skills. Even Gan with his hammer leaped, hitting the ground. But the shock wave didn't reach Pirio, so he said that it was too late to resist and said welcome to the mystical space. It was a huge purgatory, where instead of trees there were brushes, and instead of the sun there was a black hole. Everyone was surprised, and Gun realized that he had already felt this anxious and dreary atmosphere before. Pirio laughed and asked them what it was like in hell, adding that this place will become their grave. The girl told him to be silent, because he not only forced the saint to cut off his hand, but also gave it to the deity, so he will have to pay in full for his sins. They started using the dual skill that was considered the strongest. But there was utter silence. The girls did not understand what was happening at all. And Kevin said they couldn't use their skills. After all, their connection with the deity is severed. Goth turned to Hugo and said that they couldn't use their powers either. Hugo is shocked that a mere believer could use such a powerful skill. The brushes that grew out of the ground began to violently attack them. And Pirio continued to laugh madly. And then he said that this is an isolated territory created by the forces of Libra. They can't use their magnificent divine powers here. It doesn't matter if they're saints here, they're just ordinary people now. He believes that they will feel helpless as they die in hell. The brushes couldn't catch Gan, and he dodged every blow. And then he jumped with a hammer in his hands on Pirio. Pirio notices this and shouts that it's all pointless, waving his hand to catch the huge brushes. Gan understands that these hands are just simple mischief makers. Pirio shouts, "Lai Gang, say hello to your old enemies. Have you really forgotten? You've been friends for 20 years. Those guys dragged you through the door of death in the Demon Tower. And it's not just black class wannabes deliberately increasing their strength like blood mist. These are real black class tribulations like the ones in the demonic tower." We go back to Sung, who is fighting in the hospital. Sung was unhappy that Teva was able to block all of his attacks. Teva himself looked happy and said, "I told you, it's pointless. Do you think the difference between A and S class was invented for beauty? You may have managed Shivu, but not me." Teva then hit Sun with all his strength, sending him flying into the wall and smashing it open. This wall led to his mother's room. Teva goes to him and notices that this is his mother's room, and immediately after knocks him in the stomach. While holding a grimoire, he asks, "Do you even know what kind of grimoire this is? It's not just a pile of paper releasing mana." "Well, it's clear why you're a class, since that's all you could understand. This is the end, stop messing around. Take your mother's hand before you die." Teva said it in a very nasty way, and then he threw out the hospital room with his mother and son. As he fell down, he thought, "No, if I fall like this, uncle, a sister, dad, no one can help me here. What should I do?" The blade my uncle gave me has already used up all of its abilities. There's no one here to ask for help. Is there really no way? Think you're almost at the ground. Is there anything I can do? I don't have a grimoire and my magic powers are at their limit. I seriously can't do anything right now. Why am I so hopeless? What should I do? As he fell, he hugged his mother and began to think about what he should do. He knew that he was the only one here, so he had to decide for himself, remembering that his uncle didn't give up when he was in the demon tower, and his father didn't give up when he was in the blood mist stomach either. So Sleep can't give up either. He must protect his mother himself. He was notified that Ophiuchus was glad to see people with such an indomitable spirit. Therefore, he was offered to take the Ophiuchus entrance test. Will he accept the powers of immortality to fight back against the enemy? Song wondered what kind of entrance test this was, but he realized that there was no time to think, so he agreed. He shouted just this once, "Let me protect someone myself." Teva was surprised at how he still had any magic power left. He couldn't even believe that the dream had survived the fall. We are transported to hell, where Pirio says whether you are a saint or a lie gang, you are nothing. I can't believe everything went so smoothly. I'm even beginning to regret that I prepared so thoroughly. Aren't you the same saints? Even beetles resist being crushed down. So come on, do something. Well, I think it would be awkward if a person with no power struggled, as if it would do something. What about you, Lie Gang? Will you try it? Or just give up? Lie Gang is holding back the monsters, saying that admitting defeat is not a bad thing when things don't go according to plan. But after saying that, he just smiled and asked, "Do you want me to give up?" And he told me that when he fought to the bone, without the support of any gods, or when he fought desperately with Red Eye, or when he wandered around the demon tower all alone for 20 years, Gan never thought about giving up. And now Pirio is asking him to give up on such a small matter. Gan can't believe that Pirio thinks he won just because of a couple of unlucky black class members. There was fire in Gun's eyes, and he shouted at him not to be mistaken, because this whole situation didn't even look like it was dangerous. Pirio looked confused, so he said that Gan only knows how to talk with his tongue. And if he wants to die so badly, then he will help fulfill such a dream. 100 hands flew into the air. We're going back to Sun. He shouts Yoon's name and smashes into his face with his fist. From such a blow, Teva flew away and even was confused because he did not expect such a strong blow. Ah Song, full of determination, asked, "You want me to give up, right?" "I won't give up. No, I just can't give up. I'm tired of hopelessly losing everything. Now, whether it's Mom or Yi-won, I'll protect everyone with my own hands." The dream was very similar to Gan's, as he was filled with determination. Sun was notified that he had succeeded in the Glory Challenge. That is why the first Ophiuchus believer was born. The first believer was entered in the Bible by Lie Gang. Once again, we return to Lie Gang, who began to shine with the brightest light. Pirio didn't understand what was going on. Everyone in the circle was shocked, because the power of the gun pierced through everyone who was attracted, even through the mystical space. Gan simply steps on a step and breaks it. He looked very strong, giving off the aura of a god. Gan was surprised to be able to use the power of the Bible. The Gospel of Li Gan is narrated in the beginning. There was a person named Lie Gang. He was the one who destroyed the demonic tower and successfully escaped from it after being imprisoned. Gun said, "I want to beat you up, but I have to take care of something first." Turning around, Pirio saw that his mystical space was collapsing, and behind it was the judgment of heaven. He wondered in horror that the relic vault had appeared when space was torn apart. Gan pushed past Pirio and headed for his favorite sword. Hitting the ice curtain, it instantly collapsed, and the chains that bound the weapon were released. Pirio was horrified, because Gan had just snatched the weapon away with his power. Gun was very happy to get his weapon back, so he took it and said, "Wow, that grip. It's been 20 years, but I haven't forgotten yet. Long time no see, damnne." Heaven's Denunciation is one of Lie Gang's 8 great relics, and his best masterpiece. One of the brushes was flying at Gan, but he said to his sword, "I think you've shrunk because you haven't tasted the blood of the unlucky ones in 20 years. Then suddenly, without even turning around, Gan killed the one who was causing misfortune. He had a crazy look in his eyes, and he said that if Pirio wanted to do something, he should have started with something like that. After saying this, he struck the ground with all his might with his sword, causing the ground to split apart. Everyone else was shocked by this power, because Gan was able to split the entire space in two with his power. And with a mad face, he decided to mock Pirio, saying, "What is it? Aren't you the Libra faction member? Even beetles resist being crushed, so go ahead and do something." Pirio was trembling with fear. Gan added that he prefers people who never give up. I asked Pirio if he would give up or do something. Pirio, out of desperation, began to use his skills so that the enticers would catch him. They all flew at him, but these attempts were useless, because Gan cut down each monster with a single blow. They were no match for him at all. Two entrainers flew out of the ground and collapsed. But suddenly they are cut in half, and a gun flies out of them, shouting, "Yes, at least you can do that." It had been a long time since Damni had tasted the bad stuff. See how he likes it. Gan was covered in blood and his smile was scary. Kevin started using his summer shooting star ability. Hugo also started using the heavenly radiance ability. Therefore, a combination of saints' skills occurred. The skill was called Shining Storm. They realized that their connection to the gods had been restored when a gap was created in the mystical space. Virgo and Sagittarius are finally back in action. Gan was annoyed because it took them too long to get back, and their poses were banal. They were both yelling at him. Pirio wondered, why does Lai Gan have so much power? His connection with God was about to be severed. But it doesn't look like it. And, first of all, we need to get out of here. Then we hear a scream, and then we see Kevin running. Jumping on Pirio, he shouted that this was revenge for his right hand. Pirio was terrified, because he knew that he was about to die. But something started to come out of his mouth. Kevin was unable to break through this bundle of energy, and realized that it was Morin's skill. Morin's soul came out of Pirio's mouth, which eerily said, "I really didn't want to greet you like this." Kevin suspected that this was Morin's doing. He greeted Kevin and said that he had something important to ask Pirio. Turning to Pirio, he said eerily, "Pirio, you weren't thinking of running away, were you? I'm sure we told you to get rid of them, didn't they?" It was clear from Pirio's face that he was very scared. He even started to cry. Morin said that he should be given another chance, and then the soul started coming out of Pirio's mouth. It began to rise up, and arms and a body appeared around it. Morin added that he would pay tribute to his god, so he ordered Pirio to become an enticer and complete his mission. At the same time, Jean-Louis Morin, the Saint of Cancer, activated Libra's rented skill equal exchange. Pirio was offered as a tribute. At the same time, Pirio was on the scale. Gunn asked Kevin what the name of the guy he was fighting was. Kevin replied that Lee Gunn was going to come up with a nickname for him. By that time, a huge monster had emerged from Pirio, and Gunn said that Kevin was quick on the uptake, so he suggested the nickname the Great Pirio. Kevin replied that he was already tired of his nicknames, so let him do whatever he wanted. He also didn't understand how Hugo got along with him. Gan smiled and asked what else he could do. Kevin started laughing hard, and noticed that Sagittarius was just like a... Hands began to tear at Pirio's mouth, causing him to make strange noises. Gunn told him not to burp like that, because he was disgusted to watch. But I thought the body is full of energy. Is it all because of the increase in physical strength? After that, he decided to check the quest status. It said that the increase in physical strength was in progress, and was at the 85% stage. Dan has stepped over 80%, so all side effects are removed. He recalled how he had cut through the entire mystical space, and thought that he had swung lightly that time, but it was so powerful. And he wondered what would happen if he hit a little harder. Gan jumped up and swung his sword, after which he flew at the monster and was very surprised by something. But we are transported outwards, where the man says that he came here at the request of the gang, but does not understand what is happening there. It was clear from his face that he was rather confused and surprised. The man thought about it. This is what a battle in the sacred domain looks like. Don't tell me he's fighting a saint. When suddenly a huge shock wave comes out of the ground, which destroys everything in its path. The man manages to jump back and realizes that Lady Eagle's estate has been completely erased. He is approached by Nuna, who asks, "Excuse me, is this building a sacred possession of the Virgin?" The man, noticing her, is very surprised. At this point, Pirio flies out of the monster's body, and Gan stands on top of him, and thinks about how strong he has become, so much so that he can't even control it. And he understands that it is only 80%, but what will happen at 100%? It will be hard for him to get used to it. Kevin is absolutely horrified with his powers, and he is also crying out at him, because his estate was completely destroyed, and now the maiden has become homeless. The holy sign of Libra asks, so did Pirio lose? Ambush of those who bring misfortune, attempts to pit the saints against each other, and even internal treachery. All the plans failed. We look pretty funny, don't we? Morin told her that he had no excuses, because he didn't think that Lai Gang would be able to destroy the black class's unlucky ones so easily. The holy sign of Libra reproaches him, and not only that, you have revealed yourself. Why don't you try using your mouth, since you have one? What were you thinking? Morin just smiled mischievously, and said that she didn't want to kill Lai Gang herself, because he was just doing his best. She snapped her fingers, asking if he was trying to talk her out of her teeth. Morin was chained up and looked displeased, so he replied that he wasn't going to talk his teeth out of it. How would he dare to do such a thing at all? The Libra Saint sign replied, I hope your sarcasm comes from the confidence of winning next time. Where do you think they've gone now? The Liber Saint sign looked thoughtful. Morin was angry, but tried not to show it, and replied Kevin Hazard will probably declare his innocence. Then, will they continue on to Scorpio? Gunn and Hugo look confused when Kevin tells them that Scorpion tried to kill Gunn because he's sure it was her. Hugo slaps Kevin in the face in disgust, saying I wouldn't doubt it if you blamed someone else, but Haley couldn't do that. You're not going to drag innocent people into this, are you? We even checked the records of the Blade of the Mystic Civilization. Kevin decided to hit him back, and in defense of his words, he said don't judge just because she helped you fight the Blood Mist. Also, you mentioned the Blade. But even if I wanted to kill Lai Gang, why would I attack him in the Demon Tower? I wouldn't even be able to prove that I killed him. If you beat him, it would only be where everyone would see. If that's the case, I'll prove to you that it's all Scorpio. Prepare the entrance to the underground section of the Relic Vault. His wards agreed. Kevin said that he was very familiar with the Blade of the Mystic Civilization, which they gave him as proof. Wards raked the entrance to the basement. And Kevin added that he did a few investigations in a couple of factions and was able to identify the enemy among us saints. He also found something. Opening the basement door, he said to them I discovered these things 5 years ago when I was studying the Scorpion faction. All of them are associated with a mystical civilization. Scorpio is dangerous. She is close to the enemies of humanity. On the stairs, someone started to descend and said that the Scorpion is not an enemy. Hugo turned around, and there was Nuna. Kevin said you're the daughter of a Sagittarius, but what do you mean? Nuna tells him that she is not sure of the Scorpion's danger. She had been to their sacred estate before coming to them. Nuna said that Haley helped her and she looked like a good person. She asked Kevin if he was jumping to conclusions. Kevin started shouting, have you been to the Scorpion? Do you even know what this place is? Gunn and Hugo didn't seem interested in this conversation, so Hugo suggested that we go out for a meal. We're transported to a restaurant somewhere. There is a lot of noise coming from it, and all the visitors are looking at the same place, and some even take pictures of everything that is happening. Gunn shouts that he's pissed off and crushes the glass in his hand. It must have been more than the first glass, because there was a pile of broken glass on the table. Again doesn't understand why he can't control his power, and that makes him very angry. Kevin jumped up from his chair and started shouting, what's your problem, Lai Gang? Even though I'm a saint, even I can't cover for you like this. Nuna looks at Gan with a loving look, and then calls him cool. Kevin started shouting again, how did you raise your daughter, Sagittarius? Hugo didn't say anything. Gunn started to stare at Kevin. Kevin didn't know why he was staring at him like that. And then Gunn put his hand on his head and immediately grabbed him by the hair and started shaking him up and down. Kevin screamed and begged him to let him go. Gan has been notified that his physical strength enhancement has been completed. He threw away his weakness in human body and also completed the first step to the divine body. Gunn recalled that he had a similar feeling during the fight, as if he had become stronger, so he knew that it would be difficult for him to get used to it. Hugo, laughing at Kevin, said that he should have calmed down because why expose everything? But then someone grabbed Hugo's head and started shaking him, too. Hugo was shouting even louder than Kevin. Gan was finally convinced that he had become much stronger. Kevin was laughing really hard at Hugo, saying that he should have just sat still, and now he was caught, too. Nuna was still looking at Gan with loving eyes. She thought she was going to go crazy, and she also took pictures of everything Gan did with them. And then she called him cool because the two saints were like toys to him. Kevin asked Hugo again if this was even his daughter. Nuna said that Haley gave him something. He dismissed the two saints and walked over to Nuna. She took out a wooden fountain pen that can't write lies. As soon as Jin saw this, he immediately walked up to them and exclaimed happily, "This is one of the 8 great relics of Lai Gang. I've never seen anything like it here." Gan wondered what the purpose of the final test, the intelligence test, was under the notes. In the intelligence challenge, you need to create a record to record off Yacha's achievements. Gun doesn't understand why she had the pen, because Scorpio was always hiding from him when she saw him. He thinks she hated him. So he asked Jin Man if he had checked the weapons that were in Kevin's basement. Jin replied that it was full of things related to the mystical civilization. Jin is sure that some of them are related to Scorpio as well. Kevin scolded everyone for talking about it. And then he added, Scorpio is definitely related to them. I'm even sure that she was talking to a creature from a mystical civilization. Besides, I saw Haley poison your food 20 years ago. The criminal who tried to kill you must be Scorpio. After saying this, he started to pour something into Gan's food, and when asked what he was doing, Kevin said that he was pouring medicine for him. Because Lai Gan always fought against those who brought disaster only with his body, without the support of God. Therefore, Kevin believes that Gun could never show real strength in a fight with him, so he constantly mixed drugs into his food. Hugo was starting to get a little suspicious of Kevin, so he asked him about the fact that his medicine contains the same compound as scorpion venom. Jin offered to check if it was poison or medicine. Kevin yelled, "No, don't even think about touching it. It's Li Gangwu. How dare you doubt a saint, anyway? You're my follower." Hugo forced him to try his own medicine, and Kevin resisted and made excuses, saying that traditional Korean medicine does not work on him. Jin said, "It looks like I need to apologize for a few reasons, Li Gang. I never thought that the Inquisitor would collude with another faction." Gan added that he initially found it strange that he tried to raise a rebellion, but didn't even try to defeat or kill the bishop. After all, he didn't even have power in the faction. Kirio had managed to split his own inquisitors into two parts. Jin realized that this rebellion was nothing more than an attempt to force the saints to fight. And Gan, when collecting the information, noticed that it all pointed to the Virgin so much that it was already obvious. Gan considered all the events and evidence pointed to Virgo, as if they had been put together. It was so obvious that it became suspicious for him. Gun told Jin that after that day, he only had a fraction of his memories left, so he wasn't sure what color the culprit's hair was, which meant he needed to check out everyone he suspected. Then Jin asked what about Kevin. The hero replied that Snowflake is unlikely to be a real criminal, arguing that this is not only because of his behavior, but also because such a fan of attention would not do such a thing on the sly. Nuna asked where Gan was going now. Gan replied that he would like to see Scorpio first, as he was sure she was involved in all this, and he was just wondering why she had sent this fountain pen through Nuna. Gan blurted out that he was finally able to make Sung-Yi his believer, but the meeting with him would have to be postponed for now. These words simply shocked both Nuna and Hugo. Hugo was still able to pour the medicine into Kevin's mouth, but then he was shaking all over and asked him what he had just said. Gang smilingly replied, "Chin Sung-Yi is my believer. Your son is my believer. In fact, my very first believer." Hugo started yelling at him to stop saying it again, and they can't believe that Sung-Yi is the one who ended up with him. Nuna just blazed with fire inside, and repeated over and over again, "Uncle, why Sung-Yi and not me? Why? Oh, I'm sorry, it's probably a bit of a problem answering it yourself, isn't it? Maybe Sung-Yi should ask then. You shouldn't have done this to your sister, Sung-Yi. How dare you upset me with such news? Ready for the consequences." Sung-Yi stopped being silent and answered right away. "Strange. Sung-Yi doesn't return my texts or calls. Doesn't respond at all." Gun shouted for her to calm down. "We're being transferred to the hospital to see Sun, where his phone receives calls from his sister, but since the phone was far away, he can't even answer." Song himself stands sweating after a hard fight, and then says that he finally defeated Yuntiwa for showing off too much. Teva was slammed into a wall and apparently unconscious. Suddenly, someone walks up to him and says as expected, "You're incredible, Sung-Yi. I can't believe you beat an S-class Libra follower. Thanks to you, Yuntiwa was defeated." Song asked who he was. After that, the transformation began, and the girl turned into a guy who asked if his transformation was so perfect. The fish skill rental has been terminated. It was the Bishop of Gemini, Choi Sun-hyuk. The dream put him in an awkward position, asking, "Is cross-dressing your hobby now?" Sun got angry and said no. "I never thought I'd have to disguise myself as a girl to find a grimoire. Anyway, do you even know what kind of grimoire you stole? There's something you can't stand." Sun replied that he could take it, because now he didn't need it. Sun looked confused, as he had expected a very different answer. But then he said that he couldn't just let him go because Haiji wanted to ask him a lot of questions, reproaching him for his treachery. So with the help of the grimoire, Sun summoned many portals, from which a crowd of followers of the twins came out. And he said that Seongwoo would have to go with them. But Sung's faith was unwavering, so he didn't give up, but said that Sung was back to his old ways, ignoring the feelings of others and doing what he wanted. Sung doesn't plan to listen to him, so Sung shouldn't make sudden mistakes. All of the twins' followers started using the summon spirit skill. Sun yelled at everyone to restrain Sung, but not to kill him. Sung was still confident in himself, so he shouted that he wasn't the same person as before. Suddenly, his power began to be drawn into the core that all the Gemini followers were conjuring. Their faces showed great surprise and fear at seeing Sun's magic heading into the magic core, and they all started to panic that something had gone wrong. The dream itself is in shock, because he realized that they did not do it. A hand emerged from the summoning core, followed by a voice that laughed and said that this energy was amazing. All the followers of the twins are horrified, because they did not want to summon this spirit. Sun thought, no, if I remember correctly, it's a spirit that even Lady Haiji couldn't summon. The strongest spirit king in history, the first spirit king. Elision. They said that even though they had gathered such energy, they didn't understand how they were able to summon such a spirit when it wasn't even possible for Haiji to do such a thing. Everyone thinks it might be because of the grimoire. Elision explained to them that even though they had started the summoning, it was the energy of Sun that brought it. Song was very surprised. So Elysiani asked Sanu, "Boy, what is this power? She's incredible. I may belong to Gemini, but this energy is so enticing. So much so that I might even change my faith." You could see on Sun's face that he wasn't happy with such words, and so he started to take it as a betrayal. And then asked how he could even do this. After all, isn't he the avatar of the twins? Elysianus replied with disdain that the connection with the Gemini deity had long since been severed. And none of them even know where their saint is. She's been away too long to stay with you, just out of loyalty. Sung was already shaking with anger, and he thought that they hadn't even signed a contract yet. And the Spirit King seemed to be on Sung's side. So he decided that he needed to hold the Spirit King at all costs. Sung ordered all of his followers to kill Song Yi. The dream itself was confident in its own ability, and told them to attack more boldly. Suddenly, the energy borrowed from Ophiuchus ran out, and all of its power was gone. Dream was terrified that all his power was gone, and began to be afraid. The Spirit King was very surprised himself, so he asked if it was him who had absorbed all of Sun's energy. Song Yi started shouting in horror, "So it's all because of you, old man's spirit. If so, then do something." The twins' followers were still continuing their spirit summoning spells. The old man was embarrassed and said that they did not have such a relationship yet, and even more so they did not sign a contract. From Sung's face, you could tell that he had lost all hope in this old man and started shouting that he was crazy. Sung realized that he had the upper hand in strength right now, so he shouted to Sung about where all his confidence had gone, and told the Spirit King that it wasn't too late to give up the contract with Sung and go with them, and then added that if the Spirit King went with them, he would spare his life. Suddenly, the wall next to Sung started to collapse, and Yi-Won flew out at full speed. All Sung saw at the last moment was Yi-Won's very angry face and fist. Yi-Won immediately slapped Sung's face with all his strength. From such a blow, Sung already fell headfirst into the floor. Yi-Won asked who it was that dared to offend young Master Sung Yi. Sung was both surprised and happy to see Yi-Won at the same time. Yi-Won himself sternly ordered everyone to stay away from him. Everyone around is shocked, because they understood who it is and how this is even possible. One of the Gemini followers explained that the man was a Sagittarius bishop who had fallen into a coma due to the blood mist. They all don't understand how he can move after being in bed for 10 years. E1 was notified that he had received the Ophiuchus protection that was stored in his soul. He was also warned that his body was currently at its limit, so he was granted super regeneration for a short period of time. Sung noticed that Li Gang's forces were currently on Yi-Won, and all the minions of the holy sign of Gemini are shouting that they still have a numerical advantage, so everyone should attack, because there are only 2 of them against them. Suddenly, Sagittarius followers fly in through a hole in the hospital. Sun is very happy to see everyone. The Sagittarius Templars prepared arrows and aimed them at all the twins, and then said that if the twins did not want extra holes in their heads, then they should give up. The twins are terrified that they can be overpowered so easily. At this moment, a hole appeared behind them, from which the man says that the mission to return the grimoire has failed, so all the twins need to return. They instantly began to evaporate and fly away into this very hole. Sagittarians are not happy that they were able to escape. Sleep was able to exhale calmly as they all left. Yi-Won started a dialogue that made Sung worry. "Long time no see, young Master Sung Yi. You're so big, you used to be waist deep. But now you're as tall as me," Yi-Won said. Sung's face was filled with tears of joy, and he said that he didn't know where to start the conversation, but he was so glad that Yi-Won had shyly woken up. Everyone else was also crying at such a cute return. Yi-Won smiled and held up 2 fingers. The Spirit King noticed that they had left the grimoire in place. Suddenly, Song Yi was called out by someone, and he turned around abruptly because it was a very familiar voice. And this was Nuna. Her face showed that she was angry, but she asked why Song Yi was so surprised, if he had anything to worry about. Song stammered back that nothing had happened, but that he was just happy to see his sister. When suddenly Nuna started shouting at him not to dare lie to her, as she already knows that Song has become a follower of Gan. Sung Yi realizes that he's really screwed up. E1 realized that Sung was in an awkward situation, so he interjected and reminded himself that he was awake. Nuna was surprised by E1's return. Nuna looked very happy. The Spirit King tells Sung that he looks more tense than when he was surrounded by the twins. Sung Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said that he was saved by E1. The Spirit King asked, "Do you want to run away? Then make a contract with me. I can transfer to your faction and we can escape. Isn't this a win for both of us?" Song understands that he has no choice at all, so he immediately signed a contract with the king. After signing the contract, Elysian is moved to Ophiuchus. Instantly, the dream started to run away while Nuna was distracted by Yi-Won. But it didn't help him much, because she immediately noticed the escape. It all happened in just a few seconds. Song happily jumped out of the building, shouting, "You may have been born early, but you didn't get to see your uncle earlier." Nuna was right behind him. While landing, Song noticed that his mom was awake, so he stopped in surprise. Nuna, too, saw on landing that the dream was standing still, although it had recently run away. They both saw their mother, so they were very happy. A nurse was probably sitting next to her mother. My mother replied that she was glad to see them so cheerful, and then asked how they were doing. There was a bright, hopeful look on her face, as if she was holding back tears. "We are being transported to the Virgo teleportation station. There are a lot of people in this place. Gan is surprised that such places still exist." Kevin began to narrate, "This is one of the remaining ones. Other factions have similar stations, but they are not used because they are not as effective as the Gemini stations. However, when the twins went crazy, this station became a discovery." "Hey, are you even listening?" Gan waved his hand and listened to Hugo's dialogue, who was on the phone with Nuna. She told him about her mother, that she woke up but fell asleep again because she hadn't fully recovered yet. But the doctor said that everything will be fine and there will be no problems with this. Hugo couldn't hold back the tears of happiness. Nuna added that Sung Yi and the Sagittarius followers chased away the twins, and Yoon Tiwa went missing while they were busy. Hugo was angry and repeated Nuna's words. Gan and the others heard this, and Goth began to narrate, "Yun Teba is the son of the Libra Saint. Lord Hugo already knows who's behind the crime since the blood mist appeared 10 years ago. These were the sons of Saint Libra, Yun Teva and Yun Shiva. Therefore, Mr. Hugo wanted to ask the Libra Saint to take responsibility. But after that, we are transported to the very moment that Goth is talking about. Hugo shouts to the Libra Saint that it was she who directed the countermeasures during the appearance of the blood mist. And then he told her not to underestimate his connections, because he had all the research documents that she tried to hide. He knew about the special class cargo that Libra was carrying. He also knew about her sons, who were considered passengers. And besides, he has evidence of victims." It was clear from Hugo's speech that rage was seeping into every part of him. "Answer me, Libra. This incident, was it because of your sons?" Hugo said, filled with anger. She only coldly replied that Sagittarius was still able to guess, but what he was going to do with all this. She decided to play dirty, so she said that he could not do anything, because he is so weak that even a saint can hardly be called. Saint Libra said that she regrets the mistakes of her sons and promises to punish them later. After saying that, Hugo started to shake with hatred for her and her sons. The Libra Saint started to turn the situation against him, "But it's also your fault for not being able to defeat the blood mist. Do you think it would have ended like this if Li Gang hadn't been there? Unfortunately, you're the only one who couldn't protect Korea, because Li Gang trusted you to protect it. Let's decide now. I'll give you a chance to choose, Hugo Addis." She took out a huge scale and said that he only had 2 chances. She gave him conditions that if he thinks he can handle the consequences, he can reveal the truth and start a war with them. But if he is not sure and wants to solve everything personally, then he should forgive them, because children at this age are always wrong. After which, the Libra Saint added a vile phrase, "Don't you understand that? The father himself, Hugo. What's their name? Sung Yi and Yoha, right?" These words made Hugo's hands shake, because he was faced with a terrifying choice. Back to Goth and Gan. Goth says he had no choice when the saint mentioned his children. They didn't know what Libra could do, because Hugo's faction, like him, had lost all its power. So Hugo took it all on himself, for the sake of Nuna and Sung Yi's safety. It must be hard for him. Gun told Goth to do everything he could to find the 2 brothers. Gun guessed why Hugo had sent his children to different factions, since he couldn't guarantee their safety in the weakened Sagittarius faction. Gun is very happy that the dream has passed from Gemini to Ophiuchus. Gun remembered that he had an extra task when Sung Yi became his follower. This task stated that Gan needed to create the Ophiuchus emblem and use it to assign the Ophiuchus saint. He decided to spend some time on the emblem later, but now he needed to find the saint. Hugo finished talking on the phone and told Gan that it would have been a disaster if he hadn't sent people from the faction there as Gan suggested. So he thanked Gan. Gan stared at him for a very long time. Hugo asked if he wanted to grab his head again. Gun said after a moment's thought, "Hey, Tixu, do you want to join my faction? I'll even make you a saint." Hugo was wilted by such suggestions, so he didn't even know what to say. But the Sagittarius god was not happy. Therefore, he shouted that it is necessary to stop poaching his contractor. Goth and Kevin are shocked that God himself has appeared to Gan. Kevin asked Gun why he didn't ask him. Gun asked him if he wanted to join them. Kevin started laughing furiously and gave the middle finger, saying that he didn't even think about joining him. This hurt Gan's ego and he started beating him up. For that, Gun's divinity increased with each hit on Kevin. Goth says that Gan should stop and enter the teleport. Hugo ordered him to be quiet in utter disgust. Goth doesn't understand why they treat him like this, and Gun is still hitting Kevin. Hugo asked if he was really going to pretend that he didn't know why he was acting like this. Remembering the moment when Nuna called Seon and then said that she needed to go back to Korea right away. Goth hesitantly said to her, "Miss Yua, calm down, I'll tell you how to get to Korea quickly. Let's go to the teleportation station together. I think this is the fastest way. This meeting was destined by fate. I will give you the teleportation scroll." Goth realized that he wasn't even being listened to when Jin gave Nuna the teleportation scroll earlier. She was very happy and thanked me for such a valuable item. This made Goth very angry, so his hostility towards Diva increased slightly. Nuna asked Gan if he would go to see Scorpio, and then she said Scorpio is generally a recluse, so it's hard to get to him. Plus, the mystical civilization blocks all methods of transportation by water and air. Therefore, people go to the lion and pass through their territory. I'll head there as soon as I'm done with my business in Korea. Meet me at the lions. Oh, right. Uncle, Dad. I watched you fight the blood mist. Thank you for your hard work. After that, Nuna teleported away, and Gun said that this is why Hugo is raising children. Hugo replied, no matter how tired you are, the children's faces relieve all the stress. Then he noticed the sad Goth, and started suspecting him that he was acting strange, and asked if he was thinking of Juho with bad intentions. Goth was confused and knew what to say. Hugo lashed out at him because he was angry. The guards say that they need to go to the teleport. They all calmed down, went to the teleport, but Hugo noticed Kevin and was not happy about him. Kevin replied, of course, I need to check the information, and it will be a problem if someone beats me before me. Therefore, I will fight off those who will come to him. Then Lai Gang won't lose to anyone but me. Gun was angry, but he didn't show it. Travel guides asked what coordinates they should set. They replied that they would go to Washington, to the Lion faction. At this time, the chairman of the Lion faction already knew that Lai Gang had arrived in America, so they decided to prepare a grand meeting. After all, who can greet the strongest saint better than a lion? The celebration will be the battle arena. The fight commentator says, gentlemen and ladies, welcome to the arena of lions. Today we will see the battle of the century between Stephen Marker and Lai Gang. Stephen is terrified about how he got there and who he is. In front of him, Lai Gang just stands there yawning. Stephen's been terrified since it all came to this. We're going back a few hours. Guys walk around Washington and look at everything. They saw a huge statue of Stephen and a lion. Gun and Hugo thought it was narcissistic, but Kevin was just so excited about such a statue, so he even wanted to build it for himself. Gun and the others saw him and thought, my God, why did we take this child with us? We let him travel, and he's doing this. All of a sudden, they hear screams that say they've finally found Lai Gang. It was a crowd of lion followers who put on a show and decided to invite Lai Gang along. Gun doesn't understand why, but Kevin is jealous that Gun was called instead of him. Leo's followers are shocked when Hugo grabs Kevin and starts rubbing his fist on his head. They also thought that Gan was able to recruit not only Sagittarius, but also Virgo. It turns out that his left hand is Kevin Hazard, and his right hand is Hugo Otis. They are afraid, and therefore believe that Lai Gang should not be underestimated. They believe that Gang made an alliance with them, since it will be difficult for him to defeat the Holy Lion alone. Suddenly, one of them gets kicked in the face. It was a disgruntled Gan who asked them why he should go after them, since it was obvious that the lion would just ask him for weapons again. So he told them to stop talking nonsense and leave. Another follower replies that this is all wrong. They came to him in order to formally invite Gan to the Lions Arena. It is narrated that the Arena of Lions is a battle without rules between super people, taking place all over the state. It doesn't care about your faction, class, nationality, race, gender, or age. No one gives a damn about it. These are battles to determine the strongest. The same follower knelt down and said the battle between saints will reach an unprecedented peak of popularity. The only one that happened was 30 years ago. And he was between the 13th saint, Lai Gang, and the lion saint, Stephen Marker. We are trying to recreate this grand battle. We are transported to the lion faction's rocking chair, where Stephen asks his subject about who decided all this. He replied that he had prepared everything, and the saint would only have to show himself. Stephen kept asking who had planned all this. The submissive replied that he already knew that Lai Gang had humiliated him during the 10,000 paws incident due to a surprise attack. He is sure that Lai Gang did this to avenge his loss 30 years ago. The submitted person believes that the Gun thinks that they now have a 1-1 account. But to their good fortune, they received news that Lai Gang had agreed to fight. He also added that they tried to gather various journalists, politicians, and businessmen. So, while Lai Gang is in the States, the Holy Lion should put pressure on him. After these words, Stephen had no face. He was in utter horror. So, history has returned to the arena of the lions. Steven sits on a stool and realizes that he's screwed. The commentator says what a huge crowd. People from all over the world gathered here to watch the upcoming fight between Li Gang and Steven Marker. The one submitted says that it will just be the best hit. After all, it is obvious that a lot of people will come to such a fight. They also broke the record for the most watched fights online. He says that his big pectoral muscle is already trembling with anticipation of his victory over Li Gang. Steven considered, is this rascal deliberately trying to destroy me? So he started to leave. And the subject asked where he was going. Steven was very angry, so he started yelling that he was going to the bathroom. The subject replied that he thought he was running away, so he wished for a good bowel movement. As soon as Steven left, a malicious smile could be seen on this guy's face. Steven is washing his hands after going to the bathroom when Li Gang comes in. Steven is absolutely terrified, because how unlucky it must be to meet him in such a place. Gun turned to him and asked if he was really going to stand up to him. Saint Leo came up with an excuse and began to tell what was really hard to bear was your death 20 years ago. In those days, you were our symbol, giving us faith that humanity would finally triumph. However, when everyone found out that you had died in the tower, humanity was devastated. And maybe you won't believe me, but I was devastated, too. Gan said it was all nonsense, because such a person would claim that it was he who killed Red Eye and returned the lost lands. Steven replied that he had no other choice. He couldn't show people that all the saints were broken. Then he looked in the mirror and realized that they were not saints, but necessary evils, so they should not be so noble and exalted. Saint Leo believes that he must simply endure everything in his path, so that humanity does not collapse. Because for him, it is much more terrible if humanity falls into despair than it will be reproached for its impotence. Steven knows that he will face the fury of people when they find out the whole truth, but if it all happens, when all the things that lead to misery are gone, then he will be able to endure everything. Gunn had been listening to his stories all this time, but he knew that he was just trying to hide something, so he told Steven that he talked too much, so he should say what he wanted. Steven started to worry, because he thought it would work, so he said, I don't know. I mean, this arena is just for fun, right? It's just a system for preparing people to face the potential for disaster. And there's no way we should use a place like this for a show fight with a bunch of spectators, right? Gan was already getting angry, so I told him to get to the heart of the conversation. Steven started to get even more worried, so trembling with fear, he asked for a draw, just to call a draw. And so again, the story returns to the fact that they are already standing in the ring. The commentator asks the audience who will be the winner, because Steven Marker and Li Gang have met again. Steven began to reassure himself that Gun had agreed to help him. The commentator says that the situation has changed dramatically, because Li Gang announced that he wants to fight every fighter in the arena. Steven even agreed to his terms himself, remembering what he had offered at the time. Gan said that he had one condition, and it sounded like, did you tell me that you were taking people to meet the unlucky one? Bring everyone to the arena, I want to see their skills. Steven knew that Lee Gun was being clever. He thought that Gun was trying to make it look like they were outnumbering him. And the one-on-one fight was also an all-star game, so that the event itself was getting a lot more attention than who was going to win the fight. Steven is happy, because if everything goes as it should, then everyone will benefit. Steven shouts that they're going to have fun with Gun. The commentator said, before we start, we want to increase the intensity of passion. Let's take a look at the footage of the legendary fight between Li Gang and Steven Marker 30 years ago. Steven heard this and knew that he was finished. 30 years ago, he knocked out Gan and then said, Li Gan, how dare you go up against me with your skills? So Steven is absolutely terrified, so he screams that it wasn't him who ordered this to be turned on, because he was also brought there, just like Ghana. Gun said he was a little pissed off. Lev realizes that he is completely screwed. In fact, 30 years ago, Li Gang actually lost to Steven. It's an indisputable fact, but there is something that was not revealed to the world. Gun shouts angrily at Steven. Are you still bragging about the clothes you paid me for? Steven shouts back at him. Why not? Because he gave $50 billion for this. Everyone around them heard their dialogue and began to think a little about the truth of that battle. Therefore, Steven decided not to lose the moment, but said that the fight had already begun, so everyone should fight. When they heard this, they all jumped on Gan at once, but he dodged their blows. Pagoth, who sits on the podium, doesn't understand what we are talking about, because these 50 billion is a lot. Hugo explained, it's just as you heard. I'm pretty sure that Li Gang spent all the money on charity. Kevin was already very angry by that time, but suddenly shouted out that he couldn't stand it any longer, because he believes that Gun is avoiding a fight with him, and fights with these Neanderthals. After that, he jumped down from the podium and ran into the battle. Hugo and Goth rushed after him, offering to go without him next time. All the people in the stands shouted, Li Gang is a scoundrel. I can't believe he called out to his team thinking he was going to lose. Stop them. I knew they would. Hey, do you even know how many people put up for the fight? How dare you interfere? Stop them. Don't let those lions in. The situation was very tense, so the commentator said that there was an unforeseen situation. All the spectators rushed to the arena. A huge crowd of people rushed into battle. Kevin was also flying from one foot to the other. This shot was caught on an online broadcast, where people were shocked that such a thing was happening there. The commentator said that even the market will be quieter than this commotion. In the VIP room, two guys are yelling at them to stop. So they turned around and called out to Oliver, but then he was already gone. They don't understand why he left when this is happening in the arena. Oliver looked very displeased and said under his breath, I'm going to go crazy with them. Why did everything turn into such chaos? I think then I have no other choice but to take the next step. Nuna, who was standing nearby waiting for Oliver, asked what the plan was. Oliver was startled and addressed Nuna more formally than usual. She asked if the bishop who had given her the job shouldn't know where she was. Oliver said he'd forgotten a little. Nuna asked when the bishop had been in formal contact with her. Oliver didn't know what to say to that. So Nuna immediately suspected that it's not Oliver at all, it's someone else. We're going back to the slaughterhouse, where everyone needs each other. Stephen is shocked, because Oliver was supposed to be in charge of security. The whole fight was a failure, and Oliver is out walking somewhere. Suddenly, Stephen notices that someone is flying into the crowd of people ahead of him with all his might. It was Lai Gang, who had received new data from the humans from each strike. From one, he obtained the data of a victorious general, and from the other, a battle spirit beast. Just a bunch of people were flying past Stephen. Lai Gang raised his fist and shouted, "Get out of here." I knew it. I knew calling everyone was a good idea. So much data to extract. Thank you, overgrown cat. I'll be happy to swallow them all. There was a crowd of people lying around Gun, and Stephen was wary. Gan looked very pleased, and then said that it was now the turn of the battle with the Lion Saint. Gun originally wanted to be a little more gentle with him, but that old video of their fight. So he told Stephen to get ready. And Stephen was very angry, and he said, Data, don't tell me the reason you asked me to gather all the warriors. After throwing out another warrior, Gun said that Stephen finally figured it out. He thinks that Stephen hasn't changed at all. The Lion Saint Mark was very angry, so he started using his ability and shouted that since it had come to this, Gan should prepare to pay eye for eye. Stephen jumped on Gan and shouted that he would use everything he had. But Gun just slammed his fist into his face so hard that Stephen was sent flying into the wall. While he was flying, Gan immediately flew up to him and already swung his hand for another blow. Stephen is terrified at such lightning speed. Gan started hitting with 100 punches, and he was doing it with great speed. Stephen, when he was already beaten up, thought, I'm crazy. An eye for an eye, right now. So after all, you can die. God. But Gun was beating him too fast, so Stephen didn't even have a moment to summon a god. Suddenly, Kevin enters the battle between Stephen and Gun. He runs to Gan and asks him to fight him. Kevin's face shows that he couldn't wait to fight Gun. But at that moment, Nuna and Oliver fly out of the wall above Kevin's head. They are all shocked by what they saw. Nuna flew into Oliver with her foot and then hit him with all her strength in the ground. So much so that everyone around them flew apart. She asked the fake Oliver, why don't you show yourself before I roast you? Immediately, the mask started to fall off. The fish skill stopped. It was a girl. Nuna said, long time no see, Sylvia. You're just as awful as ever. Sylvia told her to and chided her that the only thing Nuna was good at was brute force. Sylvia is an SS class Pisces cardinal. All the warriors are gaping, because right in front of them, Oliver has turned into a girl. Nuna explained to them that it was Sylvia who just turned into Oliver. Sylvia shouted at Nuna to take her foot off, and Nuna angrily asked what she wanted to fry. Kevin is on his knee, and you can see that he is very angry, because every time he wants to fight with Gun, someone gets in the way. He shouts that this time is for sure, and hits the ground with his sword. But suddenly he hears the sound of piercing. Turning on his sword, he realizes that he accidentally pierced a person. Kevin imagines how this whole situation looks from the outside and understands his hopeless state. This shot was shown absolutely everywhere, on skyscrapers, on TV, that even parents closed their children's eyes, and they themselves were in shock. Via an internet broadcast, where all the commenters were surprised to say the least.
Kevin knows what he's done, so he starts yelling at everyone that it's not what they thought it was. The stabbed man asked Kevin how he knew, and added that he had a good eye. When a bright flash suddenly appeared, everyone was shocked. Someone noticed that this energy was similar to that of Libra and was surprised that there was a Libra spy in the Lion faction. Gan recognized the haughty voice immediately, so he asked if it was a scale. The Libra puppet replied, long time no see, Gun. But to think you noticed me hiding in this body in the midst of all this chaos, as expected of the Holy Virgin, Kevin. Kevin heard this and started looking around to see if anyone was suspicious. But when he realized that no one was paying attention, he started shouting to Libra that reading it is just spitting. But in his mind, he was very glad that he managed to get out of the water safely. Libra asked Gan how he was able to survive. She couldn't even think that he would come out of the tower like a cockroach. Gan told her to shut up and added that her methods were as flawed as ever, just like in the maiden's manner. Libra said, "That's exactly why I hoped I'd never see you again. But I think it's worth admitting that you're strong if you're still alive, Gun." "So what happened, Kevin? I was sure you had pierced Gan's heart." Kevin got angry and started shouting that she was trying to frame him, and added that he would not allow himself to be insulted any further. Libra continues to substitute Kevin, so they tell him to stop making excuses, because according to her, Kevin wanted to kill Gan most of all. She said that not only she knows about this, but also the other signs. When suddenly a huge firestorm hits her, and Hugo shouts at her to be quiet, and then he adds that she can't be fooled by them, because they already know what kind of person she is. Libra said, "Hugo, I'm disappointed. I thought you'd regained your strength. A light like that wouldn't be enough to burn this body down. Obviously, the sword has to be sharp too." Kevin at that moment, Kevin leapt with his sword at the Libra pawn, but immediately after the blow, he was surprised because he couldn't even pierce the pawn's body. Libra laughed and said that he had stabbed Gan 20 years ago, and now he was clinging to him where he had lost his spine. And Kevin was thinking that he couldn't pierce through the body, and all because a saint doll could be so strong for one reason. It's because of the divine mark on his forehead. It is narrated that the divine mark is a special stigmata that the deity can bestow on his believer. Such a follower is able to use power comparable to that of a saint. This means that this doll is on the same level as Giselle Lawrence herself. Suddenly, behind Kevin, a voice says, "Hey, move over." After these words, Gan jumps out on the pawn, who hits the enemy with all his strength with his sword. Libra says it's all pointless because she captured his sword with her sacred vines. She added that a follower with a divine mark receives protection directly from the deity, and unless they bring their deities here, they will never be able to break through the divine mark. Before he could finish speaking, Gun's sword broke all the chains. Gan shouted to Libra, "Are you afraid? The face has changed so much," and immediately cut the divine mark in half in the pawn as well. Giselle looked very scared and was surprised that Gan was able to destroy the divine mark. Gan had exceeded all her expectations. She couldn't accept such a defeat, so she said to cheer her up, "You need to be at least that strong." Oliver comes up to her and says that it's not necessary to drag Gan to frame the Holy Lion. Giselle replied that everything would have worked out if it hadn't been for Kevin Azar. They came up with this plan in a hurry, so it's not surprising. Then she asked how Oliver was doing after the operation. Then she corrected herself and said that it was better not to be Oliver, but the future Saint of Lions. We are going back to the arena of the lions again. Gan had obtained a small piece of information about the divine mark. Gun said that he was disappointed in Hugo and Kevin because the saints couldn't deal with a normal doll, and he praised Nuna, saying that only she made any contribution. Kevin asked Gan, "Why, Gan, did you summon a deity or something? How could you destroy someone else's divine mark?" Gun doesn't understand what Kevin is talking about and says that he doesn't have a deity. Kevin shouts that this is impossible, because divine marks are given personally by the deity, so saints can't do anything with them unless they use the power of their god. Gun interrupted Kevin and said that he didn't care if he won the fight or not. The warriors are against it, because if you take into account the intervention of Libra and the audience, it was not a fair fight, so they do not want to count the victory to Gan. When suddenly Gan turns around with a very angry face, which made the warriors change their mind, and they do not know who will make the final answer. Then they started looking at Nuna, and they said that Oliver was missing somewhere and the saint was not able to. Therefore, we decided that Nuna will decide on the victory. Gan decided to ask her what she had decided, but she just let out a sigh and said that Li Gan would win. The other warriors started cheering and shouting he won. Li Gang won. I knew it was a good idea to bet on it. So many opportunities now. The jackpot. Long live Li Gang. Long life to the champion. Kevin looked at how happy Gan's victory was and asked Hugo that Gan didn't have a deity 20 years ago. Hugo said it wasn't. Kevin suspected that this was rather strange since Gun was able to destroy the divine mark with his own powers, and he himself is stronger than all the other saints, although he does not have a deity. Hugo began to think, too, and Kevin said the final guess is that Gan is the deity of the new constellation. After a while, Gan shouts for the lions to be faster, saying that he can see their legs. They carried the treasure to Li Gang's avatar, a piggy bank that absorbed everything that was brought to it. Others were forced by Gan to sign contracts to take over Ophiuch's domain. Notified, please continue to increase your influence by increasing the number of followers. Those who are forcibly recruited have low faith. Initially, they will be temporary followers, then Gun shouts that he will take absolutely all the followers from the overgrown cat, or rather from the lion. Kevin says that if this guy is a new deity, then Earth has no future. Hugo then asks Kevin that even though he keeps calling him that, he doesn't know if he has any proof. Kevin waves his head that no. Then Hugo asks that he just believed it. Kevin waved his head that yes. Hugo got angry and grabbed Kevin, saying that his answers didn't make any sense. Kevin started shouting, "Wait, just listen. You said yourself that he can handle avatars that even saints don't listen to. And why isn't there a god in his faction, even though the other 12 have one? Just think about it." Hugo shouts that he's just making up excuses because a person can't become a god. Gun wondered if the Libra saint knew where and how he'd been stabbed, which was very much like she'd had a hand in it, or at least seen who had done it. Gan was very angry, and he knew that Libra was definitely related to the fact that he was stuck in the tower. After all, if you think about it, she was very close to her god. Gan believes that her god is also involved, when suddenly he received a notification that says please baptize your followers and give them god names. Followers who receive a name will gain a unique skill. Others will be limited in their abilities. Gun wanted to see Sun Yi anyway, so he told Hugo to get ready. Kevin and Sagittarius were surprised that they were leaving so early. Gun explained that he wanted to see Jiawu and Yi-Won, and that he wanted to visit them before meeting Sun Yi. We are transported to Scorpio's headquarters. She is watching TV, which shows the moment when Nuna called Li Gang the winner. A commentator says that Li Gang performed a historic feat in the Lion Arena. Haley, sipping her tea, said that Leo was never a match for Gan. Suddenly, she ran to the TV to stroke the screen, imagining that she was stroking Li Gang. But then a follower runs into her room, who says that there are problems in their hospital. She was attacked. Haley jumped with her mug in shame. The follower asked if everything was okay, and she with a mug on her head said that everything is in perfect order and then asked what happened. A follower revealed that the hospital was attacked by Libra and Gemini, but Sagittarius' son, Chen Sung-yi, dealt with them. He also added that the observatory's research showed that there is a 13th faction where the saint is Li Gang, and by chance, Chen Sung-yi is the first follower in it. It is narrated that the system of gods is based on the 12 signs of the zodiac, and the observatory is a special observatory created by the efforts of the 12 saints to track changes in the factions. As in a real observatory, you watch the stars. The appearance of a new faction is not good news for everyone else. If the first follower has already appeared, then the other factions will definitely try to keep Li Gang in check. Haley asked about the condition of the hospital. The follower said that it wasn't the best thing because a lot of people were aiming to kill the first follower, Sun, so there is devastation. Haley said that they would continue to monitor Sun, so she ordered a couple of followers to be sent there. Her staff replied that Eugene had already gone there. Haley was very surprised by this news. We flash to Eugene, who is running through the lampposts and then notices the huge mess that is located next to the Scorpion Hospital. We see someone hitting the ground, everyone flying away. They were Ophiuchus avatars shouting, "Well, are you intruders completely fearless? Chen Sung-yi is ours. How dare you steal someone else's loot?" Those who came after Sun are terrified because they will have to go through these avatars in order to kill Sun, but they are afraid because in their words, avatars are cheating. One of the avatars shouts that they've been talking for too long and then hits him with his sword. And there's nothing left of those guys. Dream, looking at all this, understands that this place is very cruel. The Spirit King noticed that Sun was doing a great job since he was able to set avatars on enemies. The king thought that he would run out of mana again and get caught. Song decided to play smart and said that he was pretty smart, but he couldn't believe that the avatars that wanted to torment him were so reliable. The Spirit King says that they just don't want their toy to be stolen by some small fry. They recall a moment when avatars yell at Sun, "How dare a person try to control avatars? Grind it to powder. Don't think that we will love you as our lord. Prove yourself worthy to rule us, brat." And the dream ran away from them with a cry for help. Sun says that he is sure that the members of the Sagittarius sign care about his mother, so he doesn't have to worry about it. He just wants to scout everything out and run away. When suddenly Eugene comes up to him and asks what his name is. Sun was very scared and ran away shouting about how he got there, but at that moment a coin fell out of his hand, and from it came shouts of, "Where do you want to go if you leave me here?" After that, Hugo fell out of the coin. Song was very surprised and asked why Li Gang wasn't with him. Hugo replied that he had run away somewhere. Song was disappointed in Ghana because it was rude of him. Hugo asked why it was such a mess. Sun replied that it was a long story. Eugene recognized Saint Sagittarius. Song started shouting to his father that Eugene was an assassin, and he was being chased by a mob of assassins because he was the first follower of Gan. Hugo believed his father and started yelling at the guy. Eugene began to say that it wasn't his fault. Sun, hiding behind his father, said that Eugene was lying because he appeared behind him and tried to kill him. Hugo screamed that he was caught trying to kill his son. Eugene replied that they had a disgusting duet. when suddenly everything around sparkled and the Sagittarius deity decided to act. Apollo declares that he will burn this dangerous child personally. Lujin is surprised to meet the Sagittarius deity. Sleep too, so he asked why the father's god had appeared. Eugene doesn't understand why God intervened in this situation and said that they made it worse themselves, so they can't blame him. The deity Apollo decided to act, so he summoned the book that contained the spell. The morning sun sent down its gracious light, and the people were blessed by it, and so they began to worship him. But Eugene took out his special pen, with which he decided to change the spell to the morning sun sent down its gracious light, so people couldn't receive its blessing. The light of grace was hidden at nightfall, so people could not receive its blessing. The deity started to disappear, and Hugo and Song were too surprised. Eugene, laughing, said that it should be dark at night, as the sun can shine at night. Hugo asked what he had done. Eugene replied that he had just dealt with the irritable god, and now no one would interfere with them. Eugene was Scorpion's archivist, but he was so proud of himself that he decided to change the text in the Sagittarius Bible. And he said when the avatars of the sun knelt before the darkness, everyone laughed at them. Suddenly, Hugo's words hurt, and he immediately fell to one knee. Sun screams at his father. Hugo immediately realized that the lines he was saying were from the Holy Sagittarius Bible, which is sometimes read by a deity, but only God can read the Bible. Eugene repeated these lines over and over again. Hugo writhed in pain and realized that these lines were different from the original, and it seemed that Eugene had changed them. It is narrated that the Bible is a divine scripture containing the activities and achievements of the faction. Things recorded in the Bible themselves become legends and myths, and these scriptures become the power of the faction. And the only people who can read and edit Bibles are archivists, which was Eugene. However, they no longer exist in this world, because the saints, together with the support of the gods, slaughtered all the people with such force. Deities went crazy over archivists because some humans could handle the deity himself. That's why Apollo intervened in the battle. Eugene, impudent, said, "Just look at how your haughty faces are filled with fear at the sight of me. Well, now maybe we should clean up all these midges in the hospital." All of a sudden, Gun was already on top of Eugene and was flying into him with all his might. And then I asked Hugo that he was supposed to check on those who woke up in the hospital, so they immediately beat him up. He also added that Hugo should have finished everything and come back to him right away. Eugene is passed out and has a nightmare about slaughtering all the remaining archivists, as well as those who dared to belittle the authority of the deities. Eugene lay among the corpses and cried, wishing that he could finally be saved. Suddenly, he wakes up in bed screaming, and Haley is glad he's finally awake, so she asked about his injuries. Eugene asked where he was and who she was. Haley said that he could relax because this is her holy estate and there won't be any problems here. Eugene wakes up on a construction site near Scorpio Hospital and was bound. Everyone noticed that he was awake, and Eugene himself was scared that he was tied up and shouted to be released. Doth tells Sagittarius that the boy regained consciousness, but at that moment he saw Jai Wu, and so he ran to her with tears in his eyes. She was also very happy to see him. They were hugging each other very sweetly. Hugo was very glad that his wife was able to wake up, and she told him not to cry on such a happy day. Everyone was very happy for them. Gun went up to Eugene and said that he had quite a fun ability, and said that he was an archivist. Eugene got flustered and said he didn't know what he was talking about. Gun decided to push him and told him not to shirk because he already knows everything. Eugene realized that he had revealed himself too easily, so he started using the Scorpion skill, Shadow Move, and I was able to run out of the shackles calmly. Then he decided that he was using Jai Wu as a hostage to escape. Pushing Hugo, he tried to grab Jai Wu, but it was immediately snatched away by Gang. Eugene doesn't know when he got there. I decided to run after him, but every time Gan dodged his attacks. Eugene was angry and shouted at him to let him hit him. Jai Wu was laughing loudly. Song said that his mom seems to be having fun. Yi-Won said that she's also a fan of Li Gang. Dream was surprised by this, and Hugo started yelling at him to let her go, and why the archivist, or whoever he was fighting if he could escape. Eugene replied that his pride wouldn't allow it, and he had to strike. Jai Wu shouted that this was the only time she could sit in Lai Gang's arms. The words made Hugo's mouth bleed. Song walked up to his father and shouted, "Dad, were you so shocked that Mom is a fan of Uncle Gan?" He even coughed up blood because of the feeling of defeat. Gun shouts that he is too serious, and how can you even be jealous in such a situation? Eugene thinks that Gun can't ignore him forever, and since it's come to this, he decided to read Gun's Bible. But they tell him that it is impossible to read, because the deity of the goal is not written down and is new. This Bible cannot be identified in the register of archivists. He is surprised that a new god has been found, but then Eugene is pinned to the ground by a huge hand. They were Gan's avatars. Gun joked, saying that apparently this guy doesn't know how to look up. I asked him if he had tried to read his Bible. Gun decided to look at the notifications, They said intelligence test, we need to find an archivist to record Ophiuchus achievements. Eugene Christian is Scorpio's archivist, and he's the target of the latest achievement. Be careful, because he may threaten the throne of God. Gan asked him to become Ophiuchus' archivist. Eugene decided to be sarcastic, saying so that's what kind of nonsense he decided to say. And then he gave me the middle finger and sent it off. At the same time, Gun said that they had no choice, and therefore they would have to stab Eugene. But then the Avatar was very surprised because he was stopped by Red Tail. Eugene realized that these were the poison glands of the Scorpion Avatar, and if they were here, then the princess must be here as well. At that moment, the poison started dripping, and from the drops, the saint of the scorpion began to appear. Eugene called out to her, and she began to scold Eugene, because he was very close to death, and why did he even start acting without orders, because she told him to be careful. Suddenly, Gan called out to her, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She turned around, and he added that if she didn't want to finish shouting, she should answer. An avatar stood beside her, telling him to watch his mouth, and Haley couldn't say a word in her excitement. Then she spun around and shouted Kaya. It was obvious from her face that she was very shy. They're all shocked that she was able to turn her head 180 degrees. Eugene, and everyone else in general, was shocked by these words, and she got down on her knees. The avatar asked if she was all right, and she said she was fine, and she just wanted to get down on all fours. She was very shy, and she didn't understand why Lai Gang was there since he should be at the Lion Manor. She began to adjust herself to turn around, forcing herself to inhale and exhale. But listening to Gan, her heart just skipped a beat, and Gun didn't understand what was going on, so he told her to stop acting like a crazy person. Haley couldn't get her head around it because just looking at him made her blush. Dream noticed that it seems today a lot of people are not themselves. E1 decided to dilute the atmosphere and compared her to Hugo. Gan wasn't happy because he said she hated him and therefore avoided him, but he really wanted to ask her a few questions. He took her by the shoulder and told her to gather her thoughts. Haley screamed when Gun touched her. The avatar asks the princess to calm down and then let her go. Song doesn't understand why she's acting so strange. E1 replied that such things probably take him a long time to understand. The avatar kept asking Lai Gang to stop holding her because it was too stimulating for her. Ogan still didn't understand what was going on, nor did he understand the avatar's words. And Haley was as red as a tomato with embarrassment. So Gun let her go and called out to Sun, saying that he didn't think he would be able to talk to her properly right now. I decided to talk to Sun first. He asked what he needed to do. Ogang put his hand on his head and told Song to be baptized. Dream asked again, baptism. Is that when you meet a deity and become an official follower? Wait, why do you put on such a righteous ceremony as if you just want to fry potatoes like lightning? Gan replied that it was just a meaningless formality. The dream screamed that it is not necessary to do this now because it is important for him and he was not prepared. Immediately, he was transported to an empty space and he did not know where he was because the deity was not yet visible. He was asked if he wanted to become the first Ophiuchus attendant. Sun replied that he really wanted to, and he added that he believes in Ophiuchus and therefore wants to become his follower. He was told to turn around, and there a bright figure appeared out of the darkness. It was so bright that it almost blinded Sun, but he could see the familiar features, and he realized that his uncle was a deity himself. There was a huge snake that opened its mouth and ate Sona. He immediately woke up with a scream. Gan asked him how he felt. Dream was baptized and received a new skill. Gan has been notified that a follower of Chinsung-yi has awakened into the Ophiuchus protector. As a bonus for becoming the first follower, he will gain some skills. At the same time, he said that the Ophiuchus deity was Lai Gang. Gun is glad that Song understood this faster than Kevin and Hugo did. Song was so happy that he wanted to show off to his sister. And Haley said, so how was your first baptism? You can finally say that you have followers. Congratulations, Gun. Gan was notified that he received abilities for awakening the first follower. His baptismal level had increased, as well as the level of Sense 13 too. Gun saw that Haley had finally come to her senses. Then he activated his sense of 13 and attacked her. The avatars also moved and started holding each other's weapons. Gun was surprised that she was still standing there, so he asked her why she didn't dodge. She replied that she knew that Gan would not harm her because he said that he wanted to talk to her about something. At the same time, Gan asked her why he felt the energy of a mystical civilization at the source of her power. Everyone was surprised by Gan's words, and they couldn't even believe that Haley was somehow connected to a mystical civilization. And it was possible that Scorpio was a misfortune inducer. Gan said that she seems to have deceived the whole world, and apparently her god too. The avatar started shouting at Gan, you poor god. How dare you touch our princess? If it wasn't for her orders, I would have wiped you out right now. Gan added that her subordinate is also a disaster inducer who is just pretending to be an avatar, because what avatar would be so polite to a saint? Haley said that he was right because the source of her powers is the energy of a mystical civilization, but she still considers herself a human being and she is also on his side. At the same time, Gunn offered to prove it to her and he just has the right thing for it. Lime took out a questionnaire and Gunn offered to answer the questions. She answered without thinking, saying that the answers were more common than she thought. Gan noticed that her answers were rather short, and she said, "I know it's funny to say this since I've already written it, but how do you figure out my true intentions with these answers?" Gan replied that it was obvious and took out his relic, a pen that can't write lies. Haley was speechless and completely shocked when she saw it. Gunn said that as long as he had this pen, he would understand her true feelings, regardless of what she wrote. Gan decided to start with the first question, which asked her what she thought of Lee Gan. At that moment, Haley was so red and sweating that words couldn't describe it. Gunn reads aloud what it says, "I love it so much. He's very charismatic. So I betrayed the mystic civilization." Haley was too embarrassed to say anything. Gan reads the next question, which asked what kind of relationship she wants from Gan in the future. Haley started jumping around and trying to take the questionnaire from Gunn out of shame. Gan read aloud again, and the engagement was announced. Gunn still doesn't understand what's going on and says that the pen must be a little off, so they'll try again another time. Then even Dream realized what was happening and blushed, and then he started shouting that there was an emergency going on, an incredible emergency. He ran after Nuna, shouting that his uncle's innocence was in danger. Haley's avatar noticed that she went back to her roots and chose people. Avatar started talking about the wedding in a veiled way, and Haley started shutting him up and decided to get out of there as quickly as possible, telling him to grab Eugene and leave. Gunn asked her where she was going, but he didn't finish talking to her, so she can't leave. It was all red, so red that words couldn't describe it. And Gan asked about the weapons of the mystic civilization, the same blade that had pierced him in the tower. She replied that this blade was endowed with the power of a monarch. It is narrated that the monarch is the name of high-ranking persons in a mystical civilization. Weapons with the power of a monarch are imbued with power so much that they can deal with a god. Therefore, Gan couldn't go back after being hit by such a knife, and Haley, because of the danger of such items, collected them and sealed them. Gunn immediately recalled Kevin's words about finding things that belonged to Scorpion. Gan understood why she had it all. Goth asked in shock, "Wait a second. Is there another leader of the mystical civilization? I thought Red Eye was defeated 20 years ago." Haley said that unfortunately, Red Eye wasn't the final boss, and there are at least 3 other creatures as strong as him. Everyone is shocked by this information, because that absurdly strong creature was not the final boss, but there are still 3 like it. Now Gunn understands that the tower administrator said something similar. Hugo, horrified, began to tell Gan that there really were 3 more of them, and Gunn replied that it didn't make any difference at all because he would just have to cut everyone in his path. Hugo noticed that it was easy for Gan to talk about such things. Gunn understands that it won't be as easy as it is now, so he needs to get stronger. He asked Haley to give it to him, and then he would believe that he was on her side. Gunn pointed a finger at Eugene. Eugene said not to make him laugh because Haley would never sell it. At the same time, Haley said that he could pick it up. Gan started to smile and said that he really liked such easy deals. Haley also looked pleased and asked if he needed something else like this, and Eugene seemed to collapse inside and metaphorically began to fall into the abyss. We are transported to Scorpio Hospital, where Gunn stands and says that he hasn't had coffee in a long time in the morning, looking at the beautiful view. He understands that you need to enjoy your moments of relaxation, no matter how busy you are. Suddenly, Eugene shouts to Gunn that Gunn is unlikely to survive after this. Gunn says that he is ashamed that Eugene can't rest with him. Eugene started shouting at him to shut up and asked why he was being treated like this. Gunn decided to play a joke and said this all because Scorpio sold him for free. But when you get a new job, you need to try harder. Eugene was very unhappy about being forced to work and thought, better turn around in the dark alleys, lie gang. Do you really think I'll work for you forever? I'll make you regret writing your Bible. After these words, he finished syncing with the Bible. He was glad that he could finally see his Bible. The Bible says that the archivist became his servant. Eugene can't believe such a small thing was recorded, and I decided to change it. Eugene looked like a madman and then shouted for Gunn to kneel in front of him. But immediately, his cool plan was interrupted by Gan's fist. Gunn asked him if he was completely out of his mind. Eugene doesn't understand how this is possible because he definitely changed his lines. Gunn grabbed him by the head and lifted him up, saying, "Life doesn't always go your way, does it?" Suddenly, he saw that Jaiwoo immediately changed Eugene's lines. Eugene is shocked that she was able to change the lines. It is narrated that Libra is the first in the ranking of factions with more than 2 billion followers. At this point, even Lai Gang would have a hard time resisting them. In addition, Libra Saint Giselle is not just a representative of her deity. In terms of skills, she is so advanced that she can be called a deity herself. Standing up to Giselle is almost like standing up to the god of Libra, and to meet him or the ruler of a mystical civilization. He desperately needs an archivist to confirm his achievements, prestige, and physical strength. Eugene doesn't understand how Jiawu can change his inscriptions. Gan replied that Jiawu has a hidden potential as an archivist. Haley asked him that he also had a goddess of fortune among his followers. Gun is glad that he has 2 archivists. He completed all the tests, now he was released from all restrictions after completing the tests. Now he can use divinity again. And he also unlocked the instincts of a fighter. We are transported to the Libra Manor in the faction headquarters. Libra asked if Scorpio had met Ghana. Her follower says that they are now together, Sagittarius, Virgo, Scorpio and Gan. And now he even has an archivist. Libra is surprised that Scorpio has loved a man for 20 years. She called it a charm that she didn't know her place. Then she said, I don't care how many people stick to Lai Gang. They are all just obsessives. However, an archivist is something else entirely. Either we keep them for ourselves or we get rid of them. Her subjects began to calm down with words that she is the best, but they simply do not understand. They don't understand why people follow Lai Gang with false hopes. Giselle replied that people who met Gan fall into 2 categories. Some follow him, while others despise him. After which, she asked which of her followers were currently closest to Lai Gang. His subjects replied that Yun Shiva, who was following Yun Tiu's orders, had just been sent to him. Libra asked why the most useless one was following him, remembering her subject, Kali, who apparently didn't listen to Giselle and paid the price. Then she asked me to give Shiv the order to capture the archivist, kill him, kidnap him, or whatever. We are transported to a construction site near the hospital. Hugo asks Gang if he wants Jiawu to join his faction. Gan responded positively. Hugo shouted, I've heard that deities go crazy when they see archivists. It's safer to hide it with me and develop it secretly, just like Scorpio did. So why does she have to come to you? Gan retorted with Hugo's words that he was saying that none of the 12 gods' energies were suitable for her. Haley emphasized Gun's words that it was better for Eugene and Jiawu to stay in the Ophiuchus faction, since he would still be fighting Libra. Hugo is upset that Haley is also on Gun's side. At the same time, Gun decided to calm Hugo down and said, okay, since she is your wife, Tixu, I will treat her exceptionally well. Officially, she will not join me, but will simply be a parishioner. I will also send her to Sagittarius from time to time. Well, what do you think? Still refusing. Hugo said that he understood everything. Scorpio said that they checked Nuna's hands when she visited her recently. These things in her hands Haley suppressed a little, but they are gradually approaching the limit. It may be difficult to suppress them further. Hugo was upset by the news. This is the first time Gan has heard of this, and he asks me to tell him more about it. We flash back to Jiawu and Eugene. Jiawu asks Eugene what she should do next, because she's done with her part. Eugene already looked tired and had been working for months, apparently out of exhaustion. He told her to do whatever she wanted. Eugene remembers Li Gang throwing a pen at his forehead when he wasn't doing anything. He understands that Lai Gang is terrible, forcibly forced to join him, sign a slave contract, and even put a hole in his head. Eugene was very upset about this, so not only that, he also gave him the Pen of Truth, which chose Eugene as its owner since it absorbed his blood. The pen also regained consciousness after Lai Gang's improvements and absorbing Eugene's blood. Eugene texted her, then threw her at the wall in anger, but the pen flew back to his forehead. He was notified that the pen had vented its anger when the owner threw it away. Jiawu screams that he can't die right now. At this moment, Yun Shiwu was standing outside the doorway, thinking I came here because mom ordered me to, but what did she expect from me if even Tiu lost? No, let's think positively. Since I screwed up with the blood mist, I don't have a future. I need to complete this task so that my mother will praise me. She wants me to capture the archivist. It's definitely strong to have had a scorpion. Although it doesn't look good right now, I'll have to take care of it. So, if you take someone, then it should be easier with her. Plus, it's an opportunity to annoy Song Yi. Suddenly, someone started running through the doorway. Yun Shiwu was already preparing the spell with the intention of finishing it quickly, when suddenly Kevin kicks the door off his foot, behind which Shivu was standing. She pinned him down, but Kevin and the others didn't even notice. Kevin yells at Gun for leaving him with Lev, and also adds that he won't forgive him for that. Jiawu and Eugene are shocked to see such a guest, and they don't understand what he left behind. Kevin didn't see Gun at first, but then he came right after him and asked why Kevin was always yelling wherever he went. Kevin explains that he's shouting to find Gan, but then notices Haley and asks why she's here. Haley made a disgusted face and said, I can't believe I ran into him here. And Hugo notices Shiva lying under the broken door. Hugo asked him what he was doing here, and maybe it was Kevin who brought him along. Kevin said he didn't even know how he got here. Gun immediately remembered this guy he was beating up. Hugo was angry and said, I'll bet this Libra kid is here to do something again. Gun put the pieces together and realized that Yun Shiwu was the son of Libra, and then Shivu recovered, but not for long because he was hit in the face by a kick from Gan. Gan was filled with hatred for him and said, "Dude, long time no see, so are you the worm that upset my friend, nephew and niece? You're in deep trouble." Hugo shouted, "Yan Shiwu, what are you doing here? Do you want to contact my family again?" Haley noticed that he went there after Lai Gang found an archivist. Haley turned to him and asked if Libra had sent him to deal with the archivist. Kevin took out his sword and asked if it was the son of Libra, and then he added that this guy had summoned that toad and caused such a mess in his manor. Kevin looked angry, so he asked where to start cutting it. Gunn noticed that he liked their reactions and even felt a little sorry for Shiva. And then he said, "How can we beat you up so that the whole world will know about our good deed? Should I push harder to make your head explode?" Shivu realized that now the task is not important at all because he can simply die there. So he called for the house god to take him to the base. Immediately, golden vines began to appear near Shivu, and he thought that everything worked out for him and he could escape. But when he saw Lai Gang's evil smile, he thought that it was very strange. Shiva was able to escape thanks to this household god. Everyone shouts to Gan that he's missing, so he needs to go get him. But Gan replied that he had let him go on purpose because it would be a pity to get only one of them. We are transported to Hawaii, to the luxury resort of Libra. Tabu says that he couldn't even think that he would end up in such a helpless state. He adds, "Just wait, Young-sun Ye. I'll chop off your limbs and make you crawl on the floor." Suddenly, a huge flash appears from above him, and Yan Shiwu falls from it. And here we are transported to the moment when Tavu is already shouting at Shiva. Teva angrily shouts, "You tried to deal with the archivist, and Lai Gang caught you. Why can't you do anything right? You were caught by the saints and they will definitely come here for us. Garbage. What are you going to tell your mother when we get back? Why are you always messing up everything and I have to clean up after you? I'm just wasting my time. Let's try stopping Lai Gang first." They came to a room where beautiful minerals were stacked on shelves. Shivu asked what it was, and Tevu said that with the help of these things, he would make an equivalent exchange. All of these items are invincible cores. Most likely, all these jewels appeared during the tower raid. Tavu wants to exchange them all and summon the disaster-inducing super disaster class. Shivu is not sure that they will be able to withstand such a call. Teva replied that they had nothing to worry about since they had the Libra Rosary, but for now, their goal was to deal with Lai Gang. Tavu used the equivalent exchange skill. He offered suspended invincible cores, and in return, he received a disaster class creature that no one else could handle. Suddenly, a huge beam appeared in the middle of the sky, and Tiwu was glad that this creature could finally defeat Lai Gang. The beam began to change color to mint, just like Lai Gang's. All the people around were afraid that a huge ray of light had appeared. The beam was very dazzling. Shivu shouts at Teva for even calling out. Tavu replies that this is very strange. There was the figure of a god, Lai Gang. Shivu recalls that he has seen something like this before, so he dodges sharply, but Tiwu didn't know about this, so he stayed where he was. And in vain, Lai Gang flew headfirst into it. Shivu was pleased with himself that he was able to dodge such a trick. Lai Gang emerged from the figure of the god, shouting that he had finally found them, and also that he had caught a parrot along the way, and asked that it was the same house god who had helped Shiv escape. Gan added that this household god was trying to drag him somewhere, so Gan decided to check out who ordered him. The parrot screams disaster class creature, successful summoning. Everything went well. After throwing out the parrot, Gun suggested that they finally talk. Shivu wondered if this household god was supposed to bring a disaster class creature that no one could handle, but he brought Lai Gang. Shivu was very scared, so he started saying that they were wrong and admit it. They admit that they did all those wrongdoings, and Shiva even agreed that if Gan wants, they can go to Sagittarius Manor and apologize to everyone. Gun had a smirk on his face and asked that this guy still didn't understand what they had done. Summoning his sword, he said that they were missing a very important detail, the price of their sins. Shivu was afraid and thought that he would definitely die at this rate. Gan looked very formidable. Shivu was trembling with fear and didn't know what to do. But suddenly he stepped on the rosary of Libra. At this point, Tavu woke up and said that this call was very bright, and then began to shout to Shiva to give him his rosary. But by then it was too late, and Tavu was on the balance. Shivu said, "I'm sorry, Tavu. Actually, I think you said it right. I was useless. But you'll get off, won't you? Because he's much more useful than I am." After saying that, he started using the equivalent exchange skill, offering Yun Tiwu. Tiwu was horrified that his brother had betrayed him. Tavu was beginning to turn into an enticer, and Gan just stood there, looking at it all and laughing with the words, "Wow, the deity who confirmed the deal and the younger brother who sold the older one. I didn't know they were so bad. Seriously, they are very different from the other factions." Kicking the ground, Gan started to activate his sanctuary deployment skill. Shivu can't believe that his connection to Libra has been severed. The place where they were was the Ophiuchus shrine. Gan said, "Thanks to the tests I passed, my sanctuary has been enlarged and can be used as a barrier. The power of Libra doesn't work here. And since she's not here, the transformation has stopped in its tracks. This is a masterpiece. You went through so much to sell your brother, but all you got was a pile of ashes. What do you think? I guess this all seems like a show to you. Okay, now it's your turn. After that, Gan started using story skill 2, thanks to which he received the Sagittarius ability Eye of the All-Seeing and immediately began to push him, asking if Shiva wants to say something, for example, to repent before death or to admit that he did it all because of a hurt conscience. Gan said it would be perfect for his last words, so he should think about it carefully. Shivu started shaking with fear, then started shouting that he didn't care anymore and asked Gan who he was and why he was so obsessed with torturing him and assumed it was all because he had caused the blood mist. He started shouting that he was young then, and isn't everyone given a couple of chances to make a mistake when they're young? He then proceeded to verbally bury himself in the facts, saying controlling the blood mist in Europe. The Scorpion Hospital attack. I was forced to do this by orders from above. Besides, you killed blood mist. I even heard that I brought the dead back to life. Isn't everything just as it was? Still decided. Then why would you push me to this point? Do you know who I am? I am Yun Shiwu, son of Jisel Lawrence, Libra Saint. Do you think my mother will leave you if you do something like that? How dare you fall asleep while I'm telling you? Gangu really fell asleep. But when I heard Shivu's displeased question, I woke up and said that he had finally finished his speech. Gan added that he must have been through a lot, but he talks too much. Shivu shook and asked Gan that he hadn't even planned to listen to him in the first place. Gan smiled and said no, but he heard every word he said, and so did everyone else. Shivu shouts that he doesn't understand what Gan is talking about. Their dialogue was broadcast all over the world where people lived. Gan clarified that the rest of the world watches and hears them because he tried to make sure that everyone in this world could see. Shiva was visible even at the North Pole, in the ocean, and everywhere else. Absolutely everyone saw it. It is narrated that the Sagittarius skill, Eye of the All-Seer, is one of the long-range vision skills of Sagittarius. Li Gang showed Yun Shiva live to the world. Even on the Libra estate, Shiva could be seen. And all the Elite Wars have started looking for the location of Shivu and Li Gang, but so far they can't find it. They are shouted at to search as quickly as possible. At this point, people started rallying against Libra, shouting for the Libra sign to be removed, because they realized that the strongest faction was responsible for the big incident. And they began to praise Li Gang, who had saved everyone. Daughter Libra, sitting on the building, understands that the situation looks deplorable and that there is no escape from such a hole. She feels sorry for her brother. Gan started projecting people's words right in front of Shivu, where they shouted for him to leave and that he should be fed to the enticers. Shivu started to go a little crazy at these words. Gan asked what it was like to be the person that the whole world wanted to kill. He also added, "Do you know why I wanted to hear your last words? Because you were supposed to apologize, not make excuses." Let me explain. You just threw away your chance at the mercy of the world. Now neither I nor they will give you another chance. The Libra warriors saw this and started to panic, as Li Gang looked serious in his intentions. By then, people's trust in Libra had plummeted. People expressed their dissatisfaction with Libra. People began to see Ophiuchus in a better light. Libra's followers began to tell her that this is a very bad effect on their reputation, so they should not leave Li Gan like this, but should gather all the elite warriors. Immediately, Giselle started using her ability. Gan has already swung his sword and said that he should do what all people want. But Giselle stopped him, saying she wouldn't let him do more than that. Gun noticed that it was very slow. Giselle admitted that Li Gang had dealt her a huge blow. She never would have thought that he would do something so crazy on such a grand scale. Gan confidently said that maybe releasing a disaster wasn't a pretty good reason. Giselle decided to get straight to the point and asked for her son's return because she understands that Gun provokes her, but so tasteless. Gan noticed that if she was talking about tasteless, it was probably referring to her sons. At the same time, he stepped over Shiva and said that since she didn't like his methods, he would act the same way as her. He gave her a choice: lay out everything that Libra had done and be punished, or else he'll put everything on the line, fight Gan, and lose. And of course she would have to tell him who had tried to kill him in the tower. Giselle started laughing, saying it was stupid, and asked why she had to agree to any of this. Gan replied that he had anticipated such an answer. Then he cut off Shiv's head. Giselle said, "Li Gun, how dare you do such a thing? Do you think you can stay unscathed now?" At the same time, Gan said that he would make things worse and used magic. Giselle couldn't believe her eyes, and Gan, with the help of magic, was able to resurrect Shiva. It was super regenerative, so it was also enhanced thanks to the sanctuary. Shiva is horrified because he remembers that his head has just been cut off. Suddenly, another sword strike hits him, cutting him in half. Gan used the resurrection skill again. Shiva is absolutely horrified and asks what he is doing to him. But then Gun cuts off his head again. Giselle asks him what he's doing. Gan laughingly replied that can't she see that it would be too boring if he just killed him. Gan believes that losing your head just once is not enough to atone for all the suffering you've endured, and they've caused more than 1 or 2 disasters. So Gan decided that he would cut it down again and again. He spoke to Shiv, telling him to relax and fall down, because Gan would count the number of times he cut off his head. Shiva was in complete agony, and Gan repeatedly cut him in half and resurrected him. All the people still saw Gan torturing Shiva. Shiva screamed for mercy. Gun coolly asked if it was worth it since he was already resurrecting him, and he continued to hack and resurrect. This was also seen by his friends and followers. Shivu kept begging for mercy. There was no longer any living space on it. The Libra Wars were shocked by this. Shivu screamed at him to just kill him, but Gan decided to see it through to the end, so as he hacked and resurrected, he continues to do so. Jesel got tired of seeing her son being tortured, so she started yelling at him to stop testing her patience. When suddenly the huge corpse of the unlucky one, which was Tavu, teleports out of the sky. It flew right in front of Jesel, and she was in shock. His head was separated from his body. She noticed that he looked a lot like her son. Giselle threw up blood at the sight and was so angry that words couldn't describe it. Gan laughed like hell when he asked her what was wrong with her face, and why was she even frozen in place, because her beloved eldest son had returned. Gun told her to go and hug him. Jesel replied that Li Gang would be responsible for such a provocation. Taking the bird through which she communicated with Gan, he looked directly at her and said that it was not a provocation at all, but just a response to all the decisions that she made. Gan said that he would turn everyone standing in his way into slashed corpses, and it doesn't matter to him whether he is chosen by a deity or a catastrophe of an unknown civilization. Gan doesn't care if it's a deity. Throwing the bird, he said that they will meet again. He added that it should stretch its neck and wait. And right after that, he chopped the bird with a strong blow. All the screens that people had used to see what was happening were gone, and Jesel's vision was gone, too. They noticed that the saint was very angry, but immediately she started shouting, "Li Gang," and a huge beam came out of it. It was filled with evil. People outside saw a strong flash in the tower and even thought that there was an earthquake. Gisel shouts, "You dare to humiliate me like that? I'll tear you to pieces. You and all your loved ones." Li Gang. We return to Gan, who was waiting for Shivu to wake up. Shivu was terrified, and Gun said that he was already upset because he thought that Shivu really died. So he offered to finish what he had started and began to remember how many he had already counted. Without remembering, he suggested starting from scratch. Shivu shouts that enough is enough. Gang still didn't listen to him and said about 5,000 people were injured because of the blood mist. There are also people who were injured in the Scorpion Hospital, and also if you count the suffering of Tiksu and his family. Okay, the calculations are over. You need to die 10,000 times. Shivu screams in fear, but Gan just cuts him down with a score, and then it resurrects again.